At the House of Lords to speak to the powerful people who make decisions about your life, your health and your well-being. And we are here to get your voices heard today.
Thank you, Lord Collins. PMNCH is convening the 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign, a global youth-led effort to mobilize
Okay, you guys are outside.
for adolescent well-being.
Unite! Unite! Rise! Rise! Lead! Lead! Young people, this is our time. We stand as one, younger shining bright, united in spirit. We make a change for 1.8 billion strong. Our voices rearrange with hope in our eyes. We'll break these walls together. We'll rise. We'll answer the call. Bound by our purpose, a love beyond compare. Justice, our right. We'll surely get there. Symphonies of voices singing in the song. Let's rise up, let's compassionately walk. Bright our future, we will seize that day. We are uniting, we are rising, we are leading. For better feel alive, for better kind of world. It's time to listen, it's time for action. As we come together hand in hand, the world will witness the change we have planned. With unity and love, we will overcome. For 1.8 billion young hearts, we are one.
was quite a day yesterday. As we meet here at the GFA, we stand together with so many young people, women and children, who are suffering in crises happening around the world, but most recently in Gaza and Israel. Our hearts are with you.
And today we have got another great lineup for you today, including inspirational young leaders, big announcements, and next steps.
The conversations we're having here are only the beginning. We're going to be talking about the new agenda for action for adolescents, the new commitments made by governments and other partners, and of course, we're going to have a dialogue with civil society leaders about how we can make sure this all leads to the action that we want to see.
Meanwhile, we are very happy to have Shai Sarui from Brazil. Now, she is a leader at the forefront of global environmental activism. Now, you'll see her speaking in Kenya as part of our advocacy around the world to unite with land defenders to protect our environment.
Eu sou Shai Surui, sou liderança jovem do povo Paité Surui, da terra indígena 7 de setembro, da Amazônia brasileira. E hoje eu estou aqui em Nairobi, no Quênia, me conectando com outros ativistas também, né, me conectando com outras comunidades que também vêm lutando e enfrentando as emergências climáticas. Estou aqui também para trazer a voz da Amazônia e dos povos originários para todo mundo. Um olhar, né, de que se entende como nós somos seres natureza. Hoje, nós estamos vivendo uma emergência, né? A gente já sofre as consequências daquilo que os povos indígenas vêm avisando há muito tempo. Mas nós também somos parte da solução para o enfrentamento dessas mudanças climáticas. É dentro dos territórios indígenas do Brasil que a floresta ainda continua de pé, graças à presença dos povos indígenas, que cuidam, que protegem, que plantam, que reflorestam, que cuidam das nascentes, dos animais, que cuidam da vida, né? Então a gente vem trazer essa voz de esperança também, né? Que apesar das nossas gerações serem as que vão mais sofrer as consequências, mais que os nossos pais, os nossos avós, nós também estamos muito mais conscientes, né, daquilo que estamos enfrentando. E sabemos a emergência que isso significa e que nós somos parte da solução. Podemos ser nós todos guardiães da floresta. E as crianças e os nossos jovens são a esperança, porque quando a gente fala de um futuro, a gente pensa nas nossas próximas gerações. Mas nós, como povos indígenas, quando falamos de futuro, também falamos de um futuro ancestral. Ou seja, reconectar também as nossas crianças com esse planeta, os nossos jovens com esse planeta, para que nós entendamos todos aquilo que nós, povos indígenas, já estamos falando, né? Que nós somos seres natureza.
What an inspiration she is, and demonstrating such immense courage. And now for today's watch party, we're going to Pretoria in South Africa.
Hello to the Global Forum for Adolescents under the 1.8 billion Young People for Change. We are coming to you from South Africa at the State Theatre. My name is Mshonto Buhlekeleba, and I am with the vibrant youth of South Africa standing behind Unite, Rise and Lead. That's right. Right now, I'm just going to be speaking to two special young people for what cause they are standing behind. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I am great. Thank you for having me.
All right, tell us about your cause, who you are, what is your cause?
My name is Tebogo Lucas Boya. I am an intern here at the Wardrobe Department for South African State Theatre. The cause I believe in and something that I firmly want everybody to be up with is the digital divide and just the lack of information that everybody seems to be going through. I don't like that we are in the city and we get access to information, yet kids in the villages don't have the same access that we do. I also believe in inclusivity in workplaces. I'm very fortunate to be in a space that does allow inclusivity.
Absolutely.
But I believe, like Mark Lema once said, no freedom until we equal. I don't believe that other people need to be feeling excluded in other spaces, as opposed to being accepted for who they are. So acceptance and just inclusivity in spaces is all I care for.
And you heard that. And now we will be chatting to another special young person. Tell us your name as well as the cause that you stand for.
I am Simphiwe Masilo. I'm part of the Youth Policy Committee at SIA, which is South African Institute of International Affairs. And recently we launched the South African Youth Gender Action Plan, which stands on 7 pillars of education, gender-based violence, health, safety and security, sustainable transformation, as well as gender identity and sexuality. And under each of these pillars, considering that it's a policy document written by the youth, it has suggestions on exactly how the youth can make a change and how the youth can reach the SDG goals, as well as suggestions on how stakeholders can also be involved in creating this change.
Absolutely. You heard it right here from Mzansi Afrika. The beautiful shores are saying the SDG goals, young people need to be at the center of it. We are 1.8 billion. Over to you in the plenary. Thank you. Reunite, rise, and lead. Woo, thank you, guys.
Ah, thanks for that, guys. Well, now we are handing over to our resident genius, the amazing Apurva, who we saw yesterday with her message about youth values and the world of work. Now, today, she is putting that into action as she leads us through to our second.
That's right. And the subject of this plenary is Rise to Success, Unlocking Solutions for Adolescent Well-Being. We're going to hear about some incredible initiatives and advocacy which have resulted in major wins.
So, we'll be back soon.
Hello and thank you. It's so inspiring to see how young changemakers and allies are rising to the challenges thrown at them by the poly crisis that surrounds them. This is an absolutely big moment of truth and momentous change. I am so excited to welcome you to day 2 of the Global Forum for Adolescents, a milestone of the 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign, and the biggest ever gathering of adolescents, young people, and allies all coming together to push for the better well-being for adolescents and for all of us. My name is Apurva Panidapu. I'm currently studying math, computer science, and policy here at Stanford. I'm a young math researcher, the founder of my own online art gallery for global service, and creator of the award-winning column Gems in STEM. My mission is to help Gen Z leaders be at the forefront of the future of work, innovation, and inclusion. And today, I'm your moderator for this plenary discussion, Rise to Success, Unlocking Solutions for Adolescent Well-Being. The 1.8 billion Young People for Change is all about getting politicians and people with power to take notice and invest in us. It's a long-term advocacy campaign coordinated by PMNCH, and it's championed by our fierce partners. So why should we listen to young people? What actually gets adolescents and young people fired up to take action? How do we make change happen? Well, we're about to hear some incredible change makers and trailblazers speak their truths, sharing stories on how they turned their life experiences into rocket fuel for change, making a positive impact on millions across the globe. But before we hear their stories, I want to hear from you, our wonderful audience. What's on your minds? What do you think? A question will be shown on the screen momentarily. We ask that each of you answer this question with just a single word. Your contributions will populate the word cloud, giving us a visual representation of your collective thoughts and ideas. For those unfamiliar with Slido, participating is pretty straightforward. You scan the QR code, which will be displayed on the screen. I think it's right there. Simply use your mobile device's camera to scan the code, and you will be automatically redirected to the Slido interface. Or a direct web link will be provided in the chat. Clicking on that will also take you to the Slido interface where you can submit your word. We can't wait to see your contributions come alive in the word cloud. So here's our first question. In one word, tell us what you think is the key to success for an adolescent well-being initiative. And you'll have about a minute to add your words. Here we see them popping up. I'm really liking the answers so far. I think inclusion is a very, very big thing, and it's something that's so important to individual well-being. We have funding, inclusivity, education, youth participation, support, courage, I like that one, accessibility, youth engagement. These are really good answers, and the bigger the word, the more that people have said it. So you can sort of see how popular your answer was. Keep it going for a couple more seconds. Intersectionality, that's an amazing word. Meaningful support, diversity, political will, interesting, equality. Inclusion is the biggest one though so far. Okay. I think it's almost about to wrap up, but the answers are all super, super good ones. When we're thinking about well-being, especially for young people, I think inclusion and funding and education and inclusivity, which kind of falls under the umbrella of inclusion, are just probably some of the most important things we can think about because I think finding a space where you feel supported and you feel safe to share your voice and share your story is so important. And I think we'll see some of that from our speakers today who will share, how they overcame adversity to give voices to people who don't normally have that kind of, voice in the spaces they're in. But thank you so much for all your answers. I think we can move on to our second question on Slido. The second question, in your view, what do you think is the biggest obstacle to a successful initiative? So this is sort of the flip side of it. First, we thought about what's the key to success, and now what is the biggest challenge or the biggest obstacle? I think this will be interesting to see the answers and if it's sort of the opposite of what we saw in the first question. We'll give that a second. Funding. Yeah, that's kind of both a key to success and an obstacle if you don't get funding. Lack of funding, yep. Inequality, apathy. Culture, yeah. I think if you have a harmful or toxic culture, whether that's in a workplace or in a classroom, it can be very detrimental to young people's success or well-being. Yep. Funding, once again. Adults, adult-centric, inequality, community ownership, all sorts of very, very good answers. Trust. Yes, if there's a lack of trust, I think, especially in, your kids and teenagers and the young people of today, it's very hard to feel like your voice is heard and that you can make a difference. So I think that trust goes both ways. Absolutely funding. It's very hard to get your ideas into the world without funding. Culture. Capitalism is an interesting one. Human rights violations. Respect. These are some great answers. Yeah, well, we have a lot of very, very good answers talking about what is this big challenge. And I think we'll hear a lot about how our speakers overcame these challenges, like trust or culture or having a lack of support. And I think it's going to be very exciting to hear how to overcome these obstacles, especially if it's something that you're struggling with in your own life and your own well-being. So now for the exciting part of the plenary today. Let me introduce our amazing change makers that we'll hear from today. I am so inspired to be here with all four of these fantastic leaders, each with an incredible story and a unique journey, but with one big thing in common. They're changing the game, and they're making a massive impact on a wide range of people and communities. So let's dive into their stories. We're talking about their journeys and what lit that fire to go out there and make things happen. So first, we will start with Helena Branco, a youth, gender, and climate activist from Brazil. She's a youth climate ambassador for the Climate Reality Project and a Women Deliver Young Leaders alumni. She is the one driving the Free to Menstruate movement. So, Helena, please tell us your story. What is fueling this fire for you?
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Apurva. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, it all started when COVID-19 hit Brazil, underscoring inequalities that already existed. However, one issue was being pushed aside and forgotten, which was period poverty. And when we think of menstruation, it is indeed a private matter. But a healthy menstrual cycle is a human right, and it can turn into a serious public problem for our society when people don't have the knowledge to understand their bodies, facilities such as restrooms in good conditions, or the menstrual products for a healthy menstrual cycle, which can lead to people missing school classes or ending up with health problems. And in early 2020, by the time I was 18 years old, young activists, we noticed that aid packages for vulnerable communities during the pandemic excluded menstrual products. And high taxes also made these products unaffordable for low-income individuals. And that's when leaders from Girl Up in Brazil, a global movement empowering young people, stepped up and created Free to Menstruate.
That is so inspiring. Like you said, period poverty is such a major issue affecting girls in high and low income countries. In fact, the World Bank estimates that at least 500 million women and girls globally lack access to the facilities that they need to manage their periods. We can all agree that it's a disgrace that some girls are forced to drop school simply because they can't access proper period projects, which, like you said, is a human right. Things have to change. Thank you so much for your work, Helena. Now, let's continue to talk about another major issue for young people, access to financing. Young people have great ideas, but how do these ideas turn into a reality without money or support? It's basically impossible. And like we saw in the previous question, funding could be one of the biggest obstacles in this journey for well-being. And it's even more of a struggle for people from lower socioeconomic contexts. So how do we turn dreams into reality? Well, I'm so happy to have Regis Bamba from Côte d'Ivoire here with us today. He is the co-founder of Jumbo, a fintech company that offers personal finance services for Francophone Africans. Regis, could you tell us about your motivation and your mission with Jumbo?
Hi, Apurva. My name is Regis. I'm the co-founder, one of the co-founders of Jumbo. So Jumbo is a fintech operating out of West Africa, specifically in Côte d'Ivoire. And you might be surprised by only 20% of people have access to financial services in the region. It's one of the reasons why we started Jumbo, because we had the same issue. We had trouble opening a bank account. And it worked so well because the product is very relevant that in 3 years, we got to more than 1 million clients and crossed the $1 billion transaction volume. So it shows you that there's a good appetite for this kind of product in the region. It's a very necessary product for the region.
That's incredible. Especially with the way the world's finances are looking right now, it's such an important cause to be working on. We're already seeing reports that show that social protection has taken a serious hit in the midst of this multi-crisis situation we're dealing with. And that's why we need people like Regis. Thank you so much for sharing a bit about your journey. So now we're going to hear from Enrique, who is passionate about interconnectedness and access to information for young people like us. Enrique Anarte is a Spanish journalist specializing in LGBTQIA+ topics. He is a vertical video creator, currently working as the Thomas Reuters Foundation's TikTok lead for its queer news platform, Openly. Enrique, could you please tell us a little bit about your story?
Thank you so much for having me here today. Well, as Elena said before, my journey started also with COVID-19 and with the first COVID lockdowns in Germany, where I live. Before the pandemic, I had the experience, and I think many young journalists had the same experience, that traditional media outlets were not giving young people the opportunities that I thought they deserved. And there was also this general idea that this had a strong impact in how young people how there was a growing mistrust in traditional media among young people. Experts kept saying that young people didn't care about the news. My experience was that the news didn't care about young people, and that traditional media outlets were not giving space for young people to include the perspective of the youth in what was being covered and how it was being covered. At the same time, misinformation about LGBTQIA plus issues was growing around the world, and not only online, but it was also starting to influence policymaking in more and more countries. And that's how I decided that I was not just going to sit and wait for traditional media outlets to cover stories about the queer community where young people were spending their time on platforms like TikTok, and I decided to start making those stories myself.
Thank you so much for sharing, Enrique. What an amazing story. There is so much information out there, but there is absolutely inequality in how it's distributed, the accuracy of it, and the voices that are represented in the news and media. So thank you for your advocacy and work in the space. And finally, let's hear from Daniela Liguero. Daniela is the co-founder of the Brave Movement and CEO of Together for Girls, a partnership to end violence against children and adolescents. Daniela, what first motivated you to do the work that you do?
Hey, thanks so much. First of all, let me say it is such an honor to be here with you, amazing leaders. Wow, I'm just really humbled by these stories. So yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Brave Movement. We are a survivor-led movement working all around the world on advocacy to end all forms of sexual violence against children, adolescents, and youth. We launched about a year and a half ago. I think like a lot of us, we were busy doing COVID, watching what was happening and what was going wrong in the world, and decided to do something about it. And for me, this movement that's really grown exponentially in only 18 months with platforms all over the world doing phenomenal advocacy starts in a very personal place because I am a survivor of childhood sexual violence. And one of the things I really found over time, and we know from the data, is that this is a massive issue that affects about 1 in 4 to 1 in 6 girls under the age of 24, and about 1 in 5 to 1 in 10 boys under the age of 24. So it happens to everywhere, to everyone. It happens in schools, in sports, in religious organizations, in homes, in communities, and now online. And so really the Brave Movement is a place to center survivor voices. We are survivor-led. We have a board of all survivors from around the world, who invites all allies, young people, parents, anyone who wants to be part of the solution to end all forms of sexual violence against children and adolescents.
Thank you so much for sharing, Daniela. Your work protecting youth whose voices are often ignored is so necessary, and we're all thankful for the hard and I'm sure very emotionally difficult work you do. It's very, very inspiring. It's deeply humbling to hear all these stories of motivation and the intersectionality of these issues, from period poverty to personal finance to LGBTQIA+ and journalism activism, and of course, work against sexual violence for young people. So let's dive deeper. How did all of you even begin to tackle these enormous challenges? What were the secret ingredients that made your mission go big? Let's start with Helena.
Well, thank you, Apurva. I'm super excited to tell you more about Free to Menstruate. Well, our journey started by fundraising money to donate around 100,000 menstrual products to communities in vulnerable conditions. But we quickly realized that to make a long-lasting change, we needed to work with lawmakers to create laws that could fight period poverty. So we teamed up with elected people, politicians, especially women, in different cities and states who were excited to help us write what we call a public policy, a law. And this teamwork between older and younger generations was a very powerful collaboration for our success. So in June of 2020, we passed our first law in the state of Rio de Janeiro. So menstrual products became part of the aid packages given out to people in need in the state. And it was a huge win, but we did not stop there. And free to menstruate kept going strong. And by the end of 2021, we introduced and passed laws in over 40 towns in Brazil and 9 states. But then in October of 2021, we faced a big challenge. The president at the time vetoed the first national bill aimed at helping people dealing with period poverty, meaning that he wanted to stop our plan to make a national law for period justice. And it was also very important for our movement at the time, as Enrique was saying, to raise awareness online and through different channels such as newspapers, social media, and TV programs. And in fact, we were even featured in the first nationwide news piece about period poverty in Brazil. And it was only after 5 months in March of 2022 that we, young activists and elected politicians, came together in the Brazilian capital, Brasilia, to change the president, to challenge and change the president's veto. And on that day, the young activists from Free to Menstruate were invited to the House of Representatives in the Brazilian Congress during the voting session. And guess what? We won and the veto was overturned. And that was a big moment in our journey. And it meant that we had the first national law that says the government has to give out menstrual products to the people who need it most. And this law is going to impact around 6 million people in vulnerable conditions. And well, to conclude, Free to Menstruate goes beyond menstrual rights and justice. It demonstrates how persistence and collaboration can create successful actions. It is proof of the young change makers' power and how important it is to invest in young women's participation in political decision making. And the young women from Brazil who founded Free to Menstruate, such as me, we come from backgrounds often underrepresented in politics. Yet it was within the political arena that we found a platform not only to make our voices heard, but to positively impact millions of people. So I think that's my message. Thank you so much, Purva.
Thank you so much for sharing, Helena. You've helped 40 municipal bills and 9 state bills pass on menstrual justice across Brazil. And it's clear to see that your perseverance and bravery was a huge part of how you made this happen. I think COVID totally taught us about how we can use online platforms and the power of young people's voices to really change things. And it's so inspiring to see how you made that happen for period poverty. Now, on to the next speaker. Regis, it's so impressive and inspiring to see the increasing investment and massive recognition that your work has attracted. In 2023, JAMO employs 165 people, of which 52% are women, with an average age of under 30 years. How did you make all of this happen?
Well, thank you, Apuva. The first thing that we did is that we focused on the value that we're bringing to the people. So what we did is that we put the user at the center of the value proposition. We spent the majority of time talking to the users. We did focus group. We called the users, we went on the ground, and that's how we're able to figure out actually what the user will affect. And we're able to put out products like salary accounts, savings, all these products because we listen to the users. The second thing that we did, we said it, is find the money, because without money, you cannot do anything. And we applied to Y Combinator, which is one of the best startup incubators in the world. And we're able to raise $14 million. And with that money, we had the necessary resources to go ahead and build the product. So without the money, you cannot actually build anything. So you need to make sure that in your strategy, you have a plan to actually get the money. And the last thing that we did was to find the right team. You need people, you need like the right people. And made sure that we recruited people that were motivated by the kind of impact they were making around them. And like you said, it worked pretty much. We have like a team of more than 165 people, 25 years old on average, and 52% women. And those people are very impact-driven and mission-driven, and they fight every day for the customer, and they make sure that whatever they implement, works well for the customer.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing. I think that was basically a crash course on personal finance and how to make an idea go big. So thank you for that. I think the audience got it exactly right when we talked about the obstacles for well-being and for personal success when they talked about funding. Without funding, it's very hard to build anything. And you really have to think about the long game and find a strategy and surround yourself with the right people that are also motivated by the same mission. So thank you for sharing. And then on to our next speaker, Enrique. It's so true that Gen Z and other young people have a whole new way of taking in the news. But when it comes to finding sources that are real, trustworthy, and informative, the options are very limited, like you said. So, from your journey, what are the top takeaways that you have?
So I started doing this as I said before, in the first COVID lockdown. I was at home, and I downloaded TikTok like millions of other people across the world for fun. And then at some point, I was interested in politics. I worked already on reporting on LGBTQ plus rights. And I seen videos about it. And suddenly, like tens of people were following this random Spanish guy that no one knew. And many more people were getting the content. And while I was like maybe dancing in my living room or, just like sitting at the table with my cat and talking about an issue that mattered to people, this was news at the end of the day. It was just a new, maybe a more engaging, more creative way of telling the news, but it was news at the end of the day. And I think that made me and also many other journalists, because I am not alone in this field. There are many other young journalists who are doing what I'm doing, trying to take young people, young audiences seriously. I think that showed us that we were right, that we could make news in a different way, that what is most important for me, that does not talk down to people, but engage with audiences as equals in a conversation where journalism is not, deciding what matters to audiences and how. I wanted to talk about mental health because it wasn't always easy. It was suddenly you are exposing a lot of your private life, and you're just a journalist. You're just doing your job. You're not a celebrity, and suddenly, you can pay a high price for exposing so much of your private life to millions of people that don't know you, and some people can be very mean online. And I think the generations that haven't known life before social media have paid a very high price on this. We're just starting to see what the damaging effects of social media can be, especially when you don't have a perspective of what life was like before social media. But at the same time, social media can be useful to empower younger generations and tell those stories that we want to tell. And I think for me, this has completely changed my career because I wanted to be a writer, and suddenly I found this way of telling stories where I do not just as a journalist decide what has to be written, but I have a direct relationship with my community, and they tell me what they're interested in. They tell me what perspectives they would like to hear, and that helps me grow professionally, but it also helps me have a healthier relationship, and I think it helps rebuild the trust. I was very happy to see that one of the words that showed up before was trust, because that's for me one of the main issues right now when it comes to both disinformation and the relationship with the media industry, but also with LGBTQ plus issues in general, because the community has stopped trusting policymakers that have let so much disinformation flow into policymaking, for example. So I think for me, I was very happy that for years I was told this is not journalistic question, and sorry that it went going full circle. For me, the takeaway is that if you're a young person and you have a story to tell, do not listen to those people. You think that story should be told. Do not listen to those people who are not telling you that is not journalism. That is not the story that should be told. The takeaway is that if you believe in your story, find a way to tell it. Find a creative way to tell it. If you don't have place, for example, in traditional media outlets, And guess what? Guess what? Telling those stories the way I wanted to tell them is what got me my job and what brought me here today to tell you all about this journey. So just tell your story.
Thank you so much, Enrique, for telling your story. I think that there's a lot of positive and negative rhetoric around social media, but like you said, it really gives marginalized voices a chance to be heard by millions of people in a way that has just never existed before. And I love the point that you brought up about making news a conversation and giving people a chance to engage with it, because I think it can be very dangerous to just blindly consume information online. And again, thank you so much for also talking about protecting your own personal well being and private life and the power of sharing your story. And I'm sure that everyone listening is incredibly inspired. And now, finally, our last speaker, Daniela, your story is so inspiring. The vision of a world where every child and adolescent thrives, free from the threat of sexual violence. Please tell us more from your experience. What has been the toughest mountain to climb? And what's an underappreciated superpower that we should be considering more to make a real impact on the world?
Oh, I love that second part. I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges with the issue of sexual violence against children, adolescents, and youth is there's still so much stigma and shame associated with it. So we know from data that most people that experience sexual violence in childhood or adolescence actually never tell anyone. And there's this sense of carrying that kind of alone and internalizing that, and a lot of shame and stigma that goes with it. And so what that creates is isolation and loneliness and all kinds of mental health issues. It impacts, young people's ability to go to school, to succeed, to do well. And I think the biggest lesson for me has been, and it was my own experience, I was eventually able to get the support I needed to work on these issues and decided with my story. I love what you were saying, Enrique. It is hard when you publicly start sharing things that are very intimate. It exposes you in a way. But what it also does is it makes other people feel less alone. And the power of our movement has been more and more people coming together and realizing, wait a minute, I'm not alone. This wasn't about me or something specific to my context. This is actually happening to youth everywhere in every context. And if we can come together, we can be powerful agents to change what's happening. And so the movement is around coming together, not feeling alone, breaking down stigma and discrimination, working with allies, because it shouldn't just be on survivors. Allies need to step up too and speak out on these issues, and really together demanding the kinds of changes we need to see from institutions, from leaders, from organizations that frankly allow this to continue wherever it's happening. And so, we've been able to, just as an example, when we launched last year, we organized all around the world and were able to push the G7, the 7 most powerful countries in the world, to, for the very first time at the highest level of leadership, put the issue of sexual violence against children and adolescents on their agenda, especially when it comes to online child sexual exploitation and abuse that has just been growing exponentially. So it really showed us that if you come together and if you believe in what you're doing, you can really have an impact. The final thing I'll say is funding. It's people, it's coming together, power and funding. We had to go out and get the funding to do some of this work, and we continue to try to get funding to do it. But it's always amazing to me that when you have a passion and a commitment to an issue, very little funding can go a long way. So I'm excited about what's next. And I actually invite everyone who's interested to go online and look up the Brave Movement and become a member. We're growing rapidly and trying to define our agendas together with those of you who are out there and care about this issue.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. I think what you talked about, the power of having a community and knowing that there are people out there who can understand and empathize with your experience, is just so important. And I think the pandemic really showed us that too. It does take a lot of bravery to put yourself out there. So thank you so much for helping all the young people out there. And I think all the people watching are now very inspired to be allies and should absolutely check out the Brave movement. But thank you all so much for sharing all of your stories and sharing how you got there, because I think a lot of us, when we're thinking about big issues that are important to us or that make us very upset in this day and age, it's really easy to feel a bit powerless in finding a way to help. And these stories are how you know that there are ways and there are paths to make a difference as an individual, and to also power of movement that can really make a huge difference across the world. So now, let me ask each panelist in one word, what is your advice to the new generation of change makers who are watching you or their allies? And we can start off with Helena.
In one word. Oh my God, that's really hard.
In one word. We had the audience do
Okay.
one word, and now it's your guys' challenge.
I would say, I would say be bold, but also be calm internally. Because young people have the time to make mistakes, but also have the guts to be very pioneer and, make the change. That's not a word, but okay, in a word, I'd say support system. Create your support system so you can make mistakes and feel okay about them, and you can just, we say in Brazil that good activists are activists with good mental health. So let's be these people. Support system is definitely my word.
Thank you so much. And we do have some extra time, so feel free to elaborate on your one word. I am curious, because we have some time, is there any advice that you wish you had gotten at the beginning of your journey? When you started, your important work or your movements or something like that?
You're asking me to elaborate on it, or someone else? Okay.
Yeah, you. And then we'll go through each panelist.
So I'd say that young people tend to be very brave and very bold, and we want to see change fast. And I think that's really important because we don't have time. I mean, climate change, many things happening. We don't have time anymore. We need to go faster than the other generations did in creating positive change. So don't be afraid. Take your ideas forward. But also keep your calm internally. So as I said, we have time to make mistakes, and we're in the beginning of a learning journey. So always cultivate the support system. There's a very amazing African proverb, if I'm not wrong, that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. And I think that's really important. That's the essence of activism, of positive change. And also to the allies, I think that's important to say. I mean the allies, because I'm 21, so I still consider myself a young person. But I'd say listen to young people. Remember, you have been one, and I think some people forget sometimes. So if you're willing to build bridges between youth and opportunities, I do believe that this generation will continue to surprise us with positive change.
Thank you so much for your amazing answer. I love that proverb, and I've loved how much there's been an emphasis on community in this plenary. I think that that's sort of the biggest thing in making change. And I think especially, for young people, community has been a big part of what gets us through our challenges and what also just makes us happy on a day-to-day basis, because we talk a lot about well-being. But thank you so much, Helena. And now I'll move on to Regis. What do you think is one word for advice to the new generation of change makers? And you feel free to elaborate. Do we have Regis here with us? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't answer the question.
Sounds good. Oh, okay. The question was, what is one word of advice to change makers who are watching now, or to their allies?
Okay, so my one word is actually a phrase. It will be believe in your mission, because we're probably gonna have like 95% of chance of failing, and what's gonna get you through is your resilience, and your resilience is gonna be powered by your that mission, that vision that you have about the impact that you want to bring. That's what you're going to hang on to during difficult times, to get through those difficult times, to get through the hard times, and finding the right resources for you to deliver. So believe in your mission and keep that in close to your heart. Never, never, never give it up. Just keep it close to your heart, and you'll be able to power through all those difficult times.
Thank you so much for that amazing advice. I think having faith in yourself is one of the biggest gestures of grace you can do for yourself, especially because if you don't believe in yourself and your mission, who will? And that's that kind of faith that really gets you through those obstacles, like you talked about. And we did have an extra question if you want to answer, which is, what is one piece of advice that you wished you had received at the start of your journey?
I would say embrace failure. We tend to be scared of failing because of how society is made. But actually, failure is very good. Failure, you can go lower than failure, and failure actually builds you, because when you go through failure, when you go through multiple failures, the next time you try what you shouldn't do. My personal story is that I failed 2 times at building startups, and it was very hard. But the mistakes I made in those 2 times, I didn't make the same mistake the time when I did Jamo, and it worked. So you should see failure as a natural step of growing up, a step of making progress, and you should not be afraid of it. It sounds cliche, but really, trust me, one piece of advice that I can give you is that failure is actually good for you. So once you fail as part of the learning process, no scared of it, no scared of taking risks, and it can pay off ultimately.
Absolutely. I heard this phrase one time, which was, if you fail fast, you learn fast. And I really like that, especially when you think of failure as not as a bad thing, but as just a step to learning more and becoming better at whatever pursuit you choose to do. So thank you so much for sharing, Regis. And on to our next speaker, Enrique. Once again, same question. In one word, what is your advice to the new generation of change makers who are watching now, or to their allies?
So my word, it's actually 2 words, but I hope it's fine. Speak
Absolutely.
out. Speak out. A lot of my work right now, and a lot of the work of the people working in my field, both in journalism or LGBTQIA plus topics, is misinformation. But it's also misinformation and disinformation. But it's also a huge challenge for anyone working in women's rights, in climate change, in inclusive policy making. We need people to speak out and share their stories and share the different layers of reality to fight all the misinformation and disinformation that are out there and that are preventing governments and also civil society from making the world a better place, not only when it comes to LGBTQIA plus topics, but when it comes to everything, basically. So I would say that do not be scared to speak out. And as I said before, share your story in whichever way, shout it out loud if it's needed, because even if you think that no one cares, I guarantee that there's someone out there that to whom that story will mean the world. So please speak out, because we have a huge task ahead when it comes to making the world a better place for everyone, especially for young people.
Absolutely. I totally agree. And I think it also connects to what Daniela said, which is, sometimes when you speak out and you share your story, you'll find that there are a lot of people that relate and who also are very grateful to have a community to share that experience with. And so I think that's very, very powerful advice. Thank you so much. And then our next question, is there advice that you wished you had received at the start of your journey?
I was going to talk about failure, but that was already talked about. So I think I would have been told that it's okay to be kind to yourself. It's okay to take your time to get somewhere. You don't need to do everything in the first years of your career. You don't need to get, you don't need to do, you don't even need to do, get to the same places that all the people have gotten. Everyone is different, and we are the most powerful version of ourselves when we are in connection with ourselves, and when we give ourselves the room to show the world the best version of ourselves. So I think that in order to change the world, you first have to be at peace with yourself, and you first need to sleep. You need to have, mental health and physical health. So I think it's very important that those who have, especially those who have very tasks and that are going through very hard times, remember that it is okay to be kind to yourself, so that you can then be kind to others and make the world a better place.
Absolutely. I love that advice. I think I'm 18 right now, and I think a lot of people my age are feeling this looming pressure to just get stuff done, to achieve success early. But there's just so much time that we have to really think about the things we love to do and pursue them. And I think that's very, very helpful advice that I will take into consideration. But thank you again. And for our final speaker, again, same question. One word, Daniela. What is your advice to the new generation of change makers who are watching you, or to their allies?
Mine's going to be an easy one. Be brave. I love what some of the other speakers were saying. I think it's so important to kind of really understand the power that young people have in terms of creating change. And I've had an opportunity, I'm a little older than others on the panel, and part of the reason why I started the Brave movement was because I feel like I have a responsibility. It's so hard to come out as a survivor. It's so hard to say that you were sexually abused or assaulted. And so to create that space so that generations to come can have less stigma and less discrimination when they choose to come forward. And I think being brave is about, speaking your truth. It's about demanding change. It's not necessarily about telling your own personal story. That comes with a lot of challenges, and you have to be really well prepared to do that. But as part of the movement, we're encouraging people to stand up for the issue. And then whether or not you want to share your own experience is something that's very personal. And I think something that people need to give a lot of thought to, because it does come with some of the negative consequences that Enrique had mentioned. And, people aren't always kind. and we feel it, especially when you're demanding the kinds of change from very powerful actors. And I've had the opportunity, to work with the US government. I've worked for the UN. I can tell you that you can do all the research in the world and have all the kind of data and the programmatic work that happens. But if you don't have people knocking on the door and saying, this needs to be different, it's not going to happen. So do it. Go out there, create change, raise your voice, demand the kinds of things that you want to see. People might, at first ignore you, but eventually they can't ignore you. And be prepared, because, there's some powerful people out there that want the world to stay just as it is. And it's going to take, a lot of courage and a lot of us in community working together to demand the changes we want to see. So I think really that's my word. And maybe for the advice, should I just transition to the second question?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. I really love what everyone has said. I love the idea of embracing failure 100%. I also really like this idea of self-care, and especially for a movement like ours that's dealing with so much trauma that's everywhere around sexual violence and abuse. Really, the importance of self-care becomes front and center. And I've seen it over and over again. Amazing young people who are out there trying to create change, and then they burn out. And then we lose them to the, they can't do it anymore. They give up. They need a break, and we end up losing people that are so amazing because it's just too much. So pace yourself, take care of yourself. And I'm going to read this quick quote because I love it. Audre Lorde, who's an American writer and just phenomenal advocate, said, "Caring for myself is not self-indulgence. It is self-preservation. And that is an act of political warfare. So take good care of yourself so that you can keep changing the world.
That is some amazing advice. I loved how you talked about the nuances of being brave and how that doesn't necessarily mean putting your personal experiences out there on the line while you can still be an ally, and really protecting yourself when it comes down to it. Yeah, no, that's just amazing advice that I think we can all really remember about, you know, like caring for yourself is an investment in yourself. It's never a waste of time. It's never something that you have to put off for like when you're older or when you're more successful or something like that. It's something we can all take steps to do. So thank you all, the panelists, for your amazing advice. I think everyone watching has taken something from it. And we do have some extra time. So I would like to end with one question that I think is very relevant to the idea of community that we've been talking about today. And so I'm very interested to hear, who is someone that has been a huge support in your life or an ally to you that you're very grateful for in your journey? And we can start again, go through the same order of speakers. So Helena, would you like to say something about that?
Sure, it would definitely be my mom. My mom has always been the person who, first of all, inspired me to go into gender equality activism. And well, she just supports me every day. So I think she's definitely this person. So she's inspiring, and she makes sure that, this activist will not burn out. And when I'm close to that edge, she's like, are you taking care of yourself? You need to take a break. You have time. So like all the advices that I just repeated here are from my mom, and they usually work. So I think that's it's really, I think it's really beautiful to see this intergenerational sharing of knowledge. So yeah, that would be her.
That's such an amazing answer. My mom is also one of my biggest supporters, and I'm very grateful to have her. And I think just having someone that reminds you periodically to check in with yourself is so helpful. So thank you for sharing. I think hopefully Regis is still on the call with us. Do you have someone that you want to share? Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Do you have someone that you want to share?
I feel like Elena is my sister because my answer is my mom too, and she does the exact same thing as what she said. Yeah, she's been there from day one, supporting and pushing me, believing in me when nobody believed. And she's also part of the journey. I can always go back to her, And again, all the things that I said here, some of the things that she, repeated to me on the regular basis, so that I don't forget about what's my mission, what's the impact. But at the same time, take care of myself, because if I'm not well, I can't actually do anything for anybody else. So it'll definitely be my mom too.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. And then our next speaker, Enrique, do you have someone you'd want to share? Not sure if he's just frozen on my screen. Okay, so hopefully we get his connection back. But in the meantime, Daniela, would you like to share who a supporter in your life has been?
Partner, my boyfriend, who has been particularly.
Could I go ahead? Enrique, I'm not sure we can hear you.
Hi.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Oh, he's back.
I apologize. I'm on holiday, so the internet is not great. But I was gonna talk about my mom, but I'm not, because everyone talks about their moms, but mom, I love you. I want to talk about my boyfriend, who has been very supportive in this journey since I did this big career shift, in not only supporting me professionally, but also reminded me, as I said before, to take that time for myself, to take that space to see things with more perspective, and to reflect on what my goals are, not only when it comes to work and when it comes to changing the world, but also when it comes to our life, when it comes to my life, what my personal goals are as a person. What do I want to be doing, not only in my work time, but also in my private time in 20 years or in 10 years or next year. And I think it's very important to have those people that remind you when you are very obsessed with what you're doing, and you might be good at it and you might love it, but you still need that energy outside work and outside activism or journalism or whatever you're doing, and have those people, be it partners, be it friends, be it family, that remind you that there's a world out there and that you are not just your cause or your job. You are much more than that. And somehow connecting with what Regis said before, and that kind of like shows us that failures don't matter, because you are much more as a person than your cause or whatever work you're doing. And I think sometimes we forget that because we really love what we're doing. But it's good to have those people in our lives that remind us that we're much more than what we're fighting for.
Oh, I love that answer. Thank you so much for sharing. I totally agree that it's very easy to get tunnel vision, especially when you're working on something that you love and are so passionate about. But it's so nice and very important to have people who remind you, how big the world is and how much more there is. So thank you so much, Enrique. And then finally, Daniela, would you like to share who a big supporter in your life has been?
Regis and Helena are our brother and sister here, and I'm with Enrique. I'm going to talk about amazing life partners who help us kind of be the best selves. So my husband and partner is just amazing. And I want to do a shout out to feminist men who really support and help women succeed, grow, and become the leaders that they really want to be. And so I'm super grateful for that. And it's amazing to see that there are so many more feminist men out there every day, which gives me great hope.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And huge shout out to all of our amazing panelists. And to our audience, let's all promise to do one thing that'll level up our lives or make someone else's day better. It's all about taking small steps. And when we all promise to help, it can lead to a massive impact on our communities. So before we close the session, I encourage you to make sure to check out the product launch sessions on new tools and guidance, all based on the latest evidence and geared towards making lives better for adolescents. These include an updated global accelerated action for the health of adolescents by the World Health Organization and UNH6 and PMNCH, the Adolescent Wellbeing Investment Case, where it says the cost of inaction is 1.7 trillion per year, and measurement approaches to support countries in designing policies and the Program for Accelerated Action, and others. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Thank you so much to our amazing panelists. Let each of us be the champion and change maker for adolescent well-being. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye. Have a great day.
Thanks. Bye.
Wow, thank you to all the incredible leaders for telling us their stories of change. We heard about the Free to Menstruate cycle, campaign, the importance of us utilizing our voices within social media and media communications overall. And I'm really reminded of that African proverb: if you want to go fast, go alone, and if you want to go far, go together. We're really getting the message loud and clear. Change is possible when we come together with others, collaborating across multiple domains, and we're just so pleased to see all the amazing things that you're doing. But of course, to all our audience members, please do share your stories with us using the hashtag 1.8 billion.
Of course. You know, one thing that I was particularly interested by in the plenary session we just saw there was this whole idea of news being a conversation. You know, my background coming from news, quite often I feel like people can forget that news isn't just a reporter talking to the audience, but actually it should be this collaborative space where, you know, there is a bit of dialogue and there is a bit of conversation. So that was super interesting to me. But now over to another crew who are making a big noise. Now check this out. They're a metal band from Indonesia. So get ready. Some moves. They are the voice of Bachaprot. Whoa, they have some energy. Absolutely love that. And what an important message as well. Well, now we're going to Michelle Bachelet, former president of Chile and long-standing champion of adolescent health and well-being.
Hello, everyone. Taking part of this Global Forum for Adolescents. Wherever you are in the world, whether you are a youth activist or a policymaker, a health professional, journalist, or a student. And a big, loud thank you to Voice of Bachaprot for that amazing performance. I was almost literally blown away by the energy and passion of your music. Bachaprot, it sounds quite like my own name, means noisy in the Sundanese language. And this is important because we all have to be more noisy. I'm so impressed by the noise being generated here by so many youth and adolescents, not only those of you who are speakers, but by the poets, singers, visual artists, dancers, and drummers. Yes, it is wonderful for us all to be together in this rich, diverse, and creative mix, but it's also powerful to hear each other, to learn from each other, to be inspired by each other. During the 2 packed days of this Global Forum for Adolescents, we're witnessing the culmination of years of hard work on the part of so many committed people in so many different countries. I want to congratulate all of those who have worked so hard to bring it together, especially those who have good news of progress to inspire us. This work is not easy. I know from my own experience and from the history of my country and many others that the struggle for our freedoms is the most important struggle in our lives. These freedoms include our rights to choose what happens to our bodies, our right to a voice at political decision-making tables, our right to dignity, respect, equality. I also know from my own life and from the challenges which face so many activists that to stand up to reclaim your power can be risky. When we demand our rights, it can feel like we are faced with overwhelming forces, and it takes immense courage to do so. And this is why solidarity is so important. If we work together, we can succeed. What I'm seeing at this Global Forum for Adolescents is that we are united by the belief in our common goals. And as I said to you, adolescents and youth who have contributed so much to this event, that if you stay united and you continue rising, you continue leading, then you can be whatever you want to be. The world is yours, be noisy and take it.
Thanks to Michelle Bachelet, a legend and an inspiration. And now we have 2 great core sessions for you to choose from. These are about some huge risks faced by young people all over the world. The first is on the topic of substance abuse, and the title is A Healthy Dose of Change, Reducing Harm Through Youth-Driven Drug Education Solutions. And of course, we have a second one that's all about the awful toll of road traffic injuries, which claim lives every 2 minutes somewhere in the world. That session is called Driving Change, Youth Engagement for Improved Road Safety. But first, more 1.8 news with coverage from global events.
Unite! Rise! Lead!
हेलो, मेरा नाम है विशाल कश्यप और मैं रिपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ दिल्ली, इंडिया से 1.8 न्यूज़ के लिए। सेंटर फॉर कैटलाइजिंग चेंज यानी C3 व्हाट यंग पीपल वांट कैंपेन के द्वारा इंडिया के 11 स्टेट्स से 1,30,000 से भी ज़्यादा रिस्पॉन्सेस कलेक्ट कर चुका है। और आज यानी 6 अक्टूबर को C3 इवेंट कर रहा है दिल्ली स्कूल ऑफ सोशल वर्क के स्टूडेंट्स के साथ। सो लेट्स फाइंड आउट व्हाट इंडियाज यंग पीपल वांट।
तो जब हम यंगस्टर्स के चैलेंजेस या प्रॉब्लम की बात करते हैं तो सबसे पहली चीज़ है डिजिटल डिवाइड की। कहीं किसी के पास हाथ में टैबलेट, लैपटॉप और बहुत सारी फैसिलिटीज़ हैं, तो वहीं कहीं किसी के पास एक छोटा सा फ़ोन या इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जैसी भी एक्सेस नहीं है।
हमारे भारत में ही बहुत सारे ऐसे लोकेशंस हैं, अनटैप्ड लोकेशन है, जहां वेरियस टैलेंट्स छुपे हुए हैं, बट अभी भी हमें डिसेंट्रलाइज करना पड़ेगा टैलेंट हंट के लिए, ताकि हम ऐसे नायाब हीरे को तलाश सकें और उन्हें निखार सकें फॉर द ओलंपिक्स एंड मेनी अदर इवेंट्स।
The young people, they are usually cast aside saying that they are not enough experienced or they don't have the ability to make a choice or to give opinion on important matters. Not given enough value in order to make this change, the grand change. But we are the youth, we are the next generation.
पीयर प्रेशर के कारण बचपन से ही अननेसेसरी कॉम्पिटिटिव इन्वायरमेंट पे स्टूडेंट्स को रहना पड़ता है, जिसके कारण मेंटल हेल्थ उनकी बहुत डिस्टर्ब होती है और वेरी टेंडर एज में, एडोलेसेंस एज में सुसाइड जैसे कदम स्टूडेंट्स लेते हैं।
Hello, my name is Lara Boujaber and I'm from Lebanon, and we're gathered here today in the Arab Adolescents Forum in Tunisia. We were discussing several things. Some are limitations. We don't have data in our region, and this is a very irresponsible and very devastating and disappointing point. So for that, we request data and youth engagement and research in order to have tangible resolutions. And for that, we discussed some recommendations on several aspects that hopefully we can attain them and we have them as tangible resolutions. So as for participation and interaction from youth, and in their societies. We discussed several things. Some of them is that we request quota for women representation as well as youth representation and a percentage in the parliament. And as well, we request to have safe spaces by which people, and especially youth, can go to, can discuss their fears, their emotions, and everything, as well as we need to change the referral system so that we can have a different and quick and tangible resolutions. As for health, we discussed several topics as well as injuries. We have devastating numbers in accidents in the MENA region, and for that, we need to raise awareness and work on programs regarding to car accidents as well as non-communicable diseases, by which lifestyles should be changed, and we need to be careful about our health and take care of our mental health as well. Mental health is crucial and is a priority, and so for that, programs must be done today before tomorrow. Mental health isn't just any topic, it's the umbrella of everything. So we need to know the difference between the terminologies, we need to know how to cope for stress, for example, which is a basic thing we need in our educational systems to have responsible citizens. These recommendations and many more should be held from the organizations and government to be taken as serious as possible from today before tomorrow.
The gaming industry is about to experience an unprecedented shift, and we girls will be at the forefront. We're going to define the future of gaming by transforming it from within. This is our chance to shatter stereotypes and let our strong voices be heard. In a growing number of countries around the world, almost half of gamers are girls, but currently, less than a quarter of game creators and developers are female. Well, we're on a path to change that, to go from playing to learning to earning.
Technology and game development require brain, so boy can do it, you as a girl also can do it.
UNICEF is teaming up with the gaming industry and partners in a coalition to help girls like me develop skills such as coding, social entrepreneurship, design, negotiation, and communication.
If someone wants to be in the industry and they have the potential, the mindset, then they should be able to be there.
The game's about to change.
I'm humble and grateful to just be able to connect and meet with other girls from all around the world.
You think we come from different countries, different cultures, but then you talk and you realize you're all just human and you have so many of the shared passions, same experiences.
Advocacy journey can be a lonely journey, and it's really good to meet other like-minded women and actually share experiences and how they're championing their work in their various communities.
And I think that's why this work is important now more than ever. Climate, reproductive health rights, adolescent girls' rights are all intersected, and we're not living single-issue lives.
Si j'ai une demande, surtout beaucoup, c'est d'inclusion, surtout les adolescentes en ce qui concerne la prise de décision sur la reproduction.
I feel like if we saw more representation, not just of women, but of women from marginalized communities, young migrants, young women living with disabilities, we would have a very different kind of policy, and we would have a different kind of culture.
نكتسب خبرات جديدة، نتعرف على ناس جديدة، ناخذ ثقافات جديدة، نجد حلول، كنا مع بعض إيد واحدة نقدر نجد الحلول مع بعض.
There will be a young girl even watching this, and she'll be like, oh, I want to be there where she's standing right now. And that's how she'll strive, also helping her community, helping adolescent girls. And yes, I think it's very important.
There's real immense power in the fact of you using your voice. Be you in every room, and just do what you are called to do.
Don't let your age determine what you can do in life.
Il faut toujours commencer avec des petits moyens et après on va arriver au top.
you're worth more than you think. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Unite! Unite! Rise! Rise! Lead! Lead! Young people, this is our time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah. Thank you so much for joining today. We are going to present an amazing session, and thank you so much, everyone, for joining to this session this morning. Today, we present a healthy dose of change, reducing harm through youth-driven drug education solutions. And I would love to introduce you to our amazing speakers, as well as the recommended mechanisms for interaction. Today, we invite you all to participate in this session with open-mindedness and respect. So we have in here our speakers, Vongai Charity Deka, Ida Ogutu. We also have Andre Gomez, Nick Kent, and Yula Batel. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining today and for attending this virtual forum at the Global Forum for Adolescents. I will now give the word to our friend Ruby Lawler, who represents Youth Rise. So Ruby, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, and hi, everyone. So thank you, first of all, Sarah, for being our moderator for this session, and thank you all for being here today as well. We're so excited to be part of this incredible opportunity as part of the Global Forum on Adolescents, as part of the 1.8 billion campaign. I also want to thank the collaborators for this session and key partners of Youth Rise, UNAIDS, SSDP International, and Agape Women and Child Empowerment Foundation. So the focus of this session is about adolescents and young people who use drugs, a population that experience extreme marginalization, stigmatization, and discrimination worldwide due to the punitive landscape of drug policies. Adolescents and young people who use drugs are often left out of conversations relating to our health and our well-being, leading to policies and practices that do not meet our needs. Adolescents and young people are also often faced with a drug landscape with which they have been offered very little, if any, effective information and education on drugs. Drug education is a key pillar of harm reduction that must start early on, in both formal and informal education settings, and it is crucial for ensuring that adolescents can enjoy all aspects of their health and well-being. Drug education is currently driven by preventative measures and fear-mongering to prevent adolescents and youth from using drugs. From the limited existing research on the impact of drug education on adolescents and youth, it is evident that this current approach to drug education is not achieving its intended goals. Furthermore, prevention-based drug education has shown that it is not effective at preparing adolescents and young people to make informed decisions about drug-based harm reduction. This session brings together communities of adolescents and young people who use drugs, as well as service providers and educators who support them, to start a conversation on the need for supportive, age-appropriate drug education for adolescents as a form of harm reduction and a way to reach targets set out in the Sustainable Development Goals 3. You will hear from Ida and Vongai Charity on the perspectives of the drug education they received and their views on the need for change. You will also hear from Andre, Nick, and Yulia on what drug education should look like based on their research and knowledge, and the key things that young people are looking for and what has proven to work. And you will hear reflections from Emily Christie, the Senior Advisor on Human Rights and Law at UNAIDS. And finally, we will close the session with closing remarks from Charity Monterang from SSDP International. So we are honored to be with you all to share our lived experiences and existing knowledge and research about drug education, and encourage you to please put all and any questions and comments you have in the chat and question function so we can bring you into this essential conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruby, for that amazing introduction. And well, now that we are everyone in here, I would like to start with this session. And keep in mind that now we are going to introduce the first batch of our recorded interventions. As Ruby mentioned, these are from harm reduction youth advocates. So, well, you will now see the interventions. The first ones are from Bangai Charity Deka, Ida Akov Ogutu, and we also have another one, which you will also see. So if the team can go ahead with the pre-recorded interventions. And now, as Ruby said, you can also feel free to add all of your questions at the chat group, and we will shortly dip into that.
Student for Center for Drug Policy Zimbabwe. I'm a former student at the University of Zimbabwe. So today I want to share my experience as a person who used drugs in relation to drug education in tertiary institutions, specifically at the University of Zimbabwe. So I want to acknowledge that there was no drug education at the university except for policies which regulated the use and possession of drugs. So most of the times we were found at the other side of the law, and to avoid being suspended, we would bribe the law enforcement agencies. So it was difficult to survive in such an environment where everything was done in hideouts, and we would put ourselves in danger, even our health. So we didn't have information on where to access services and other things we needed to survive as people who use drugs at the college. So it was at one point when I was invited to a student forum which was hosted by a civil society organization working with people who use drugs in the country. So that was when I get to know that people who use drugs have their rights, and they have their right to health, and there were some initiatives being put forward in order for people who use drugs to access health services as well as harm reduction services. So I got interested through the information I acquired at that specific forum, and I started a movement, and I joined Student for Sensible Drug Policy and established Student for Sensible Drug Policy in Zimbabwe. So in Zimbabwe, the education curriculum is not that inclusive, to the point that it incorporated issues to do with drugs and safer use of drugs. So the civil society organizations are playing a very pivotal role in terms of sensitizing people, and we can now experience change in terms of drug use behaviors due to the information and knowledge being developed and shared by the civil society organization. So we would want a curriculum which is inclusive and which incorporates issues to do with drugs, so as for people, especially students in tertiary institutions, to carry on and continue with their education in health despite their drug use. Thank you.
Everyone, my name is Aida Kot from Kibra Slums, which is in Nairobi, Kenya. I work closely with the Watcher Foundation, we start for Agape Woman and Child Empowerment Foundation, where we do mentorship, and in that mentorship we do drug education, and in that drug education all we do is try to make sure that the youth are provided with the information about drugs use or substance use, and drug education is prominent for providing safe and healthy living. Which it can also help in making the rise of awareness of community needs. So you may find a community that which is infected. When you do drug education, you may find the government which is there to help in curbing the situation which is in the community. And youth being involved in the drug education, it also helps them in develop strategy for risky situation and empower the youth to make safer and healthier choices. And when it comes to abstinence does not really provide the tool for those who are dependent on the drugs, because you may find that when someone is dependent on drug, all they need is the education to know the triggers that may help them go back where they were, with the triggers that may make them go back to where they were, that may make them go back to be to be substance users again, dependents again. So the main thing is always the education, the drug education, which it fits everybody, and it becomes useful to the community, and it also provides safety to the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the recordings. These were our first two interventions, and as you could see, we have plenty of material to continue thinking about what are the relations between youth and drug education, which is particularly interesting in all parts of the world today. So thank you so much to our speakers for their intervention. And we would like to also bring a question into the table for our attendees today. So in order to start this discussion, I would like to encourage you to start thinking about what was education on drugs like for you. So if you go back into the time and you remember when you were a child or when you were an adolescent, what was that drug education for you, if you have any? And other thing we would like to encourage you to think about is what were some gaps or issues that you encountered under this type of drug education. So thank you so much. You can also have this in your mind. And well, now I will also encourage you again to add any question or concern regarding these two first interventions and the further ones in our Zoom chat. And we will also continue with the rest of the recordings now. So our team can go ahead. And now we are going to hear the second batch of intervention. And this next round are, again, interventions that are focused in the questions on what should drug education look like and what are the key things that young people are looking for, obviously regarding drug education. So, well, thank you so much. We are going to listen now, Andre and Nick and Julia.
Hello, my name is André Gomes. I am an international working group member of YouthRise and also work for Release, the UK's National Centre of Drugs Expertise. So I've been conducting a lot of research into youth attitudes and knowledge around drug education and trying to really understand what children and young people, mostly aged between 14 and 20, understand about drugs, how they receive their education, and how this actually works. So there was three big ideas that came out of our research. This was primarily that education is coming in too little and too late. So a lot of the education that is coming in is either being received at an age around usually 14 and 15, which is coming already too late at the times that you've been presented with drugs. Around 59% of people under the age of 15 have been presented with drugs in the UK. Meaning that this education needs to be received earlier. It is also too little, meaning that a lot of the content that is usually delivered is a mass amount that is delivered usually around a couple of classes in 1 month, when you could actually be spacing out the education for a more frequent and over the years experience to understand really what drugs do. Now, some adjustments are needed, and this is the second section. These adjustments that are needed need to be relevant to the cultural context that people are using drugs inside. So if you come from an African household, if you come from a religious background that does not usually allow for drug use or is incredibly prohibitive around it, a lot of times schools end up being the only place that this kind of education is being received. So you need to be aware of the cultural context that you're delivering information in. School-based education is incredibly important to understand how drugs are going to be discussed. And a lot of times you need to bring students with you from zero knowledge to a lot, or for some knowledge to a lot. Another thing that needs to be adjusted is for the age of students. And this is where all the different disciplines that cross with drugs can come in. From a younger age, you can be delivering information about drugs' effects on the bodies and the mind and how this could be developmentally detrimental. And then when kids are older, say around 14 and above, you can approach reasons for use, why criminalization exists, what kind of impacts that it has on kids. You can approach it from various subjects, from biology to social studies to politics to any other classes that drugs are touching in. Now, the third point I want to bring is the importance of being real about drugs. And quite often we talk about this scale of abstinence and addiction, and we don't really understand what's in the middle. And this entire section is where a lot of young people are going to be understanding drugs and experiencing drugs. So it's important to not speak just at the extremes of like 100% abstinent or addiction being an inevitable route. We can't just talk about gateway conversations, where use of one drug will just inevitably lead to another harder one and become worse. we can't be reinforcing self-stigma, and we just need to be real about the challenges, the experiences, and what people are going through. Thank you.
To speak. I would like to start by acknowledging that I'm on the lands of the Wurundjeri and Bunurong peoples of the Kulin Nation in what is now known as Melbourne, Australia, paying respect to all Indigenous peoples worldwide and acknowledge the disproportionate burden that current drug policies place on Indigenous peoples around the world. So in 2016, I was 24 and studying education at the University of Melbourne. I was struck by the absence of information about how to talk to young people about drugs. As a student of politics, pedagogy, and the social sciences, I'm really interested in why access to all this information is so restricted. And I knew that behind the stigma that drug criminalization perpetuates, many young people use drugs for a variety of reasons. In my country, young adults between 18 and 29 constitute the largest demographic of drug users, but we are systematically ill-prepared to engage with the complex risks and benefits of drug use. So, what is the point of drug education? Should we be teaching about how to use drugs, how not to use drugs, how drugs and people who use them are dealt with by society, and why? Or should we be avoiding mentioning drugs altogether and focus just on building protective factors amongst young people? These are the questions I've come across in my research, education, and advocacy work over the last decade. And as a lover of the social sciences, I think it's important to start with some history. We can trace modern school drug education, at least in English-speaking settler colonial societies like Australia, to the late 19th century. It was intimately entwined with the temperance and abstinence movements of this time, who focused on school education at a time when public schooling itself was a pretty new thing. So in short, the idea of educating against drugs, that drugs are bad or inherently evil and immoral, has been present in our schools from the beginning. It could even be stated that the first generation of the temperance movement's abstainers of tomorrow brought a school-bred bias in favour of prohibition to the ballot box when they were old enough to vote. Here, Jerome Beck theorises that abstinence education, poor understandings of the complexities around drugs, and a misplaced desire for total drug prohibition are key intersecting features of the early 20th century. Young people grow up to be adults, and they take their education with them. The rest of my master's thesis looked at the pedagogy of current Australian drug education, looking at policy and school education resources. I'm short on time, so long story short, I found that key curriculum terminology refers to terms like harm minimization, harm prevention, and harm reduction, taking them from mainstream drug policy and treatment interventions and messily applying them to the business of school education. There are no consistent definitions of what these terms mean in this context, how teachers should apply them, and there's no standardized training for teachers to implement them. Therefore, in the absence of clear pedagogy and training, and under the pressure of dominant social discourse, teachers will usually revert to abstinence education, despite research and policy increasingly acknowledging that this is ineffective. I'm not going to pretend to have all the answers, but I do think there are some important themes we can draw on that exist in contemporary pedagogy. So that's the art and science of teaching. It's what we learn in a teaching degree. So in constructivist pedagogy, teachers are encouraged to build, above all else, critical thinking skills. In this environment, drugs are not good or bad, they're complex. Their complexity is to be dissected from a multidisciplinary perspectives across history class, politics class, science, health, and even language classes. This emerging pedagogy has been trialled in Canada, where the Centre for Substance Use Research has developed a curriculum based on the notion of drug literacy. In terms of what I call substance-specific education, so how to use the drugs, how to avoid risks and harms, and how to maximize their benefits, I believe at the moment that this education is best delivered in peer-to-peer contexts, drawing on the philosophy of harm reduction. Peer-based harm reduction services must be resourced and actively promoted and accessible to young people, especially young people who use drugs. I'm lucky to volunteer with Harm Reduction Victoria's DanceWise program, which provides this education to young adults who use drugs, and we're currently exploring ways to increase access to these services for young people under 18 who use drugs. Finally, I'll just speak briefly to a pilot project that I worked on called Smarter About Drugs, which involved a 4-week unit of work in Year 11 Civics and Legal Studies classes. We used case studies to understand drug policy, drug policing, media discourse, and access to health and education services for people who use drugs. An independent evaluation by RMIT University found that this project facilitated open discussion, facilitated critical thinking, increased capacity to search for more information or evidence, encouraged participation in broader discussions and debates, cultivated more empathetic responses to drug use, engaged otherwise disengaged students, enhanced teacher-student relationships, and enabled more open discussions with family. We need more projects and evaluations like this, and we need to conduct them longitudinally over time to see how this kind of education influences drug use trends as children and young people grow into adulthood. Perhaps then we'll start to find ways to safely and sustainably live with drugs in our society, because they're certainly not going anywhere.
I speak here today as a representative of Students for Sensible Drug Policy International, a grassroots network with chapters in over 30 countries across the world. The international community has made key commitments to ensure the welfare of youth in relation to drug policy. The UNGAS 2016 outcome document highlights the importance of educating young people on drug use, offering equal opportunities for us to be able to lead healthy lifestyles. The 2009 Political Declaration and Plan of Action equally emphasized the commitment to invest in and work with youth in a range of settings. Our organization has been grateful for the opportunity to contribute and provide input to high-level multilateral discussions as a result of this commitment. We particularly welcomed the reference made by UN bodies such as UNODC to our peer-based, youth-led drug education program, Just Say No. Today, we wanted to share further insights on what this harm reduction-based model has achieved in line with the aforementioned policy documents. In this way, we hope to further encourage policymakers to actively support and implement drug education initiatives that can empower young people from all walks of life. Our representatives in the United Kingdom have worked together with other local charities to train students in harm reduction, first aid, and stigma. They built accessible educational resources and provided clear information on available services in the areas. Students became fully trained peer educators that were able to share knowledge with some of the most vulnerable youth groups in the area, including asylum seekers and teenagers that have been in contact with the criminal justice system. During workshops, young people became educated on a wide range of life-saving tools, from overdose prevention techniques to needle and syringe exchange. They got the opportunity to ask questions and receive answers without judgment or fear of punishment. They got to learn and bond with their peers, and as a result, our UK representatives saw a marked increase amongst participants in awareness of drug risks, harm alleviation tips, and available services. Most importantly, this peer-driven approach to drug education made young people more willing to seek help and support, as well as support and educate one another. Based on this experience, we urge stakeholders to engage with drug education initiatives built for and by youth, and therefore actively foster peer-to-peer support, community mobilization, and evidence-based harm reduction. We specifically call for resources to be allocated towards vulnerable youth populations that traditionally have been marginalized and subject to punitive responses that lack compassion, as well as genuine potential for rehabilitation and social reintegration. Students for Sensible Drug Policy International is keen to further share insights based on our own drug education efforts, and we look forward to collaborating with stakeholders and building on current international commitments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I do believe that we all share that those were amazing interventions. So thank you so much to all of our speakers. It is incredible to have these spaces so we can start discussing new methods, new ways, on new concerns regarding youth and drug education. I do believe that I would like to highlight some particular points in here because, well, as we already heard, all over the world, we have different concerns regarding youth and drug education and school education as well. So thank you so much to all of our speakers today. I think that a key point that we shared during all the interventions was the importance of recognizing that school education is crucial in all of the places of the world. So youth can have incredible tools for harm reduction and so they can also build their ownership regarding this situation. And well, it's also important to share the knowledge to the most vulnerable key populations so they can acquire these life-saving tools. And in this sense, I would like to invite Emily Christie, she's here with us today, to reflect on the efforts of youth-led drug education. And we would also like to discuss a little bit about how do these fits into the HIV response as well. And we can also discuss a little bit about adolescent well-being and how can we support youth leadership when it comes into drug education programs. So thank you so much, Emily. It's all in you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the speakers today. I have the unenviable task of trying to do a bit of a summary and response to what have been some incredibly rich interventions and discussions already. As pointed out by Sarah, these are really important to the HIV response. A study this year found that around 23% of people who inject drugs are under the age of 25. And so when we're looking at HIV and HIV prevention, this is a really core group of people that we need to make sure have access to education information, harm reduction services, peer support services, in order to ensure that people can protect their own health and that of their communities. Research that UNAIDS did also found that in last year, the prevalence of HIV amongst people who use drugs is around 7 times higher than that of the general population. So we're still seeing a much higher prevalence, and we're also seeing much higher incidence still every year amongst people who inject drugs and people who use drugs more broadly. I think it's very difficult to sort of go across everything that was discussed and how it's important to HIV, because all of it really is. One of the things I found interesting is that a common thread across everything we're talking about is this issue of criminalization and the backdrop of criminalization. So being able as a teacher to provide information in schools that is real, that is based in the evidence, becomes a lot more difficult when you're talking about something that is criminalized. Being peer support networks, providing information, even providing needles and syringes, again, once it's criminalized, becomes important. So making sure that these conversations happen together around how do we find alternatives to criminalization, and then, remove the barriers to providing the services and the education is really quite critical. And I think the points that Bongai raised around the impact on her and others of the punitive policies that drove drug use underground and into unsafe environments was really critical to paint the picture at the beginning, paint the scene of what we're coming up against. And we had Von Gandig and Andre really showing that the current mainstream approach to promoting abstinence only for adolescents and this protectionist approach we see still across a lot of policies for adolescents really doesn't work and doesn't respect the rights of and the agency and autonomy of adolescents and young people, and doesn't engage with the nuances and the variety of people's experiences when they are taking drugs. And I want to also highlight, Ida, Nick, and Julia talking also about the youth networks and how they are supporting each other to implement harm reduction in education and to tackle stigma, and to show what happens really when communities do lead and engage, as we heard in the last one, in multilateral spaces. And actually, for World AIDS Day this year, the theme for us is Let Communities Lead. And I think the word let is incredibly important here. It's not build capacity, it's not empower, it's just make sure that the space and the environment we have supports what communities are already doing and puts them in the lead. There's so many funding shortages, there's policy and regulatory hurdles, there's crackdowns on civil society, but communities are already doing such amazing work, as that we've heard. It's more about creating that space for that work to flourish that we really need to make sure continues to happen, so that all the communities and groups that we've heard today are able to keep doing what they're doing. I also want to end just by commending PMNCH for bringing everyone together today to promote a rights-based approach to drug policy for young people and really championing the voice of young people who use drugs. And of course, UNAIDS is always committed to continuing to work with young people who use drugs and realising the right to health. So thank you.
Thank you, Emily. It was amazing to hear that those incomes from you. And well, now that we have a little bit of more time, we're going to continue with the questions and answers moment. So I would like to encourage you again to place all of your concerns or questions, anything that you would like to share, any thought regarding all of these topics over our Zoom chat, and well, the platform chat as well. In this case, I would like to start the questions and answers with one particular question that I would like to invite our speakers to answer. I was thinking about my own personal life, and well, when we are young, sometimes it's very, very difficult to access to information that is evidence-based, of course. So we always reach out to persons that are closer to us, our friends, some family member that is closer to us. And obviously this information, at least on my end, wasn't easy to access. And the complexity of school education, I do believe it's something that we can take advantage of to provide some tools and knowledge to young persons who are in really need of drug education all over the world. It doesn't matter particularly where. And I would like to invite Julia over to answer this brief question. So, well, when was the first time that you hear about drug education at school, for example? Or do you remember when was the first time that you discussed this situation or this topic at school?
I think that is quite an interesting question, because I grew up in Romania, where I at least in the part of Romania that I lived in, which was one of sort of like the poorer, less developed parts of Romania, we didn't have as many opportunities for even both informal and formal educational sessions around drugs. And I know that at least the kind of drug education that is done in Romania by the national agencies tends to be very much fear-driven, and it doesn't include any sort of harm reduction tips and actual life-saving information. So for me, actually, my introduction to drug education came ironically when I started volunteering and leading the UK chapter of SSDP International during my university days here in the UK. And when we started the volunteering program, Just Say No, in our local community, that's where I also joined peer education sessions, and I've sort of learned more about first aid, what an overdose looks like. So my drug education was quite late, and it was very much facilitated by having sort of these communities, this sort of drug reform communities led by youth in my university. And because otherwise I don't think it would have been as accessible to me. And it definitely wasn't until I was 20 years of age, which was quite late to be exposed to this kind of information. And I had to navigate my first year of university, freshers week, and we all know how those particular circumstances can make people particularly vulnerable to problematic drug use or potentially dangerous drug use. And not having had that information for an entire year of university was I guess disheartening. But yes, I think I learned a lot as part of Students for Sensible Drug Policy International, and I think it highlights how important it is to encourage community organizing and peer-to-peer education as much as possible. And especially how important it is to also look at sort of democratizing access across sort of different regions, different countries, given that at least where I was from, that sort of like educational culture, even within youth networks, isn't as prominent, isn't as present. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for your answer. I think it was amazing. So we can start linking a lot of our main topics discussed during the recordings. And thank you so much. It was amazing to hear about your experience at Romania, because as Andrew was mentioning too, the backgrounds we have, they also determine some of our boundaries in order to access to the knowledge, no? So when it comes to speaking up regarding complex topics such as drug use, sexual health and reproductive rights, for example, or any other topics that we encounter and face during, for example, our elementary school, or even later now, high school, etc. These are topics that youth is also always discussing. It doesn't matter if we are from Catholic background, or if we are living in Middle East or in Latin America. People are always discussing the youth concerns, no? So in this case, I do believe that it's something very, very important to think about when it comes, as you said, to democratizing this access to the information globally, no? In many of the countries, we are also facing a lot of stigma, and I think that youth is not willing to approach to older persons due to these inconveniences, no, with mind topic related. And in this case, I also would like to continue with the questions we have on our chat. I can see here one that says, and I would like to invite Andrea to answer this one. One of our assistants is asking, what measure can government put in place to help young people when it comes to drug education?
There are several. I think two that are quite important would be to consult with young people that use drugs or organizations that represent them. Because a lot of times you are speaking about a population without their actual participation in it. So quite often, I mean, that just helps to have a bit more of a realistic approach towards it. And I think often this may be a bit more complicated to put in practice, but it is providing safe spaces for the discussions of actual drug use. So this was something that came out of some discussions that we had, and the ways that that young people were suggesting to do this was that smaller classes with smaller groups that are able to talk about their personal drug use, that it isn't just one teacher telling a group of 30 people about how drugs are controlled and their harms, having a bit more of a backwards and forwards process between the group that is there and the actual person teaching that class could be really interesting to explore. But also having sort of targeted discussions that smaller groups can have around potential drug benefits, drug harms, reasons for use, social impacts of drug use, would be an interesting way of getting these points of views to be discussed without people actually having to disclose their drug use. So yeah, creating an environment that's safe for people to disclose their drug use and consulting with the community, I think, are two really important policies that can be put forward by governments. But they can also be led from the bottom, from schools and children requiring these commitments. It doesn't just have to be from the government.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, I also share this thought that the information should not always come from the government, or that the spaces are not always provided from them. I think that, as you said, approaching consultants and directly young people who use drugs, and for example, women who use drugs, and other organizations that are daily working on the field, it's something very important when it comes into creating proposals on how to measure this. And I can also think about what Nick mentioned earlier, that, well, as when it comes to, for example, colonized education, we also need to think that the experiences we are recognizing today are the efforts from youth-led organizations. And in that sense, well, many of these proposals are always coming from peers-to-peers training or from youth-led organizations. And I would like to ask Nick about, for example, when you, Nick, started your research, was it hard for you to find this information, or how did it start?
That's a good question. My research in school drug education in Australia kind of intersected with my experience with SSDP Australia, like joining SSDP Australia. So yeah, it was a very like special experience for me, actually, like meeting the people that were setting up SSDP Australia in 16, sorry, and saying I was really keen to help out and being really interested. It was actually at the point where I was due to decide what I wanted to do for my master's research. So it all just kind of was kind of like right place, right time sort of thing for me. So I agreed to help set up SSDP Australia and set up one of the first teams at the University of Melbourne at the time where I was sort of looking about how to set up my research. And also for me, I mean, as a young person at the time, you know, a young person who uses drugs and sort of thinking about my whole professional journey, obviously you're dealing with a lot of like self-stigma there. So I had to overcome a lot of like self-doubt and kind of just like many kind of institutional barriers to even like having these conversations about wanting to ask the questions. What I found was that, you know, a lot of those barriers are either sort of in your head or like kind of easily overcome when you do have the supports around you and when you do have the I guess drive to do so. But yeah, it was very much the kind of networks that came together around the establishment of SSDP in Australia at that time that linked me up with mentors and people who could help me find resources and stuff like that. Just very quickly, I'll mention one of the data sources that I used in my master's research was a survey of school principals from, I think, about 2009 or 2010 that was done by what was then called the Australian National Council on Drugs. And that survey data was publicly available, so I was able to use it for my master's research quite easily. Well, technically publicly available. It was a public report that was done by that council, but that council was actually defunded by one of our conservative governments at the time, and the website, and it was actually really difficult to even find that report. And so it was actually through my networks with SSDP Australia that I managed to kind of get in touch with the people that were running the council at that time, and were actually able to they had the PDF like on their own computer, but it was actually really difficult to find that information publicly for whatever, because the council had been defunded. So little things like that meant that I was I guess in a pretty privileged position to be able to do that research. So I'm always forever grateful for the people that helped set up SSDP Australia for kind of giving me that opportunity. And I think I just echo Julia's point around the importance of these organizations and the importance of community organizing, and the importance of good mentors in this space to be able to support you to overcome the stigma and to look for the evidence when it's not always immediately available.
Thank you so much for that, Nick. Yeah, I also believe that these type of programs allow us the opportunity to improve our critical thinking as youth and as young persons. So in this case, thank you so much for all of your participations today. And now we are running a little bit out of time. And thank you so much, everyone, to continue waiting here with us. I would like to invite Charity and Ida to answer the following question. Based on their experiences, I would like to know, because we have also some few questions over the chat about how can we best support our friends and peers who use drugs? What would you say regarding that? What are the best methods, or what has been the best chances you have to speak to a friend who uses drugs and to get to know their concerns? Who would like to go first? Ida, is that okay?
Okay. So, okay, so what I think, how we can support this, our peers or those who are on drugs, it's by, we need to love them and accept them in the community. We should not stigmatize them and try to give them the right direction that they need to get to have, like,
I think that we are missing Ida. So just let's continue with our next question. Give me just one moment. Okay, so, well, I think that we unfortunately missed Ida, and we would like to continue directly into the next question. I would like to invite Charity to answer this question as well. So how can we best support some friends who use drugs? And also, what are the key points for the Agenda for Action for Adolescents at SSDP? We would like to take a little check into that. So Charity, could you please help us?
Okay, thank you so much. So in terms of supporting our peers, I think we need to develop education materials so that we can disseminate information that can help them. Even we really have to sensitize the general public, because they don't have that information in terms of how to support people who use and inject drugs, especially in Zimbabwe. The message is like there is a war between people who are pushing for harm reduction and those who are saying of total abstinence to drugs. So we would want to educate the general public to see the issue of drugs in a different perspective, in terms of its complexity, that it needs multifaceted approach in order to address these issues. So we really need to educate the public so that they won't stigmatize people who use and inject drugs. And as peers as well, we have to create safe spaces for our peers so that we can engage and discuss some of these issues together, so that we can find a way forward and drug use won't be a challenge in terms of pursuing even our careers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so well, I think that we are unfortunately at the end of our session. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. It was amazing to hear these incomes and to hear these amazing youth-led projects. We also are always inviting you and encourage you to continue working with your friends, to continue discussing this with your family and with any other person. And if you need so, for always reaching out to help and to always look for these opportunities we have all over these amazing projects. Thank you so much to the Global Forum for Adolescents 2023 and thank you so much for all of our speakers. Have a nice day and an amazing evening.
That, you know, bringing young people into this conversation around substance abuse and an addiction, you know, could be quite radical. But many people, you know, may think the opposite as well, and that's just following on that idea of that bringing young people in early could actually be a safer and more effective way to tackle it. So there's lots to think about there.
Harm reduction, yeah, I think that's what we call it. For me, the standout session was really about improving road safety. That was really surprising. Those numbers are shocking. 1 adolescent in youth death every 2 minutes around the world. That is completely unacceptable. But please keep engaging on social media. We'd like to hear your thoughts, your perspectives, and your ideas in terms of how you're finding the respective sessions. Use the hashtag 1.8, that's 1POINT8 across all social media platforms, and we'll be following all streams, really trying to keep track of what you're saying, what you're liking, and what you want to see more of during the course of today.
That's right. I'm so excited for the rest of the sessions. And I'm about to tell everybody what a couple of the next sessions that are coming up are. So now for our core session, that's this morning. One is about resilience and one is about investment. Now, the first one is called If Only You Would Listen, a conversation between adolescents and global experts on building resilience in an uncertain world. The second is called Invest We Must. The time is now, making the case for adolescent well-being. And well, I think that title says it all.
I'm really loving the sense of urgency in all of these titles. They're very timeless. Now we have some great content for you, and we hope you'll enjoy listening to the wonderful poet, Sammy Rhymes, who performed recently at the legendary Glastonbury Festival. She's performing the 1.8 billion campaign poem, and she is definitely going to blow you away with this poem. And then we have some excellent pieces of content from incredible events from the African continent. So we're heading to Ghana and Zimbabwe. See you in an hour.
Great to be here. I just want to give a big shout out to the White Ribbon Alliance for having me here. So I'm here to share a poem today, capturing the voices of 1.8 billion young people out here today. They've got a lot to say, and I just wanted to capture that peacefully through a protest through this poem. And it's called 1.8 billion strong, simply because their voices are powerful, and I really hope I capture this through this poem. So here goes. A young mother in the camps told me they only turn the lights on twice a day. Once at dawn when they get up to pray, and once towards the end of the day. An opportunity to put the darkness away, tackle the suicidal thoughts and put the trauma at bay. The children didn't have too much to say, other than the fact that they're grateful for being able to break fast every day, walk to school and back home to play. They say they know these hard times aren't here to stay, and that they are gonna make changes one day soon, as soon as they make room at the table and start to listen. The people in charge have long been abusers of power that's given. It's only the same power cuts could be applied to corruptors embedded in the system. The first task of any leader or politician is to ask, and the second is to listen. We want transparency on the hidden. Everything from the cost of living to the cost of giving, because too many are living below the line. Many say they are okay, but they are not fine. Physically unwell and mentally in decline. And even in these times, our girls are undermined and marginalized. Education's been cast aside for 12 million worldwide. hide underage brides who are forced to loosen up when things are tight and tight because money is tight. Considered a burden, sold off or sterilized by surgeons through coercion, captured and moved from rural to urban, sold to a man more than twice her age, understandably full of rage but silence, living cage but bearing the brunt of violence, becoming stock during climate shocks and health epidemics, lacking access to menstrual products, prescribed pills and medics, going through pandemic after pandemic, and life is far from epic for those who only venture out to shore, an adventure where mother and child remain unsure of destination, passing ports only to be captured by immigration, fleeing from famine and war-torn nations, seeking freedom from oppressive obligations enforced by leaders running corrupt corporations. Many want to lead, but very few successfully do it without meeting an axe or a bullet, assassinated from close range for bringing about change. And if things are to change globally, we need to openly converse with the youth and consult them when we set goals, for they are currently left out in the cold and underrepresented in polls, governed by souls with self-serving goals. We need to involve more Malalas and Gretas, have policies shaped and led by Gen Z, for they are the generation of go-getters. In this rat race, they are the pace setters, running around trying to make the world better, and those in power should know better but to turn them away. Let them have their say, for they are the voice of tomorrow and the voice of today. 1.8 billion strong, with opinions of what's right and what's wrong, powerful voices. They want consent and childbirth choices. They are tired of being raped, trafficked and exploited, often ignored and undervalued despite bringing so much value. They demand inclusion, equitable distribution, and push for the evolution of environmental friendly, sustainable solutions. But we need a fusion of experienced allies and young advocates to collaborate and find these solutions. We are 1.8 billion strong, with opinions of what's right and what's wrong. We have tactics and we have tongues. Don't dismiss us because we're young. Let us unite, rise and lead. Let us plant the seed, for there is nothing about us without us. Listen to our plea. Thank you.
Oh, Sammy, thank you so much. Gosh.
The internet is the invention of our lifetime. It's the thing we turn to for the answers to almost anything. Now, imagine not having it. Around the world, mobile phones are bringing people closer to being connected. But the truth is, not everyone can afford the data bills, especially those in hard-to-reach areas. There's a big gap, and the Internet of Good Things is working hard to bridge it, bringing locally relevant, life-saving information and educational content closer to the people and communities who need it most, for free. And it's working. The Internet of Good Things is helping parents in the poorest and most remote areas provide the best care for their children. It's empowering young people to understand and defend their rights. In emergencies, it's a valuable source of real-time information, and around the world, it's providing a voice to the community. Through partnerships, the Internet of Good Things has the potential to reach 1 billion people. But to close all the gaps, we need to build a lot more bridges. With more people on board, more communities can be connected, and more lives will be changed. Internet of Good Things. Live better today.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to the National Youth Forum on Adolescent Health and Wellbeing. This is one of over 100 national events leading up to the Global Forum. The goal of the Global Forum is to make sure the world takes us seriously and that our well-being and health are a priority. Working with mobilizers to hear what the young people want through the 1.8 billion campaign, our leaders must address these issues.
And to improve my well-being, I want the government of Ghana to reduce all the taxes imposed on sanitary pads to allow all girls to be able to access it.
And to improve upon my well-being, I would like more police stations to be set in the rural and urban areas to help create a safe environment for girls. Thank you.
To improve my well-being, I'm pushing for there to be better roads for our young people to be on.
Hello to everyone joining us for this session from all around the world. My name is Lakisha Burnwal. I am 14 and I live in Mumbai, India. I'm currently in the 9th grade and I'm eager to find my passion through exploring new skills. I'm currently interested in helping people to change their mindsets for the better and learning about people's behavior and ideologies. I like to read books, write, draw, and learn about animals.
Yes, a warm welcome to everyone joining in this session on adolescence and resilience. My name is Ridhima Jain. I'm 17. I live in Chandigarh, India. I'm in my freshman year majoring in public administration, geography, and French. I'm passionate about human psychology and believe that everyone should have access to mental health resources and no shame or stigma must be associated with mental health disorders. We both are also members of the advisory board of Teenbook, India's first digital life skills resource hub.
And today we are here to moderate and provide adolescent voices to this conversation about life skill, which might be critical for adolescents in an increasingly uncertain world. But before we talk about this life skill, it's important to ask what has made our world increasingly uncertain. As we build up the conversation, we would like you in the audience to also think along with us. So, on the chat box running with our session right now, there is a link to two poll questions. The first is, what are the greatest global challenges presently facing adolescents? The second is, what capacities and skills are needed to help overcome the challenges they face? So please respond to our poll questions and join in the conversation.
So, what has made our world increasingly uncertain? Well, the COVID-19 pandemic has, no doubt, been one of the biggest global challenges of the century. The pandemic affected everyone, but for adolescents, it brought challenges that even their parents had never faced before. Schools were shut down all around the world, education came to a grinding halt, and all of us struggled with the health of our loved ones.
That's right, but even as the pandemic ended, all around the world, there's other challenges that prevent adolescents from reaching their potential and dreams. Climate issues like drought and floods, unemployment and poverty, mental health, substance abuse, domestic violence, early marriage, and underage pregnancy. These are just a few of the many crises that impact adolescents every day around the world. To help build a better world for the next generation, it's important to equip adolescents with tools that will help them deal with such crises. And today in this session, we'll talk about one such tool, resilience.
Research shows that promoting resilience helps adolescents survive and thrive. For example, programs such as economic support, supportive parenting for adolescents, access to safe schools, and life skills can help adolescents safely transition to adulthood. Today, we'll explore this topic with four experts who are joining us today to tell us what we can do to promote resilience among young people, enhance their agency and bodily autonomy, and help build brighter futures for young people.
But first, let's hear from young people in rural India about the challenges that they have faced in their journey towards adulthood and what they think are the priority areas for help in order for them to cope with any future shocks.
मेरे ख्याल से अभी के टाइम में अगर देखा जाए तो जो सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है वो बेरोजगारी है। पिछले 5 वर्षों में सबसे बड़ी महामारी कोविड-19 है।
पिछले 5 वर्षों में बाढ़ तथा सूखा एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या रही है।
हमारी तरफ बाढ़ की बहुत ज़्यादा समस्या है, जिसका मेन प्रभाव हमारी शिक्षा पे पड़ता है।
इन 5 सालों में सबसे पहले तो हमारा शारीरिक विकास किया, जो हमारे मानसिक शारीरिक पे प्रभाव पड़ा, सबसे ज़्यादा हम पे प्रभाव पड़ा, क्योंकि ये हमारे शरीर में बदलाव आ रहे थे तो हमें उसका पता नहीं चल रहा था। जैसे में पीरियड्स ये शुरू में आया तो फिर बहुत सारा घबराहट हुआ।
मेरे ख्याल से पिछले 5 वर्षों में बढ़ती महंगाई एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या रह चुकी है।
कोविड के टाइम पे बहुत ज़्यादा लड़कियों का बाल विवाह किया गया है, जो कि मेरे ऊपर भी प्रभाव पड़ रहा था।
युवाओं को तो बेरोजगारी की समस्या बहुत ज़्यादा प्रभावित किया है।
पिछले वर्ष कम वर्षा होने के कारण मेरे खेतों में जितना उपज होना चाहिए था उससे लगभग आधा हुआ, चूँकि मेरा परिवार खेती पर ही निर्भर है और यहाँ आर्थिक तंगी का माहौल उत्पन्न हो गया, जिससे मेरे पढ़ाई पर भी प्रभाव पड़ा। जैसे कोचिंग में फीस न देने के कारण मुझे निकाल दिया गया।
लॉकडाउन के कारण बहुत सारे लोगों का रोजगार चला गया।
मेरे परिवार पे तो बहुत ज़्यादा प्रभावित किया है, क्योंकि भैया दीदी ग्रेजुएशन करके बैठे हुए हैं लोग 3-4 साल से, और सरकारी जॉब के लिए तैयारी भी कर रहे हैं लोग, बट कोई जॉब मिल नहीं रहा है।
बाढ़ के कारण हमारे स्कूल के चारों तरफ पानी भर जाता है, स्कूल में भी पानी भर जाता है, स्कूल के सारे जितने भी रास्ते हैं सारे पानी से भर जाते हैं, जिसके कारण शिक्षक भी स्कूल नहीं आते हैं और हम छात्रों को भी हमारे घर वाले नहीं जाने देते हैं, क्योंकि अगर हम जाएंगे तो हमें उसी पानी के रास्ते से होके जाना पड़ेगा, जिनके कारण हमारे पैरों में पानी लगने से बीमारियां हो जाती हैं।
बेरोजगारी से किसी भी व्यक्ति में हताश और हीन की भावना भर जाती है। जो बेरोजगार व्यक्ति रहता है वह अपने परिवार पर आर्थिक रूप से एक भार बन जाता है।
मिल नहीं पाया है हम लोग को सरकारी सुविधा, बस एक राशन था, उसमें छूट थी कि पैसा नहीं लग रहा था, वो राशन आप उठा सकते हो, लेकिन बाकी किसी तरीके का कोई सहायता नहीं मिल पाया हम लोग।
अगर हम किशोरों और स्टूडेंट्स की बात करें तो उन्हें भी सरकार ने सहायता की है, जैसे कि स्टूडेंट क्रेडिट कार्ड। स्टूडेंट क्रेडिट कार्ड एक ऐसी स्कीम है जिसमें बच्चों को उनके आगे की पढ़ाई के लिए सरकार 4 लाख रुपए की लोन देती है। लोन
मिली है 10th करने के बाद 10,000, इंटर करने के बाद 25,000।
नहीं, वित्तीय सहायता तो नहीं मिली है, बट स्टूडेंट क्रेडिट कार्ड है स्टूडेंट के लिए, उस पर लोन मिल जाती है कोई कोर्स करने के लिए।
12वीं और ग्रेजुएशन के बाद सरकार आपको आगे पढ़ने के लिए कुछ पैसे देती है, जो कि समय खत्म होने पर वह आपको इंटरेस्ट के साथ वापस ले लेती है। तो वो हम मदद नहीं कर सकते, वो एक तरीके से उधार होगा, जो कि लोन होगा, जो कि हम लोग इंटरेस्ट पर ही देते हैं। उद्यमिता पर ध्यान देना चाहिए, मतलब स्वयं से अपना रोजगार सृजन करना चाहिए, अपने परिवार के मतलब पालन पोषण के लिए खुद से ही अपना जो है इकोनॉमिक डेवलप करें।
गरीबों और गरीब युवाओं के लिए सरकार को कोई विशेष नियम बनाना चाहिए, जिससे उन युवाओं की बढ़ती महंगाई से शिक्षा बाधित ना हो और उनका अर्थव्यवस्था भी सही रहे।
सबसे पहले तो हम चाहेंगे कि हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा अपने बारे में बताया जाए, हमारे शारीरिक स्वास्थ्य के बारे में बताया जाए, पीरियड्स के बारे में बताया जाए, कुछ एजुकेशन पे भी बताया जाए, और भी हमें बहुत सारी सलाह दी जाए, इससे हमें काफ़ी अच्छा लगेगा।
कहीं पानी ही लगा रहेगा तो लोग कैसे जा पाएंगे, तो इसके लिए मेन सरकार को नाव जैसी चीज़ों का प्रबंध करना चाहिए, जिससे उन्हें स्कूल जाने में सहायता हो। और बाकी वो तटबंधों का इंतजाम करे जिससे पानी की समस्या ही ना हो हमारे गांव में।
युवाओं के लिए सरकार को कोई टेक्निकल जॉब लाना चाहिए या आपको लोन वगैरह रोजगार के लिए सस्ता लोन देना चाहिए।
सरकार को स्किल डेवलपमेंट करना जरूरी है। इसके लिए सरकार को हर जगह मतलब कि ब्लॉक के पंचायत में टेक्निकल पढ़ाई की स्थापना करनी चाहिए।
हमारे पेरेंट्स के साथ में कुछ इस तरीके का बातचीत करना चाहिए ताकि बच्चों पे वो उस तरीके का थोपे ना, जैसे समय के अनुसार वो बदले ना।
These 5 minutes have told us that there is much to be done and many challenges to be tackled. So, what can be done? To find some answers, let's now turn to our expert panel.
Today we have with us Dr. Rachel Yates, who is the policy and advocacy leader working with the Accelerate Hub led by the University of Cape Town in South Africa and University of Oxford in the UK. Through her work with the Accelerate Hub, she works with an amazing team of early career researchers from across the globe. Before joining the Hub, Rachel has worked with civil society, UNICEF, and the UK government, focusing on ending poverty and gender inequalities. Hi, Rachel.
We also have with us Jennifer Yablonsky. Jen works as the Child Poverty and Social Protection Chief for UNICEF in New York. She has worked on issues of social inclusion, inequality, and economic justice for over 23 years. She brings applied knowledge of poverty and economic analysis, an extensive experience working on social protection systems and programs in developing countries, including humanitarian contexts. Hello, Jen.
Also joining us today is Jeffrey Sabino. Jeffrey is a youth activist from Honduras and is currently studying law at the National Autonomous University of Honduras, UNAH. Jeffrey has considerable expertise in human rights, including LGBTQ rights, sexual and reproductive rights, and youth political engagement. Jeffries also volunteered at Foundation Yahweh's and other civil society organizations advocating for sexual diversity and rights. He's co-founded the Sexual Diversity University Collective to promote inclusivity in academia. Hello, Jeffrey.
Last but not the least, we have Silinga Nisiwe Zumbunu. Silinga is a quantitative social scientist and demographer at the University of Cape Town. Her research tries to understand how adolescent empowerment shapes sexual and reproductive health among African adolescents, including ending child marriages, improving access to sexual and reproductive health services, and education. Hi, Silinga.
A very warm welcome to our guest panel. We look forward to hearing your insight on the challenges that adolescents face and how building resilience and agency among youth can help them overcome some of these challenges. So let's start with you, Jeffrey. Can you please explain what resilience is and what would it specifically mean for adolescents? And if possible, please share with an example.
Por preguntarlo, Kisha. Al abordar el concepto de resiliencia, es esencial reconocer su
Thank you for
importancia.
asking. When we approach the concept of resilience, it's very important to recognize its importance, especially for the youth. We can define it as a capacity that allow individuals to face adversities. So in order to achieve their targets and goals, this is strengthened with time and experience. When many of us, adolescents and youth, find ourselves under pressure, we can see our life full of changes, internal and external, as well as a variety of challenges that can often seem unbearable. This encompasses emotional and psychological transformation, academic pressures, peer-to-peer relations, identity formation, and more. It's a period of self-discovery and growth, but it's also a time for many changes and challenges. In this context, resilience gives us important skills. It allows us to not just taking about moving forward, but face difficulties and thriving with them. It instills the ability to adapt, persevere, and find constructive solutions for the challenges. It also fosters the development of the ability to take action, rely on ourselves that we can face the change. For instance, when we talk about access to education, maybe many of us do not understand consciously the concept of what it is and how to develop resilience. There are also those youth that do not have access to the education and therefore have no resources to face the challenges effectively. We can think about educational centers which curricula talk about that and have a more realistic approach to the youth. And I finish with this. As we expect a lot from the youth because we are considered the future, we are actually the present. We need and want access to education. We need open communication and emotional support within families, and also empower youth to engage to complex issues of the world. We don't have to wait till we are adults to make that. It is important to develop these skills from early adolescence. Thank you.
What really chimed with me was the fact that everyone keeps talking about us as the future. Well, we are right here. I agree, we don't want to wait until we are adults to develop the skills we need. We need them now. Let us now come to you, Salinga. Can you help us understand the concept of agency with an example? What role does agency play in developing resilience?
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Redima. Okay, so let's start with maybe defining what agency means. To me, agency refers to an individual's ability to make choices or decisions about their life and taking the necessary steps they need to achieve their desired goals. So these include making decisions about education, career aspirations. Then in terms of sexual relationships, which emerge during the adolescence stage, for most people, it includes deciding as well, when would you like to get married, with whom would you like to marry, and when do you want to have children, if you desire to have children, and what type of contraception would you like to use. So then using an example that is broad, I would like to take us back to the COVID-19 pandemic. So agents played a big role in developing resilience during the pandemic. For example, when schools moved to remote learning, there were a lot of challenges that came with that. A lot of students didn't have access to the internet. Others didn't have access to school materials like textbooks, and then just the isolation that came with it. Not being in contact with your peers and teachers. So agency played a role for students to make choices as they have to decide for themselves, like, and take actions that influence their educational circumstances. These include making choices about developing study routines at home and setting study goals, finding online resources to supplement the usual educational material, and then seeking support from family members. So in summary, I would say agency plays a crucial role in developing resilience, and as it builds an individual's self-confidence, it helps with develop problem-solving skills, promotes taking personal responsibility of one's action, and aids in setting and achieving goals. So these various aspects of agency are necessary when navigating the challenges of life and building resilience in general. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Silinga. So we can say that agency is the skill of taking charge of our own lives through the choices and decisions we make. Is that right? So it's an
Yes.
ability that centers around taking an initiative to pursue our goals, being in control of our decisions, and basically taking responsibility for the outcome of the decisions that we make. But I'm wondering, and now let me ask you this, Rachel, is it possible to develop meaningful agency among adolescents while they're still financially and emotionally dependent on adults?
Thanks, Lakeisha. That's a really interesting question. Now, as I'm sure you're well aware, that adolescence can be an extremely exciting time, but sometimes it's also quite a terrifying time in life. It's a time where there's a lot of changes going on in our bodies, in our minds, and in our relationships with others, particularly the adults in our lives, whether they're parents or other caregivers or teachers. And when we're adolescents, there are a lot of changes going on in our brains, which pushes us to experiment, try new things, and at times take risks. And this can be challenging, but it also is a time when we also learn a lot and test who we want to be as adults. And this change also affects the way that we relate to others, including our adult caregivers. So really, what I'd like to say is that in developing agency and resilience, adolescents do need to spread their wings and experiment, but this doesn't happen by doing it alone and without any support. And for positive transitions to adulthood, these changes really need to happen in a sort of safe and positive way. And adolescents do need some safety nets, whether these are physical or emotional safety nets. And I should really stress that financial safety nets are critical to adolescents, particularly those living in poverty, as that can also drive them into behaviours which are like risky sexual behaviours and early marriage. So financial safety nets are really important. So really, it is important when thinking about supporting people's agency to think about these critical relationships in young people's lives, and to make sure that, both adolescents and caregivers have the right tools and support to keep young people both financially and emotionally safe, and to ensure that adolescents can enter adulthood with the best skills and capabilities for the future. And I'll say a bit more about this in the next round of questions.
Thank you, Rachel. You really understand adolescent brains so well. I really like the concept of entering adulthood with the right set of skills. Jen, I would like to bring you in here and ask you about the financial support that is needed to support adolescents and their caregivers. Can you expand on the topic of economic security and explain it with an example? Also, would the governments and NGOs have the money to make all needy adolescents financially secure?
Great, thanks, Radima. And actually, Rachel's last point about financial safety, I think, is a good transition into this topic. I think it's really important to underline that economic security is actually a fundamental human right for all people, right? For adolescents, for their caregivers and families. And it's important as a right in itself, but also because it helps ensure other rights. Before really talking about what economic security is and what we might do about it, I wanted to talk about why it's so important to our conversation today, and linking to some of the points many of you have already made, which is, adolescents, and particularly adolescent girls, in almost every context face tremendous barriers, many of which we've talked about already. Poverty, lack of financial inclusion, health, bodily autonomy. And just to give a couple of numbers, I think are useful, that globally, almost double the number of adolescent girls between the ages of 15 and 19 are not in any form of education, employment, or training compared to boys. And while we've made important gains in terms of primary education for girls, improving gender equity and parity in school learning, this parity is not widespread. And still, far too many adolescent girls and boys drop out of upper secondary school. And underpinning a lot, this is with a strong focus on the education aspect, underpinning many of the challenges we've talked about is financial insecurity, illiteracy, and exclusion, particularly for adolescent girls around the world. So I think then the question is, given these challenges, economic security means that adolescent girls and their families have the economic resources and stability, the kind of financial safety that Rachel was referring to, that allows them to access important services such as education, health, reproductive information, and resources for their development and security. In other words, that poverty or lack of sufficient economic resources don't stand in the way of what adolescents want to achieve and aspire to. And one of the critical tools for ensuring people's economic security is social protection. These are public programs, for example, cash transfers, cash programs that link adolescents to services, social health insurance, that provide economic support and address some of these barriers that we were talking about earlier to social and economic well-being. As UNICEF, we support governments to establish these national systems that can be basically the baseline or underpin, I think, the kinds of economic and financial stability that allows or sort of enables in an easier way for adolescents to act on the agency that you guys were describing earlier. And just for an example, cash transfers in particular have been shown to be instrumental in ensuring, particularly for the poorest and most vulnerable children, who are often not visible, such as young girls, children living with disabilities, or in crisis contexts, or for instance, children that are in situations of migration, that they're actually able to attend school, right? By, for example, replacing or covering the costs for tuition, books, or uniforms, or replacing the need or avoiding a trade-off, for example, between going to work and going to school through child labor. And this helps to ensure that all children have access to inclusive education, especially adolescent girls.
Thank you, Jen. So, economic security would essentially mean providing enough money and support to adolescents so that they can go to school, get health care, or fulfill other important needs of their lives in case their parents or caregivers are unable to provide them this support. It is very good to know that governments and groups like UNICEF are currently working on this, and this way, more adolescents, including adolescent girls, can have a chance towards a happy adulthood. So, now from economic security, I would like to now turn our attention to the importance of bodily autonomy, the lack of which is still a major roadblock to adolescent well being in many parts of the world, including India, where we still have a very high number of teenage pregnancies. So, as per the National Families Health Survey of India, around 11.8 million teenage pregnancies occurred in India in 2016, and this number has only fallen down marginally in the latest data of 2021. So, Jeffrey, how would knowing about your body and freedom to make decisions around it help adolescents build resilience? Could you please explain with an example?
Gracias, Loquicha.
Parar y darnos un ejemplo.
Bueno,
Thank you,
yo creo
Lakeisha.
firmemente que el conocimiento es poder
Well,
y
I'm
conocer
a
bien nuestro
true
cuerpo nos
believer
permitirá
that
ser más sabios
knowledge
en las
and the
decisiones
power
que
to know
tomemos.
in our
Conocer los límites
bodies
de mi cuerpo
allow
me
us to
permitirá
be wiser in
identificar
our decisions.
qué
By
proyectos
knowing my
podré
body, I
realizar
can
y me hará
identify
entender que
what
no somos máquinas
projects I
indestructibles.
can carry
Porque
on
no
and
puedo realizar una
understand that
tarea
they
con
are not
éxito si mi cuerpo está
machines,
cansado
because
o enfermo.
I cannot
Además, a menudo
perform a
existe una
task
idea bastante
if my body is
simplista y
tired or
reduccionista
if
de que
I
mi cuerpo
sick
puede
or if I
hacer.
don't know it. In
Nuestros cuerpos
addition, it's
jóvenes,
often a
porque más
rather
allá de nuestros
simplistic
genitales
and
y
reductionist
orientación de
idea
género,
of young bodies
somos seres
because of our
multidimensionales. Por lo
genitalia
tanto,
and
cuando los jóvenes somos
gender
capaces de
orientation.
tener
We
una
are still
visión más amplia,
multidimensional
tendremos
beings.
más
So
oportunidades de comprender nuestro cuerpo
if
físico
youth
y nuestras
are able
necesidades.
to
Comprender
understand
el
in a broader
cuerpo
way
y tener la
their
libertad de
bodies,
tomar decisiones
opportunities, and
informadas
needs,
sobre él es el
understanding
mayor
the
factor
body
importante.
and having the freedom to make informed decisions is very important to foster resilience among adolescents. This connection between body awareness and resilience. When we talk about resilience, for instance, is when we recognize the importance of sexual and reproductive health, guaranteeing services for sex education, contraceptive methods, and testing for sexual transmitted diseases. This knowledge empower our decisions that should be based on knowledge when we face a situation that requires access to sexual health services. We know where to go, be it a local clinic, healthcare provider, or trust hotline or online resource. And knowledge enables to act quickly, and it is especially important in the sensitive situations. And youth should understand that the body they live in are theirs, and we should approach this without fear or excitation. This sense of autonomy contributes to our emotional and mental resilience and navigate to delicate and difficult situations. In essence, knowing our body and being able to freely make decisions make us capable to face complexities of life, make good decisions, and avoid complexities, allowing to prevent setbacks and ultimately enabling pursuing our aspirations with confidence.
We now have spoken of several ways in which resilience and agency can be built for adolescents. Personally, I believe Jeffrey's point where he spoke about knowing one's body and having the freedom to make decisions about it is a power solution, through which young adolescents learn to make wise decisions, move on from tough times confidently, and gain determination to pursue aspirations.
Thanks, Ridhima. And I feel that support programs like those that UNICEF is working on, combined with elements of bringing bodily autonomy awareness, as Jeffrey had mentioned, would be very helpful, instrumental, I can say, in addressing the global challenges faced by adolescents. So now, as we reach towards the end of our insightful session today, we have a question we would like to ask all of you. Rachel, can we please start with you? Besides financial support and development of agency, what are some other recommendations for adolescents to build their resilience? So, what are your top tips to the adolescents that are listening in with us today?
Thanks so much. And I think for all of us who are working to support adolescent well-being, there's a paradox. We want to both ensure the creativity of young people at this stage in life and enabling them to explore new things, but at the same time keep each other safe. And this requires a sort of comprehensive package of support and services, including social protection that Jen's spoken about, youth-friendly health services, including mental health services, good quality education, and also good child protection services that can address violence and abuse. But it also requires support for at the family level, to supporting difficult intergenerational conversations and engagement between caregivers, parents, and adolescents themselves. And the World Health Organization, with UNICEF and networks like Parenting for Lifelong Health and the Global Parenting Initiative, have developed a set of resources to help adolescents and caregivers with information, skills, and support. And these programs can help those difficult conversations, promote confidence and agency, but also looking at ways of protecting young people from different forms of violence. The other thing that we haven't really spoken about is having programs that really support respectful relationships between boys and girls and challenging some of the harmful gender norms that can in particular hold girls back. We've heard from Jen about the importance of social protection and keeping girls in school in particular, and that social protection has a big role in this, whether through cash transfers or school feeding programs. And we know that access to school is a really important platform where young people can gain new skills and really help them to reach their full potential. We also know the importance of adolescent health services and how tough it is often for young people to access a clinic where they may be shouted at by caregivers. And having services that are both respectful, kind, and responsive to young people's needs are really important. And finally, we shouldn't forget about the adolescents who find themselves in the most challenging situations and the sorts of support that they need to become resilient and also to bounce back from adversity. And this includes young people living with HIV, adolescent mothers, and those who sort of marry early, and those particularly living in conflict and humanitarian settings. So really ensuring that no one is left behind. But I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. I really loved the idea of parenting programs for both adolescents and caregivers. It's really something new. What do you think, Jen, about this?
Yeah, I wanted to say maybe a couple of things as we kind of move towards the closing. One is really to I think acknowledge, and this panel is a great example, right? That we know adolescent girls around the world, right, and boys are fighting for their rights every day, right? Whether that be sort of within their own lives or passing on what they have learned, you know, to other girls who are facing same situations, showing us how incredibly resilient and collaborative they are, right? So I think we should start there. I did want to come back briefly to the point about that adolescents can turn to social protection as a resource to help them build their resilience, right? Through just emphasizing and building on some of the points before, for example, by providing access to health insurance for sexual and reproductive health, linking into the bodily autonomy piece, as well as cash transfers covering basic needs from food and nutrition to menstrual hygiene to school tuition and fees, and the ability basically to flexibly choose what is the priority, right, in your lives. And I think in the context that Rachel was saying of kind of healthy relationships with the adults around you. And it can also be support kind of an economic on-ramp as adolescents make that transition, right, from school to work, getting and keeping in school, from a learning to earning pathway. And all of these things together build the resilience of adolescents, especially girls who may face more hurdles than boys in particular circumstances. But the one thing I do want to emphasize, particularly in a forum like this, is I think we also recognize that social protection programs need to be more responsive to the needs of girls and boys in order to be an instrument for them to build resilience. And for this reason, for example, UNICEF has launched with partners the We Deserve Better initiative to mobilize women and girls to make social protection more gender and age responsive to their needs by participatory policymaking, directly engaging with girls and women to give feedback about what are the priorities for them even within social protection, and really acknowledging that girls have a right to demand their ability to activate and be agents of their own potential. Thanks.
Thank you, Jen. It's definitely important for us to keep these economic and financial barriers in mind as well when thinking of solutions when we want to encourage adolescent agency and resilience. Because there's only so much I believe a young person is in control of, and social protection can definitely help cover resources that are crucial to survival and well being so that young boys and girls can focus on building resilience at that time. So, moving on to Silinga, what would be your top tips?
Okay, thank you, Lakeisha. So just to add to what the other panelists have already mentioned, my top tips to adolescents listening today will be there is also a need from their side to engage in continuous learning that is outside the academic setting. So it can include a range of talents, maybe get involved into some painting, some soft skill activities, communication and leadership. And as we can see that the world is becoming more digital every day. So engaging in technical and digital skills that can help you successfully navigate the modern world. As well as another key tip is to participate where possible in community activities, volunteering and community activities that involves identifying challenges like Lakeisha mentioned. Already you are identifying some of the challenges in India, that child marriage is an issue. So having your voice heard, being an active participant in these conversations about challenges being faced by adolescents in your community, that's a very good thing. Then just to add to that as well, building being involved in great supportive networks with peers and with mentors as well, to build great skills that are necessary to build resilience and navigate life in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Salinga. I acknowledge your point on lifelong learning. One can really gain from it. Jeffrey, what would you like to add as your topic?
Ok, gracias por preguntar.
Thank you for asking.
Creo que tenemos que aprender a escuchar nuestro cuerpo.
I believe we have to
y a conectar
learn
con
how
él.
to
Debemos
listen
verlo
to
como
our
un
bodies
territorio que
and
tenemos que
connect
cuidar y
to it,
proteger
see it as a
constantemente.
territory that we have
No
to
podemos cuidar
constantly
del
take
mundo
care
si no
of
cuidamos
and
de nuestro
protect.
propio cuerpo.
We cannot take
Gracias.
care of the world if you do not take care of our own
Thank you,
bodies.
Jeffrey. I
Thank you.
definitely agree our bodies
Gracias.
should always come first. Now, we've accumulated a really rich pool of ideas today. We would really like to thank all of our panelists for the work that they are doing in the field of adolescence resilience, and hope that all the insights we have gathered today will feed into PMNCH's work in improving adolescent well-being.
Thank you also to the listeners who tuned into our session today. Hope you have shared your inputs via the poll link we shared on the chat. We also hope that you leave this session with a head full of ideas, and the implementation definitely will involve adolescents. Thank you for joining us today. We now bring this session to an end. Goodbye and good luck.
such articulate young people in that plenary. It was just, quite amazing and good to understand the challenges and the practical ways that they can actually respond.
Definitely, De Graaf. I think the session on financing and on the investment case in particular happens at such a critical time. Whilst we're going through the GFA, the IMF and the World Bank are currently meeting to discuss how to get human capital development outcomes back on track. And I know coming into this Global Forum for Adolescents, we know that only 1.6% of all global development spend went towards adolescents. And that's quite catastrophic when you consider that there's 1.8 billion of us globally. And I think what the investment case has unpacked further is that if we don't act between now and 2035, the cost of inaction in terms of investing in adolescent health and well-being will be at around $20.5 trillion. That's 20.5 trillion with a big T. And I think the investment case sets out quite the clear areas of investment, reducing road traffic accidents, reducing child marriages, investing in mental health, investing in education and training, investing in HPV vaccines are all critical areas of investments with exponential returns on investment for adolescents and young people. If you're following the finance session and the session on investments, I would urge you to continue to follow the money, but most importantly, let's look at holding our leaders accountable towards showing us the money and showing us more money as we move into the commitments session later today. And now on to our core sessions. The next round of them are coming up, so get ready to select which ones you'd want to join into. One is all about families. I think we all come from families, or we all have families of our own. And this session is really looking at how our families can support adolescents in challenging times. The session is called It Starts with Families, Improving Adolescent and Well-Being Through Strengthened Support. There is, of course, another session, and it's about data. Yesterday we had the session on data by the group marker, and this one really builds upon that. And it's really talking about how can we progress if we can't measure the impact that policy and programming is having on adolescent health and well-being outcomes. So if you're a data nerd and if you like numbers and statistics, this is definitely a session for you. And this session is called Data That Matters, Championing Adolescent Well-Being Measurements.
Wow, it all sounds pretty interesting. And meanwhile, we have an important wellbeing message from poet, model, and activist Ebony Davis, plus some more exciting content. We have a recap from the Arab Forum for Adolescents. And by now, you know the drill. Enjoy the content and the sessions, and we'll see you in 50 minutes from now. See ya.
Unite! Unite! Rise! Unite! Lead! Lead!
Hello, my name is Ebony Davis, and I'm so honored to be present at this forum today. My path has been one of searching for my authenticity, searching for my authentic truth, and being bold and brave enough to walk in that unapologetically. And I know as a youth, I wish I heard those words. I wish I knew how powerful it was to own my truth, to walk in my truth, despite pressures from the outside world, despite programming from my family or my community, the place from which I came, to really trust my heart, trust my own intuition, trust my inner guidance, and know that it's going to take me so much further than the opinions of others. So.
Good day, everyone, and thank you so much for joining this session. I'm Dr. Isang Awa, Head of Advocacy at the Global Parenting Initiative, Department of Social Policy and Intervention, University of Oxford, and I'm delighted to welcome you to this session, which is titled, It Starts with Families, Improving Adolescent Well-Being Through Strengthened Family Support. I'll start the session with a brief presentation on the topic and then move on to a panel discussion with three fantastic panelists. There will be opportunities for questions for our panelists, so please share your questions in the chat. That said, I'll dive into my presentation right away. So adolescence is a critical period of development, and during this time, parents and caregivers are the primary sources of support and guidance for adolescents. Parenting has a profound and lasting impact on adolescents. Let me briefly explain what I mean by parenting and by caregiver. Parenting is the process of raising and nurturing children from infancy to adulthood, and caregiver is a person closely attached to the child and responsible for the child's daily care and support. For most children, their parents are their primary caregivers, but for many children without their biological parents, caregivers can include extended family members and people working in organized daycare facilities. I will use parents and caregivers interchangeably in my talk today. The way parents interact with and raise their adolescent children greatly influences the adolescent's development, behavior, and overall well-being. And I'll speak more about this later. But given the impact of parenting on adolescent well-being, it is important that all caregivers are supported to provide responsive, nurturing care to their children. The next slide, please. Adolescents face a range of threats to their well-being, which can have significant and long-lasting effects on their physical, mental, and emotional health. Threats include family conflict, academic pressure, bullying, cyberbullying, and so on. For adolescents affected by humanitarian crisis, the threats to their well-being significantly increase as they may go through physical abuse, sexual abuse, absence of school, food insecurity, harmful social norms, a strained relationship with their caregivers, orphanhood, or other adverse experiences. So threats to adolescents' well-being are real and many. And during crisis, they escalate in both numbers and intensity. But the situation is not hopeless. The next slide, please. Research indicates that globally, parenting practices influence adolescents' well-being. There is ample evidence that a nurturing, responsive parenting approach reduces adolescents' behavioral problems and has positive impact on the adolescent's psychological well-being, physical health, mental health, health behaviors, character, and even their academic achievement. So adolescent well-being can be improved by supporting parents and caregivers so that they provide nurturing, responsive parenting to their adolescents. The question then is, how can we support parents and caregivers? And my next slide speaks to that. The next slide, please. Parents can be supported through parenting programs, which are structured interventions that help parents learn skills and improve parenting behaviors along several dimensions. These improve parent-child interaction and the quality of parenting a child or adolescent receives, and so reduce harsh parenting. Most evidence-based programs have similar content and principles. There are several programs, including the Parenting for Lifelong Health programs, which were developed by researchers at the University of Oxford in collaboration with UNICEF, the WHO, and other partners. The next slide, please. Parenting programs have content on how to improve parent-adolescent interaction, promote communication and play, praise and encourage good behavior in adolescents, manage emotions of both parents and adolescents, promote clear instruction and rule setting, apply positive discipline, avoid harsh punishment, involve adolescents in problem solving, and promote love, attachment, and a sense of belonging for adolescents. The next slide, please. All parents and caregivers need some support to care for their children and adolescents, and some need all the support they can get. There are tiered parenting interventions with different intensities based on the level of support needed. Parenting programs can be delivered by professional or paraprofessional staff or peers, and even by the target populations at risk, depending on the intensity of the intervention. And parenting programs can be delivered to groups through weekly meetings over a period of time. They can also be integrated into existing services like health services or combined with other components such as cash transfers for better impact. The next slide, please. And this slide shows us how parenting interventions work. We have the core content, which is evidence-based, adapted for the local context, and so on. As caregivers participate, they get knowledge and develop the skills that they need to positively parent, and this then produces positive child and adult outcomes, such as improved mental health for both parents and adolescents, and the society benefits as there is more human capital. The next slide, please. During humanitarian crisis, families go through various traumatic experiences such as displacement, hardships, and even death of loved ones, which have adverse effects on caregivers and their children. But there is evidence that even in these settings, parenting interventions help parents to cope and also provide mental health and psychosocial support for their children and adolescents. The Parenting for Lifelong Health team, with UN agencies and other partners, developed resources to support families affected by various crises, including the COVID-19 pandemic, conflicts in Ukraine and Sudan, and climate crisis in Pakistan, Turkey, and Syria. The next slide, please. Yes, this one. So this slide has quotes from adolescents whose parents use the Parenting for Lifelong Health resources. The quotes in the blue background are from the Pan-African User Testing of Parent app, the digital version of the Parenting for Lifelong Health for Teens program. And the quotes in yellow background are from adolescents whose caregivers received the parenting resources for families affected by the conflict in Ukraine. As you can see from the quotes, in both crisis and non-crisis settings, adolescents greatly benefit when parents and caregivers are supported. The next slide, please. Thank you for listening. And the next slide. Many thanks to our funders and partners for supporting us, for supporting our work and making this possible. The next slide, please. The next one. Great. I'm now going on to the panel discussion, and I want to first introduce our three amazing speakers that we have for the panel discussion. Our first speaker is Mr. Binza Joel. Binza Joel is a Parenting for Children in Crisis coordinator with Parenting for Lifelong Health charity, and his role focuses on providing parenting support in humanitarian settings. He's experienced in development policy advocacy, intervention planning, implementation, monitoring and evaluation. Binza has worked with several renowned organizations and collaborated with UNDP, WFP, and UNICEF on projects focusing on children's, youth's, and women's empowerment, food security, and health. Binza is based in South Sudan. And our next speaker is Maximina Jokonya, who is the Y Plus stroke Her Voice Fund Coordinator. Maximina is an accomplished and driven social sciences professional with experience in HIV, SRHR, education, and gender equality. She has many years' experience in health programming with a focus on adolescent girls and young women, gender equality and women's empowerment, sexual reproductive health and rights, youth development and leadership. Her experience also includes supporting children and young people living with HIV to access quality care through differentiated service delivery. Maximina is based in South Africa. And on our panel, we also have Kara Henderson, a Senior Program Officer, Global Early Adolescent Study, Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Kara is a global health professional passionate about improving adolescent well-being by addressing gender inequality, social norms, and health disparities. She has experience in designing and managing mixed methods research studies and program evaluations in the nonprofit and higher education sectors, and has worked in both domestic and international settings, focusing on sexual and reproductive health, nutrition, women's empowerment, gender-based violence, and adolescent health. Her international experience includes working with multinational and community-based organizations in Côte d'Ivoire, Morocco, South Africa, and Ethiopia. Kara is based in the US. We're now going to hear from Binza and Maximina. So my first question is for Binza. Binza, you have a lot of experience working in fragile settings. From your experience, what are the top stressors for families experiencing crisis?
Thank you, Isang. It is important to recognize that humanitarian crisis presents challenges that are deeply intertwined with the specific context of situations. And families and caregivers in particular endure remarkable difficulties during such times. Drawing from my own experience, raised by a single mother in a refugee setting, and my work with the parents in crisis situations, I have come to understand a number of significant challenges that families face. These challenges span economic, social, psychological dimensions, and it is important to acknowledge that I can only scratch the surface of their complexity. The emotional and psychological impacts during crisis are undeniable. Families navigate a roller coaster of emotions ranging from the paralyzing grip of fear and anxiety to overwhelming waves of grief and anger. These intense feelings strain family bonds and take a severe toll on the mental well-being of both parents and children. Not only that, access to basic needs is a big challenge. We see that in most cases, securing essential resources like food, water, shelter, and medications become a daily battle during crisis. The unrelenting struggle to meet these basic needs heightens stress levels as parents grapple with the constant pressure to provide for their children. Furthermore, I want to highlight that parents have a deep concern about their children's well-being. This encompassing worries about their safety, access to education, and emotional health. The disruption of schools, for instance, and the limited social interactions and the crisis in this crisis impacts on children's mental well-being and serve as a significant stressors for parents. Finally, it is crucial to acknowledge that individuals cope with stress differently. This is from my experience as a child in a refugee camp. Some may turn to unhealthy coping mechanisms. Parents may slip into alcohol abuse, and teenagers may begin to misuse substances or abuse substances, which can further strain family dynamics and result in lasting negative consequences for both parents and children. As such, understanding these stresses in families experiencing crisis is essential for providing support they need. And we must recognize the mental health and well-being of parents and children as a top priority. By addressing these stresses and offering resources and assistance, we can help families navigate crisis more effectively and foster resilience in the face of adversity.
Thank you, Binza. That's quite enlightening. And are there any good examples of family-based support for families in humanitarian settings?
Indeed, there are a number of commendable examples of family-based support during and in the aftermath of emergencies. For instance, the Parenting for Lifelong Health Parenting in Crisis Initiatives, which is an evidence-based intervention that has proven to be very effective in supporting parents during crisis. This open source parenting resource can be adopted to various crisis situations, as they have been during the COVID-19 pandemic, the Ukraine crisis, Pakistan floods, Syria, Turkey earthquake, and currently in Sudan conflict, and it has reached millions of people. They offer not only practical tips to parents in support of their mental well-being, ensuring positive parenting, but contribute the resilience of families to navigate crisis. These resources have been effectively utilized to deliver a hybrid responses encompassing various channels such as social media and radio to widespread dissemination. And they have also been employed in direct in-person interactions with families. For instance, our partners in Pakistan have seamlessly integrated these resources into their school inbox programs and harnessed their power in workshops for parents and caregivers. Another example is the community-based support network, an initiative from the World Without Orphan, which is the Hope Groups, which brings together community members. These are women and men together to offer emotional and practical assistance during difficult times. These networks fosters a profound sense of solidarity, creating a safety net for families in crisis. Another invaluable aspect of family-based support is the livelihood assistance and the cash-based transfer. These I'm drawing from my experience with the children associated with armed forces and armed groups in South Sudan. Families are often, they lose livelihood during crisis. This makes life very challenging to meet basic needs. When they were to be integrated into community, partners provided financial assistance to the families of these children, allowing them to address immediate necessities. In the process, empowered them to make choices that best suited their unique circumstances. Not only that, livelihood support, which included vocational trainings and microfinance opportunities, helped parents regain financial stability and ensure that the well-being of their children, catering for their school fees, healthy diets, and medication. I've given this example to highlight the diversity of services and interventions within family-based support in emergencies. While they promote the well-being of individual family members, they also contribute to the overall resilience of communities facing crisis. As policymakers, development partners, and humanitarian actors, it is critical to have a deliberate investment strategy for the pre-crisis preparedness, active crisis response, and the post-crisis resilience and recovery efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Binza. That's amazing. It's good to know that there are good examples of family-based support for families that are affected by emergencies. And I'm sure that many people in the call today in this meeting will probably like to know more about these examples. So before you leave, if you can put in links to some of these resources, that would be amazing. Thank you again. And I'll go on to the next speaker. Our next speaker, Maximina Jokonya, is a leading activist for adolescent girls and young women living with HIV through the Her Voice network. Maximina, welcome again. And could you tell us more about the advocacy efforts you're leading and what challenges you're facing?
Thank you so much. So what do we know so far as HYW and also in the HIV response when it comes to adolescent girls and young women? We know that as adolescent girls and young women continue to be the first and the bearer of HIV with increased vulnerabilities that are really, increased time and again with social disasters that come in, environmental disasters. We can name a few. We know COVID-19 was one of them. We know that at the back of every challenge that you are facing, there are also punitive laws and legislations that really impede us from having access to services that we want and need as adolescent girls and young women. We can talk about, the LGBTQI bill that the anti-bill that was really recently ascended in Uganda, and how that then affects us as young women in our diversity in terms of accessibility to services, but also the danger that we are now in terms of, us facing violence and also abuse. Just to name a few of the challenges that we are facing. We can talk about young women who are breastfeeding, but also living with HIV, and we are being criminalized of us just breastfeeding our children. So in this topic that we're talking about family-based support, what does that even mean now when we're talking about the communities that are criminalizing us of just doing our duties as young mothers, for example? We know as well that there are structural, social, and economical barriers that are in place that really drive some of the challenges that we face as adolescent girls and young women, and really puts us at higher risk of, HIV infection. We can talk about, as every week as adolescent girls, we are constantly being, recorded in every publication that comes out that we are constantly being infected by HIV. We are constantly be the ones that are at higher risk of violence, when there's gender-based violence and all other violence that are against adolescents and young women in general. So all of these and at different, intersections, we know that who is at the center of being, facing all of this is an adolescent girl and young women. Other challenges, and I think my previous speakers already also mentioned around climate change, around migration. We then find ourselves being disjointed with our families, but also we find ourselves in refugee camps where we then are more susceptible to other risks in terms of abuse, gender-based violence in those camps, but also no access to even services that we need as adolescent girls and young women. So at the center of this, we know that when it comes to family support and also communities, it is already disjointed. And in the context that we're also living, we are also finding ourselves being in a cultural kind of controlled environment where we have to conform to certain values, to certain norms, in a way that then kind of put us even at more risk, because we know some of the practices that are still in place are still promoting some of these harmful norms in order for us to have access to services, but also violating our rights, violating our body at the end of the day. So what exactly are we saying when it comes to family support, family-based support, and what is the role of the communities to take responsibility so that as young women, as adolescent girls, we are safe, we are promoting our health, and our rights are also being observed at the end of the day. I remember last week I was in Zambia, in a district that is in Zambia, where they're actually practicing the issues of harmful laws. They're still doing the rite of passage, where as early as 10, you have to go to certain practice, you have to taught how to please a man and everything. So I could imagine a 10-year-old me as an AGYW. What does it even mean? My rights being violated, I'm being exposed to certain things that I'm not understanding, but also some of the practices that I go where I have to be cut on my body, everything. All of that really encompasses into the topic that you're talking about, which is family-based support and the values that we want for them to actually support us as adolescent girls and young women. As a Voice Fund, like what we mentioned before, a Voice Fund is around an initiative that we are working as adolescent girls and young women across 13 African countries, where we are looking at what we call the socio-ecological system or approach, where we are really centering AGYW as an agent of change. So here's what we've discovered and what we are pushing as adolescent girls and young women is that if we are not in the forefront, if we are not the ones that are taking charge in terms of other issues that affect us, other challenges, other laws that are affecting us, no one is coming to our rescue. So what we are doing with your Voice Fund is we are empowering us as AGYW through different mechanisms, be it training. We are equipping ourselves on how to do advocacy, for example. How do we formulate our objectives and how do we approach the target audience who are our policymakers? How do we show up in a space and make sure that they are addressing our needs when it comes to health and rights? They are respecting and they are valuing our expertise as adolescent girls and young women. When it comes to family support, we know it's also part of the socio-ecological model, where we are also working with caregivers, parents, on how to really, facilitate a dialogue, what you call family matters, where we need to really bring it up again, because we know in the early days, yes, our parents used to have those dialogues, but somewhere along the way it died. Where now, as in the Generation Z, we no longer want to interact with our parents, and our parents are doing their own things, while us are doing our own things. So we're trying to bring back that platform, that environment for us to just have a dialogue. What are the current issues are we facing as adolescent girls and young women? And how can parents and caregivers also support us in terms of what we want and what we need when it comes to services, for example. And then we move on to the community. How does community take responsibility in some of those cultural norms that I've talked about? How do they keep them? How do they make sure that us as AGYW living in this community are not in harmful way? We are not being violated, for example. So it is them being champions and also advocating for some of these practices to be completely removed, so that we have access to services, but also our rights are also being respected, for example. Then lastly, that I'm going to mention is around Her Voice Fund working with policymakers, where we are saying at the level where the decisions are being made, key decision-making platforms, whether it's a process that is happening in country regarding a certain policy that speaks to us as adolescent girls and young women, we are always there. We are advocating for our issues to be prioritized, to be documented, to be part of the policies that are being currently developed and they're going to pass in their parliaments. So we are supporting ourselves because we know at the end of the day, they will never open a door for us. They will never provide a chair. They will never provide a table for us. We are bringing our own. We are saying, even though we are not providing all of these things that we need, we are still going to come at that decision-making platform, and we are going to table our issues that we want to see changing in our lives, so that at the end of the day, we are able to realize our own health, our own well-being, and also our rights are being really observed at the end of the day. So lastly, what I can say is that unless we start doing development differently and just being intentional about, addressing certain issues that we are facing as adolescent girls and young women, not just to talk about it, but just to have interventions that are led by young people, adolescent girls and young women. Then we have support from different structures, whether it's family, community, as a holistic approach. I am sure we will not win in this response that we are trying to push, especially in the HIV response. Hence, this is a really important conversation that we are having today. Thank you so much, Isanga. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing these challenges and the advocacy efforts with us. And, just being on this platform and telling us, speaking so passionately about this to us is great advocacy work that you're doing. I want to ask, what can be done to mitigate these challenges, and where do you think we need to be investing more?
Yes, as I think we need to really start thinking about how do we come as a collective, looking at us as young women, implementers. We also need to bring together the donors as well to come on board and have a collective kind of interaction and realistic dialogue in terms of where's the current gap, right? What are the challenges that young people are facing? And we hear directly from us where we call it ethical and meaningful engagement of young women, for example. Not policymakers, implementers coming in with their own ideas, and they come with intervention and say, oh, we have come with an intervention for HYWs, run with it. We will not run with it. That's something that we're imposing on us. We are not tokenistic, right?
Absolutely.
We want to be really engaged from design of the design of the idea to the actual work plan, to the implementation, to monitoring and evaluation, all along with us. We don't want to be engaged and consulted and then to drop us. So that's the first thing that I need even for policymakers, government, donors that are even in this space to really understand. That's doing development differently. So if we get it right there, we then now look at what is the current financial mechanisms are in place and how can we invest more in communities, but also in HYW-led organizations or young women's or women's-led organizations, for example. Many times we find out that, donors will then want to come and say, oh, we're going to invest in big organizations with different structures in place. But if we look at it, the most left behind is the HYW-led network or initiative that is down in the rural areas, where literally no one wants to come in and do an intervention. They want to come in towns. They will say, oh, we've reached adolescent girls and young women. But us who are in the rural areas, we don't even know what is a PrEP is. We don't even know the interventions that are in place. So I think we need to start thinking about it. Where is the need to, where we want to move it, and how can we reach those that are most left behind? So which means every programming that we're going to start to think about, let's be intentional about it, right? And the finances, the funding itself, it's really important. I think it's high time where we also need to really invest in this socio-ecological model that I've talked about, empowering an adolescent girl, young women, or young women in general in our diversities. Then also look at how do we also invest in family support systems, which is super important. Then we move on to the community as well, because I think if we only support one piece of the component, it might not work, because if you empower me as an adolescent girl, young man, I'm gonna go back to the family. This is where I live. I'm gonna go back to the communities where I'm still facing the cultural norms and harms that are still there. So how do we make sure that at each level we are investing and we are doing a holistic kind of approach when it comes to investing? But also we want to also look at how do they make it more intentional, because we know the funding is going down, right? And no one wants to really invest in us as communities, but also in the family support kind of approach or innovation. We are asking all the donors that are here, and more broadly, please invest in us. Make sure that whatever funding that is out there, we are also part and parcel of your funding portfolio. We can do it. We can implement our own initiatives. We are able to achieve the results that we need. And we know with this family support kind of structure, we are able to achieve so much. Thank you so much. Over to you, Isaac. I have so much to share, but let me end here. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Maximina. Before we go to our next speaker, we will take a few questions for Binza or Maximina. And Maximina, if you have questions, please add them in the chat. There's a question here for Binza. It says, Binza, how do you think parenting support can be integrated into humanitarian responses? Sorry, Binza, I think we can't hear you. Apologies for that. I think Binza's mic is muted, but it should be back in a minute. We're going to get that sorted. And while we're waiting for Binza, there's another question here for Maximina. So I'm going to take that first, and then if we have time, we will go back to Binza. And Maximina, this is for you. How can we support youth advocates and youth-led organizations to increase community-level support?
Thank you so much, Issa. Can you hear me, just to confirm?
Yes, I can hear you. Could you hear me? Did you hear my question?
Yes, I did. I did.
Okay, great. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So I think the first thing that we need to really consider is around first of all the capacity building. And so the capacity building really comes in two ways, right? So there's capacity building for the young advocates who are going to be the agents of change. So we need to make sure that whatever change we want to see happening in our communities or in our policies that we want to influence, they have the capacity to deliver on that, which means we need to invest not only doing the trainings online and trainings on face to face, then you say it's done. What about going further? What about mentorship? What about connecting them to the rightful platforms where they can continuously increase their skills, their knowledge, being connected to what is currently happening in the world in terms of HIV response or SRHR or the policy world. So this is what we are trying to really improve and encourage. Secondly, it's around capacitating the actual organization, the youth-led organization that is based in the rural areas. That is where we need to invest more to make sure that even their internal systems are well equipped for them to even apply for bigger funding. Right now, if we look at the youth-led organizations, they don't want to invest in us because they know, they will say you don't have this policy, you don't have this strategy in place. At the same time, we are the ones that are doing the actual work on the grounds. We are the advocates. We are the ones that are pushing the policies. We are the ones that are continuously, demanding for the services that we need. So we know what we want. We know how to do the work. Sometimes we might not have all the policies that we need, all the papers, all the procedures, but we are capable of doing so much more. So we are saying, in order for us to then receive the funding, also invest in our internal systems, in our organizational development, for us to then be at that level where you want us to be, for us to then be eligible for any funding that is out there. I think those are some of the things. And also, how do we also then support young people to then be connected and collaborating with other organizations? That mentorship, that well-established organization, whether it's a civil society or other community-based organization that is well-established, how can they come in place and also support a youth-led organization that is starting up without you imposing, but just giving the room for the youth-led organization to actually implement their own ways and be able to start and grow with themselves with your mentorship as well. I think those are some of the things that I can also really share at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Maximina. And I was just about to stop you, but that's really great. Thank you. I'm going to move on to our next speaker, and hopefully we'll be able to take a question for Binza later on. So our next speaker, Kara Honerson, whom I introduced earlier, has been working with Johns Hopkins University on the Global Early Adolescent Study. Kara, what does the evidence say on the relationship between social norms and parenting?
Thank you, Isan. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So first, I just want to thank the other speakers who spoke to so many of the important issues about families and caregiving for adolescents. It's such a central piece of the adolescent experience. And I'd like to talk a little bit about what that means, and especially what that means around social norms and gender norms in communities. So next slide, please. So first, I'll talk a little bit about what is the Global Early Adolescent Study. You can go ahead to the next slide. So the Global Early Adolescent Study looks at how gender norms impact the health and well-being of very young adolescents, which is ages 10 to 14, as they grow up into older adolescents and adults. So why are we looking at this? We see from the evidence that early adolescence is a critical window for gender norm formation and gender norm transformative interventions. But what do we mean by gender norms? Well, until recently, there wasn't much research on how adolescents, and especially young adolescents, perceive gender norms. And by gender norms, we mean the social rules of behaving as a male or female, and then how adolescents respond to those rules and how they change across adolescent years. We then look at how these social expectations placed on adolescents influence their health and well-being. You can move on to the next slide. So our goals with the Global Early Adolescence Study, which is the largest globally representative longitudinal study exploring gender norms and their implications, we are seeking to understand how gender as a social system informs health and well-being across adolescence, and how this process unfolds in different sociocultural contexts. We are also, as part of this, in some of our sites, testing how gender transformative interventions that happen during early adolescence can contribute to improving adolescent health and well-being. You can move to the next slide. This is just a snapshot of where we work. You can see that we are representing all continents across the world, and we work in primarily urban poor settings. You can move to the next slide as well. Okay, so now I will speak a little bit about our results and what we found through this work. Next slide. So why do gender norms matter in early adolescence? Well, what we found, and what is contrary to what many people might believe, we have found that young people and young adolescents, even at age 10, perceive unequal gender norms. We've also found that these unequal norms tend to solidify with age. That means that they become more central to the adolescent experience. And we've then found that these can you go back to the last slide, please? Thank you. We've also found that gender unequal norms inform many health outcomes. This includes their relationships, whether it's romantic relationships or with their peers. It affects their experiences of violence and bullying, and it affects their experience of mental health. And these effects vary by culture, and they can inform very specific behaviors. Now you can move to the next slide. So the key messages that we have found with the GEAS are that we now have a greater understanding of gender norms among young adolescents. We know that they're complex, that they're fluid, and that they're influenced by young people's social environment. We also know that gender norms are social determinants of adolescent health. We know that they can predict many different behaviors, and then they can change according to adolescent experiences. We also know that different gender norm perceptions can predict different behaviors. This was a lot of information, so I think I'll pause for now and see if there are any questions first before I move on to how we have addressed some of these normative beliefs. Thank you for this question. I'll definitely get into this in some of my next slides, but I'll first share that I think that we've seen that finding space and time for families to interact is often one of the biggest barriers to participating in an intervention. Maximina mentioned this earlier, that adolescents do their own things, parents do their own things, and sometimes it's hard to find that time. This is especially true in disadvantaged households where caregivers have to work multiple jobs or are unable to access childcare, maybe for younger children. But we found that some factors could be addressed to help engage parents. This includes engaging other institutions that families are connected to, such as religious institutions or schools. Holding activities that involve the whole family in some way, as opposed to just maybe the adolescent children, so that childcare is not as much of an issue. And then bringing families together can promote participation and closeness both at whatever program as well as when they return home. And then the last thing I'll just mention is engaging fathers has definitely been the most challenging aspect and often takes direct outreach from other men or community leaders. So having this buy-in from influential men and community leaders at the start of an intervention is really important. Sure. So, as I mentioned, we find that normative beliefs start to appear at an early age and tend to solidify over time. So, prior to adolescence, children mostly rely on their families and parents for social norms and cues. But in young adolescents, they start to look to friends or peers, even though their behaviors are still largely controlled by their caregivers. Well, once they reach older adolescence, these norms have been reinforced by their institutions and communities, and they might start exhibiting these norms themselves. So, when we think about intervention, we really have to understand that normative beliefs start early. And what you are presenting or teaching your kids matters because they are internalizing everything. Absolutely. So, the next two slides, I think you can move forward. So we conducted what's called a human-centered design process, which means that we created a new package of interventions with young people at the center. This is really about what Maximina was speaking about having young people be the ones designing these programs. And we are in this process addressing the fact that caregivers are really important and need to also be involved. We need that multi-level intervention that includes the communities, the families, the institutions, as opposed to just targeting adolescents. So you can move to the next slide. So this is, I know, a lot, and this is, I don't expect everyone to read what's on here, but this was our theory of change, and it speaks to, on the top are the gender norms that we wanted to focus on. The second row is the design imperatives. So when we were creating these interventions, what were the values and the things that we thought were important in order to ensure that young people and their caregivers are equally heard and represented? That third row are the interventions that we wound up creating, and it included everything from a family class that brings whole families together to learn and grow together, to an exhibition that was an art exhibition that brought the whole community together to share experiences of violence and mental health that adolescents experience on a daily basis. That second to last row there is the population that was affected by that intervention. So like I mentioned, we reached adolescents, caregivers and families, teachers, community leaders, and entire institutions to make sure that we were creating a holistic approach. And then that last row there is some of the norms that we attempted to change to create that supportive environment and how we were able to change them. Move to the next slide. This seems to be a different version of the slides than I shared, but this is one of the activities that we did in the family class. And the purpose of this activity was to take users on a journey from thinking about their own experiences to understanding others' experiences, and then working together to improve communication and relationships. Because what we found is that there are many interventions that try to address a whole host of issues for young adolescents. But at the core, at the foundation, it's really about just building connection and communication between parents and caregivers and adolescents. And that if we can just bridge that challenge and bridge that need of just spending time together and connecting, we can open the door to other interventions.
Must go beyond theoretical insights. They carry a call to action. So let's take the inspiration and knowledge that we've gained here today and translate it into real world actions. Let's strive to be parents, caregivers, and mentors who empower our adolescents to live happy, healthy, and fulfilling lives. Thank you, everybody. And if you still have questions, please share them and we'll see how we can get the panelists to respond to the different questions, including those that have already been shared. Thank you again, everybody.
I mean, wow, that session on families, I mean, so many threats and complexities, and also quite a heavy one. But it was good to hear about all the things that can help families as well.
Yeah, most definitely, DeGraft. It was so interesting to hear about the efforts to measure well-being as well, you know. It does make sense that we have to measure what's important to us if we're going to keep track of progress. And it also helps for us to hold our leaders accountable for the commitments that they're making. But now we have some really interesting core sessions coming up. One is about food. I know that's a big topic. Many people interested in that. And it's called Hungry for Change. Students assess school nutrition programs. The other is a really hot topic as well, and it's called Man Up. How deconstructing masculinities improves adolescent well-being, because we need to empower boys, but we need to deconstruct harmful masculinities too.
That sounds brilliant. So guys, we'll see you again soon.
For 1.8 billion young hearts, we are one.
Poverty, violence, and abuse can increase the vulnerability of adolescents to mental health problems. UNICEF Belarus has developed a unique platform that creates a real-time interaction between adolescents with psychological care providers, as well as among other peers. In the Read section, adolescents can receive reliable information about mental health, well-being, and most common issues. The Play section provides games that help to build coping skills. This platform also provides information for parents who want to learn about adolescents' development. The counseling can take place through messenger, video, or audio communication. All counseling sessions follow specially designed protocol. The importance of the mental health of adolescents is now our top priority at the regional and country level. This platform provides an array of opportunities for adolescents to strengthen their mental health awareness and well-being, while also not being alone when support is needed. We believe that no one should be left without psychological support in difficult moments.
We are here at the United Nations in Geneva getting your voices heard, and that's on period.
1.8 billion! So to you, the 1.8 billion young people, keep
making your voices heard.
I want to see governments investing more in the rural areas, the primary healthcare in those rural areas.
On the 1.8 billion campaign, we're with you, and we will do everything to support and make sure that the campaign is a success.
So, Youth Council, what do? We basically ask for one thing: young people as equal partners on decision-making tables.
PMNCH is here in Bahrain at the 146th IPU Assembly to share with the parliamentarians the 1.8 billion campaign for adolescent well-being.
I am supporting the 1.8 billion campaign.
Yo apoyo a los jóvenes. Para mí es muy importante el futuro para los jóvenes.
We really need to drive the gender-responsive solutions to, tackle all the challenges that we face.
نحن ندعم المليار و800 شخص من أجل تعزيز صحة الشباب والنساء والمراهقين.
I support the 1.8 billion campaign because we need more young voices heard. Let's get more young voices heard.
We support the 1.8 billion campaign.
Muy buenos días, Presidenta. Un gusto poder estar con usted en esta conversación. Mi nombre es Javier Foitzik, soy estudiante de segundo año de la carrera de Derecho en la Universidad Alberto Hurtado. Y bueno.
Buenos días, yo soy Sofía Pastén, soy estudiante de Administración Pública de cuarto año de la Universidad de O'Higgins y tengo 21 años.
Encantada, muchachas.
Igual.
Presidenta, partir la conversación un poco hablando de la educación. ¿Cómo cree usted que con los avances en el mundo laboral y tecnológico, cuál cree que es el rol de los jóvenes para que estén lo suficientemente preparados? ¿Cuáles son los desafíos de los sistemas educativos para que los jóvenes estén preparados en este nuevo mundo?
Yo creo que esa es una pregunta súper clave, porque en la gran mayoría de los países el problema, en los países de lo que le llaman el sur global, es decir, en países menos desarrollados, el gran tema era el acceso a la educación, incluso primaria, y por cierto, además, también la posibilidad de que los jóvenes lleguen a estudiar en la educación media y superior, ¿no es verdad? Y nosotros tuvimos en un momento una comisión que el Banco Mundial planteó justamente para mirar los avances en educación, y veíamos que se había avanzado en términos de acceso, pero que la educación continuaba siendo una educación que no se hacía cargo de lo que iban a ser los desafíos del futuro, ¿no? Claro, hay algunos avances, ¿no es verdad?, desde el punto de vista de, qué sé yo, todo el tema digital, robótica, una serie de cosas. Pero la gran pregunta que existía es, los niños que estaban entrando al colegio iban a salir, no sé, 20 años después, y si eso le iba a servir para enfrentar los desafíos que hoy conocemos y los que no conocemos y que van a estar 20 años. Entonces creo que no hay una respuesta como una receta mágica, sino la necesidad de ir evaluando permanentemente los cambios y qué cambios educacionales se requieren. Mirar si los currículums son los adecuados para el tipo de cambios de futuro tecnológico, pero también si existen nuevas áreas de desarrollo en un país. Por ejemplo, dos ejemplos. Nosotros dimos gran importancia a los salacunes y jardines infantiles. Y entonces nos dimos cuenta que no había suficiente parvularias o asistentes de la educación. Entonces se generó la posibilidad de más carreras o más estudiantes y además que tuvieran empleo, ¿no? O por ejemplo, cuando decidimos ampliar lo que era la red eléctrica y había que preocuparse no solo de las fuentes de energía, sino también de la distribución, nos dimos cuenta que había algunas profesiones que no teníamos y que estaban viniendo obreros de Perú y Bolivia, esto que se suben a las torres de alta tensión, porque nosotros no teníamos eso. Y nos pasa ahora con el hidrógeno verde. Vamos a tener que revisar los perfiles de las personas que se requieren para poder generar toda esa industria del hidrógeno verde. Entonces yo diría, hay que estar permanentemente mirando el cambio, los avances tecnológicos, la innovación necesaria para también innovar la educación de los profesores, ¿no es verdad?, y por supuesto los contenidos de la educación. Y creo que eso tiene que ser un proceso bastante permanente porque hay cambios en el mundo, ¿no es verdad? Todo el tema, por ejemplo, de inteligencia artificial, que está yendo mucho más rápido que lo que los gobiernos han podido dar respuesta a eso. Entonces hay desafíos que de repente van a ser muy urgentes, y donde espero que haya el tiempo para los estados para poder generar los cambios necesarios que permitan asegurar, ¿no es verdad?, una educación de calidad. Y de calidad entendiendo no solo educación de calidad en sí misma, sino también que responda a los desafíos, pero también a las oportunidades de futuro, que sean oportunidades de trabajo, ¿no?, interesantes. Y por cierto, tiene que ir de la mano de la innovación, porque todo esto es un elemento muy fundamental de la sociedad del futuro.
As we come together hand in hand, the world will witness the change we have planned. With unity and love, we will overcome. For 1.8 billion young hearts, we are one.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, from wherever you're joining us from. We are very excited to have you in this event. My name is Lucy Muraga. I am the Regional Technical Advisor for Adolescents and Women's Health and Nutrition at Nutrition International for the African region, and I will be your moderator for the next 1 hour or so. So on behalf of Nutrition International, the Research Consortium for School Health and Nutrition, Sight and Life, and Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, I'd like to welcome you all to this event. We have teamed up on this session to explore the important linkages between adolescent nutrition and education. So today there are more adolescents than ever before in the world, and yet investments in adolescent nutrition remain scarce. And adolescent access to nutrition services at healthcare facilities is quite limited. We believe that access to education is a right for adolescents, and for adolescents to achieve their full academic potential, they need to be healthy and well-nourished. And this is especially important for girls, because adolescent girls are vulnerable to malnutrition due to their elevated nutritional needs, and gender inequities mean that their increased needs are not being met. And this is aggravated further when those gender norms keep them out of school. As school is one common service that adolescents are ideally accessing on a regular basis, it can be used to reach as many adolescents as possible with the important health and nutrition services like school meals, supplementation, and nutrition education, and therefore, creating quite a good safety net for this group. And this became even more apparent during COVID-19 pandemic, because this social safety net was lost as schools were closed. And this put a lot of adolescents at risk of poor nutrition, poor health, among other threats like child marriage, adolescent pregnancies, and child labor. This session will explore how research, innovative technologies, and school health and nutrition programs can promote adolescent health and well-being, improve educational outcomes, reduce gender inequities, and increase a country's economic prospects. Adolescents will also describe why nutrition matters to them, what their experiences are with the programs and digital platforms as well. And throughout the session, we'll be asking for your thoughts through the poll function in this interactive platform, and we'll have some time at the end for questions. That said, please feel free to put your questions in the interactive platform as the session continues, and we can try and answer them either during or at the end of this session. It would also be helpful to us if you could tell us who you want to direct your question to. And with these logistics now out of the way, I will now invite our speakers for this first session. And I'd like to request our speakers to please stick to the 5 minutes that are allocated to you, and so that we have enough time in the end for questions. So to start us off, please allow me to introduce our first speaker, Gilbert Ngwane Miki, who is the founding president and CEO of Community Vision Group. He is an international development expert with over 10 years of experience, has a Master's of Arts degree in international development, and is a PhD researcher at the University of Reading, focusing mainly on homegrown school feeding. Over to you, Mickey, for your presentation.
Hi, Lucy. Thank you very much for the amazing introduction. Just to say how privileged I am to share with the rest of the team what school meals stand to contribute to adolescent well-being. Can we have the slides on, please? Okay, I literally can't see the slides from my end, but I'll move on to say the picture we have is good for us to, first of all, understand how school meals programs were in terms of coverage prior to COVID-19. And we can actually see that school feeding programs were reaching up to 388 million children prior to COVID-19. But when COVID-19 broke out, we see that over 370 children were missing out on school meals. And not only school meals were they missing, they were also deprived of their educational opportunities. Next slide, please. Now, when we move on to understand the impact of school closures as a result of COVID-19, we see that the impact of COVID-19 also translated to poor mental health in children and young people. And we also realized that child marriages were more than double during COVID-19 pandemic, with numbers set to increase as World Vision indicated. Child labor also rose to over 160 million, and this increase was first in 2 decades. We can see that this is really a big challenge that was ushered in by COVID-19. Next slide, please. Yes, moving on, as a result of COVID-19, the importance of school meals even became more apparent, and we could see that many countries took up this as a priority, a policy orientation for their respective countries. We see the government of Finland, the government of Rwanda, and the French government, which currently sits as the chair of the Global School Meal Coalition, all ramping up efforts to see that school meals programs get scaled up to reach as many children as possible. Next slide, please. Now, let me talk a little bit about the Global School Meals Coalition, which is really an important platform where all the different countries are coming together to contribute to this bigger vision, which we see to actually how to ensure that every child has the opportunity to receive a healthy, nutritious meal in school by 2030. This important platform is working hard to restore or to improve the national school meal programs to 400 million children by 2030. And the second objective of the Global School Meal Coalition is to reach the additional 73 million most vulnerable children who were not reached previously by 2030. And finally, we're looking at the mandate of the School Meal Coalition to raise the quality of school health and nutrition programs globally by 2030. Next slide, please. This is a picture just to highlight, to tell us the momentum that the School Meal Coalition is harnessing, bringing all the different countries together. And it's important to highlight here that over 90 countries have signed up the declaration of commitment to the School Meal Coalition to actually showcase their support for the program. Next slide, please. Here, I will talk a little bit about the research consortium, where I am functioning as one of the co-chairs for diets and food system. The School Me Coalition has the research consortium as its technical arm, which is aimed to generate the evidence that is required to showcase the importance of school meals. Launched at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, this research consortium has a number of communities of practice. And amongst these different communities of practice, we have what we call the Early Career Researcher and Young Scientist Network, which is very important to this session as we're speaking, inviting all the young people who want to showcase their interest in school health and nutrition to be a part of this network. Next slide, please. I will end this presentation by highlighting again on the Early Career Researchers and Young Scientists Network to say, if you are hoping to pursue a career in school health and nutrition programs, why not join our Early Career Researcher and Young Scientists Network for opportunities in research, in networking, skills coaching, mentorship. Otherwise, you can just simply stay connected to us with the research consortium by signing up to get regular updates. Thank you very much. I will now pass you over to Keso, who will let us know why adolescents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gilbert. Hello, everyone. I'm Gabrielle Verschutten, the Director of Science at Sight and Life, and I'm really happy to be here today to tell you about the nutrition needs and challenges in adolescence. Next slide, please. Now, as all of you know, and as we've heard many, many times during this event, there are 1.8 billion adolescents worldwide, with 90% living in lower and middle income countries. And adolescents were actually once seen as a risky age group, but now we finally recognize them as a transformative generation. Their growth not only shapes their future, but also impacts communities and nations. And as the policymakers of tomorrow, understanding and meeting their needs today is absolutely crucial. And today I want to focus on two very specific needs that they have: the need for good nutrition and the need for proper education. And in the following slides, I will demonstrate why it is so crucial to invest in their nutrition and how closely this is linked to their education. Next slide, please. Now imagine running a marathon. Each step feels like a pain, but now picture doing it with a backpack full of bricks. That's anemia. That's when your body lacks enough healthy red blood cells to carry oxygen, often due to a lack of iron. And this makes the simplest tasks feel like running a marathon with a backpack full of bricks. And iron is a bit like our unseen champion in our body. Iron is absolutely vital for creating hemoglobin, which is the oxygen-carrying protein in our blood. But when iron falls short, so does our breath, our energy, and our vigor in life's marathon. So filling the iron gap is actually the most important nutrition intervention for adolescent girls. Next slide, please. And among adolescents and globally, iron deficiency ranks among the top 10 causes of disability-adjusted life years known as DALYs. So this means that it's a big problem that can take away the fun and the active years from a young person's life, or make those years harder due to feeling weak or feeling sick. And iron deficiency, in fact, leads the charge among nutritional conditions affecting our adolescents. Next slide, please. Now, there's actually more to iron deficiency and anemia during adolescence. As you can see on the slide, during puberty, adolescents hit a growth spurt. So it shoots up in height by 15 to 20%. But it's not just height. During adolescence, we also gain a lot of weight, about half of what we'll weigh as adults. And our bones get stronger too, gaining almost 60% of their peak strength during this time. And this growth spurt it's kind of like a second chance. With the right nutrition and healthy habits, kids who didn't grow well earlier, well, they can catch up a little bit. And adolescence is a time when we lay down the foundations for our future health, relationships, jobs, parenting skills even. And while we start learning a lot when we're younger, our brains actually keep growing. And they're changing through adolescence. So adolescence is a busy time for our bodies and also our brains, setting us up for the rest of our lives. Next slide, please. And I'd like to tell you the story of Gloria, a young girl who faced anemia during her teenage years. And as you can see on the slide, anemia always made her tired, weak, and often short of breath. It also made her body weak against infections. In school, Gloria found it hard to focus. She worried about her future. What if her grades didn't improve? She might have to leave school. And facing early marriage isn't an uncommon path where she lived. So anemia also hinted at troubles for later in life, especially during pregnancy and childbirth. Next slide, please. But here's the bright turn. With the right food and iron supplements, Gloria waved goodbye to anemia. She felt stronger, her grades got better, and her future looked bright again. So Gloria's story tells us that beating anemia is about more than just getting healthy. It's about opening the doors to better education and brighter futures for young people. And with that, I'd like to hand over to my colleague from Sight and Life, Jordy Fisher. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Kesso, and hello to all tuning into the Global Forum for Adolescents today. My name is Jordy Fisher, and I'm a research associate at Sight and Life Foundation. I'm grateful to be with you. I'm here today to talk briefly about the most controversial meal of the day. We all know the ongoing debates and opinions about eating breakfast are nothing new, but let's explore what some very recent research has to say about this meal, specifically for adolescents in low and middle income countries. You should see 2 poll questions that ask about your breakfast consumption on the screen. I encourage you to complete the poll questions and even share more of your experiences or perspectives in the chat. Next slide, please. As Kesso had just mentioned, adolescence is a period of rapid growth and development for which good nutrition is necessary. The research shows that among adolescents who regularly consume breakfast, it's associated with improved school performance, overall improved diet quality, as well as a reduced risk of being overweight. Next slide. Yet, a systematic review from 2018 revealed that 40% of adolescent girls from low and middle income countries reported skipping breakfast. We also saw an age-related increase. So those that skipped breakfast were more likely in the 15 to 19 age group compared to 10 to 14. There's also regional differences. Nearly half of girls sampled in Africa are reported to skip breakfast, while the prevalence was less than 20% in areas like Latin America and Caribbean. These numbers are shocking, as breakfast skipping is a risk factor for anemia, the increased odds of anxiety, depression, and psychological distress in adolescents. Next slide. Much research has been done on children and also on adolescents in high-income countries, but our review specifically aimed to combine all the research together in a systematic review to examine the scientific evidence from LMICs on the association of breakfast habits and anthropometry and nutrition-related outcomes in adolescents aged 10 to 19. You can click. We outlined study inclusion criteria for a review, of which 44 studies met these criteria and were included. With a total population of 162,188 adolescents residing in low and middle income settings. The map that you see on the screen shows where some of these studies were conducted. We have 4 studies conducted in Iran, 4 in India, 5 in Malaysia, 3 in China, 3 in Ghana, and 9 in Brazil, with a representation mainly across Asia and Africa. Then on the right side of the screen, you see some examples of our selected outcomes that were reported on the included trials, such as weight status, hemoglobin, body mass index. Next slide. From here, we assessed the associations using meta-analyses and found that adolescents residing in low and middle income countries who regularly skip breakfast, defined as eating breakfast 0 to 2 times per week, are twice as likely to be overweight or obese than non-skippers, defined as someone who eats breakfast 5 to 7 times per week. Then if you look at the fact on the left bottom side of the screen, we assessed those further. Breakfast skipping adolescents, those that sometimes skip breakfast, meaning you skip breakfast 3 to 4 times per week, are 1.3 times more likely to be overweight or obese compared to non-breakfast skippers. Then looking on the right top side of the screen, breakfast skipping adolescents were associated with a significantly greater body mass index for age compared to semi-skippers. Finally, some studies phrase questions for their questionnaire such as, did you eat breakfast on the day of this questionnaire? Yes or no? In these instances, teens who did not eat breakfast were 1.4 times more likely to be obese compared to those that did not eat breakfast on the day. Our work will continue to explore other anthropometric outcomes, such as waist circumference, but also explore nutritional outcomes like hemoglobin concentration and anemia prevalence, including investigating differences between boys and girls. Next slide. Our work makes clear from this large sample size of adolescents residing in a variety of LMIC contexts that skipping breakfast is associated with negative health outcomes, and this meal is incredibly important to live, study, and play to your full potential. Yet, it's also important to recognize that having access to a healthy and diverse breakfast may be a challenge. The reasons for taking or skipping breakfast are nuanced, just as we see in the answers to the poll questions here today, and work should continue to explore this. Building on the work already shared by the School Meal Coalition, school meal programs may provide an excellent platform to ensure healthy breakfast meals for all adolescent learners. Thank you so much for your time. I welcome any questions in the chat, and now I'll pass the floor over to Marion Roche.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining, and thanks, Jordy. Following on from considering the issues in adolescence and looking at anemia and adolescent nutrition, we're going to share with you this morning a case of taking evidence and action to create meaningful policy change for adolescents. And this is telling the stories of how WEFAS is on the essential medicines list to accelerate anemia reduction for adolescents. Next slide, please. So at the country level, when there's programs for adolescents, these are also often followed by guidelines. These are global guidelines in adolescent nutrition. And there's guidelines from UNICEF, World Health Organization has effective actions for adolescents. And World Health Organization also has an additional guideline specifically on weekly iron folic acid supplements. And all three of these guidelines, they recommend weekly iron folic acid supplements for adolescent girls to help reduce and prevent anemia. And they recommend a dose of 60 milligrams iron and 2.8 milligrams folic acid once weekly. And we'll see why this matters in the next couple of slides. Next slide, please. So this can reduce anemia by 35%. And weekly iron folic acid supplements, or WEFAS, for adolescent girls, they can reduce the risk of anemia by 35%. This can contribute to improved potential school performance, supporting cognitive development. This can be for adolescent, it can be a feeling of increased well-being, productivity, energy. And these can also be gender-responsive programs. These programs are often delivered at schools and can overcome gender barriers and highlight the gender barriers in girls' nutrition and also in school attendance. And they're also an opportunity to address that immediate gaps in the inequities that girls face in getting enough iron they need from their diets and meeting that gap with the iron supplements. Next slide. One of the challenges we found in our first 7 years of implementing adolescent nutrition programs is World Health Organization had a recommended formula for the WEFAS, but this was not available in the market. It couldn't be purchased. There were major bottlenecks to the anemia reduction efforts in countries because of this. The supplements that were being recommended for girls just weren't available. And manufacturers were unwilling to produce the WEFAS formulation because it wasn't on the model list of essential medicines. And this is a list that really influences what medicines a country procures, purchases, and produces. And countries were reluctant to support programs for adolescents when they couldn't yet purchase the supplement or the commodity that was intended for adolescents specifically. So this really created a bit of a program barrier where we had a policy recommendation, but that was not met by the supply. And the essential medicine list seemed to be the key for unlocking this. So NI really took an evidence to action approach, and we saw what was required. WEFAS had been submitted twice before to the essential medicine list, but both times had been rejected. And we realized that there was data missing on the efficacy of the products, so we conducted a randomized control trial. The other piece that WHO had suggested was a gap previously was that they needed to know that this product was acceptable and programs could feasibly be delivered to adolescents and that adolescents would consume the supplements and wanted these products. So NI combined 7 years of program data through school-based delivery, along with this randomized control trial data to show that these programs were acceptable to adolescents and could be effective in reducing anemia, as well as potentially preventing neural tube defects should an adolescent girl become pregnant. Next slide, please. So the World Health Organization Model List of Essential Medicines. This is the key list. It's published by the World Health Organization, and it contains the medications that should be effective and safe to meet the most important needs in a health system. And this list is frequently used by countries to help them develop their own national or local list of essential medicines. It's updated every 2 years, and it's possible to submit a medication for consideration on this list. So in December of 2022, NI combined 7 years of program data along with the randomized control data and submitted WEFAS for the purpose of reducing anemia in adolescent girls and women. Next slide, please. So we are happy to share that in 2023, in July, WEFAS was added to the model list of essential medicines. And this was one of a few products specifically to meet the needs of adolescents. And it's specifically there for preventing and reducing anemia for adolescent girls and also in women. Next slide, please. So what does this mean? Having WEFAS on the model list of essential medicines, this really reaffirms that anemia in adolescents is a priority public health concern. So having the WEFAS on the list, it also signifies that the product should be available and consistently accessible in sufficient quantities in a functioning healthcare system. So this really gives acceleration to anemia reduction efforts and really shows that this is a key product that we need to make available in functioning healthcare systems, and that adolescent anemia is a priority health intervention. And at NI, this is one of the things we're committed to supporting governments to work with adolescent girls to ensure that they have access to these supplements, whether it's through school-based programs and also considering girls who may be living in vulnerable contexts outside of schools. Next slide, please. So this is just an example of taking that scientific evidence and creating meaningful action and policy change. Back over to you, Lucy.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our speakers for that engaging conversation. It is quite clear that, there's a lot that is going on in terms of what is being done in this health and nutrition space, working through the school platforms, implementing evidence-based interventions. And it is also clear that it is critical that most of these are multi-sectorally planned and implemented, and then need to ensure that they are actually being done, closely with the government. In the next session, we also want to hear from adolescents and young people about how nutrition affects their health and nutrition status, how it affects their education, and what the experiences they've had in terms of interacting with school-based interventions and also doing advocacy in this area. And to start us off, we are going to hear from girls across Africa that have participated in Nutrition International's adolescent nutrition program and policy work. We asked these girls what nutrition means to them and what they feel should be done to support them better in nutrition. And this is what Esther, Nangima, and Palesa had to say about this.
Good nutrition means to me that eating variety food that gives me energy and good growth in my body. My experience in taking weekly iron and folic acid is that I have been able to do a lot of exercise. I have been strong and I have been concentrating in class whenever the teacher is in. I have been able to get good grades, especially mathematics and all the other subjects.
It is important for girls like myself to do well in school because we as girls have always been undermined that we can achieve certain things. So if we can prove to the world that we can, we will and we must. It's just an achievement for us as girls that we are able to be heard and seen by the world.
Parce que c'est une bonne décision. Conséquence, j'aurai une bonne santé et je serai prête mentalement et physiquement pour accomplir mes rêves. Je me sens plus confiante. Je pense qu'ils doivent D'abord, prendre soin de leur nutrition, regarder bien ce qu'il faut manger pour avoir une bonne santé, parce que sans la santé, on ne peut pas accomplir ses rêves, on ne peut pas réussir, et du coup, la santé, c'est la base.
Some of the things I'll tell my friends about nutrition is how nutrition helps us to grow well. It gives us strength in our body to play and reduces diseases in our body.
L'important de faire l'anémie pour se sentir mieux dans son corps, mieux grandir, pour ensuite servir l'humanité.
A message that I would like to give to adolescents like myself is that we should take care of ourselves. We should pay attention to what we consume, the food we eat. Yeah, I think we should just not let a peer pressure take control of what we consume, because at the end of the day, it is our lives and we have to take control and take decisions with our lives. I want to be a geologist when I grow up. So I think being well nourished would keep me focused in class and excited about everything, all energetic. So if I have those factors, I am able to strive for more in future and actually achieve what I want.
J'hésite encore entre l'architecture et la médecine, mais j'aimerais quand même être médecin.
Good nutrition will help me to become a neurosurgeon by helping my brain to develop well and to understand what the teacher is saying in class.
So thanks, Medina, for joining. Could you kindly introduce yourself and tell us your age and what you do? What's your occupation?
My name is Medina Jubilate Kimaro. I am 19 years old and I am from Tanzania. I am a student taking business studies at Tanzania Institute of Accountancy, but also I'm a climate advocacy champion and a nutrition champion in my country.
Awesome. Could you kindly tell us a bit more about your nutrition advocacy work?
Okay, as a nutrition advocacy champion, I have been reaching out to girls in schools and girls who are out of schools and providing nutrition education to them so that they can know the importance of having good nutrition. But also in schools, I have been engaging with my peers to plant vegetable gardens so that they could have proper school menus. And in the community, I have been talking to caregivers, parents, and community members and explaining to them about nutrition education and its importance in their lives and the lives of their children.
Oh, that's great, Medina. You're doing quite a bit in your community. Can you tell us why you believe that it is important for young people, especially adolescents, to get involved in nutrition advocacy?
Okay. First, we have to understand that good nutrition is essential to having a healthy and fulfilling life. When we have good nutrition, we will be able to participate well in schools and have proper and high academic performance. And having that, we'll be able to get good jobs, which will increase our standard of living. But also having good nutrition will help us to be able to have strong and healthy body systems, and it will help in the growth and development. Also, we will not be exposed to several diseases like anemia, in our bodies, and will be strong.
So how should young people and adolescents engage the government and other stakeholders in ensuring that they are, putting in place the right policies and programs for adolescents?
The government and the leaders should prioritize nutrition, and they should invest in nutrition programs. And young people taking place in those nutrition programs will help them to understand why it is important for them to prioritize having proper, balanced, diets in their families. And so the role of the government is to prioritize investing in nutrition programs, and the role of young people is to take part in those programs and to spread the word to other people so as to learn more.
Clear that, besides experts and governments, it's also very critical to involve young people and to include them meaningfully in these programs, and so that they're able also to spread the word about the importance of adolescent nutrition. And it's awesome to see adolescents taking charge and becoming agents in their own communities. Now, allow me to invite Aristiana Sari, who is an Adolescent Nutrition Program Associate with the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, GAIN. She's going to share with us some more examples of adolescents being change agents with GAIN. Over to you, Aristiana.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm Iris. So I'm a program associate for adolescent nutrition at GAIN Indonesia. And it's such an honor today. I'm thrilled to share you a project that I've been working on for a couple of years called the Food Investigator Game. So Food Investigator Game isn't just any project. It places adolescent at its very core as a change makers. So through involving adolescents at the very beginning, we have developed a mobile app named Health Heroes Nutrihan, which is now already available in App Store and Play Store in Indonesia. I'm sure you all know, or maybe at least heard about Pokemon Go app. Yeah, so it's similar like that. So it's basically, you could imagine yourself as a Pokemon trainer in searching of a monster. So this app allows adolescents to do that just by reading and scanning food labels on packaged beverage and food items. Basically, the healthier food or beverage label item that adolescents scan, the rarer monster that they capture and collect. So we hope through this, adolescents can be engaged and alarmed to read the food labels. And most important, we also cultivated a community of vocal adolescents who are passionate about nutrition, who name themselves Health Heroes Indonesia. To date, we have 120 Health Heroes who've reached over 200 schools, impacting more than 60 hundreds of their peers to increase their awareness of consuming healthier food options. Not only that, we have also generated 50 ingenious ideas that have truly amazed us. So without further ado, let me introduce you to the future of nutrition advocacy, the brilliant Health Heroes Indonesia. Please play the video.
Indonesia had 64.5 million adults. That's almost a quarter of the population, where 16% of them are obese and 8.7% are underweight. Adolescents needs to be aware of the nutrition content of their food. Health Heroes Indonesia has trained adolescents to become agents of change. They campaign about building awareness that adolescents have the right to get information about what they consume.
I got the information to join Health Heroes Facilitator. I got a lot of experience.
Rapat koordinasi bareng Kemenkes dalam pembahasan Perkemenkes nomor 30 2013 tentang pencantuman tabel informasi nilai gizi.
Kita juga belajar pengenalan logo pilihan lebih sehat, klik GGL, mengkampanyekan gerakan Act for Food, Act for Change.
Health Heroes Indonesia are actively campaigning. They're sacrificing their time to campaign in schools, create petitions, and even use their own social media to build and spread awareness. Until now, there are 120 Health Heroes Indonesia have reached over 2,610 adolescents, fostering 39 ideas, mentoring the youth community, and advocating to promote the rights of young people to understand the labels in consumed food. And finally, their voices are heard. Health Heroes Indonesia are involved in discussion with the Ministry of Health of Indonesia regarding the inclusion of sugar, salt, and fat information on packaged foods. Not stopping there, they want to continue contributing. They aim to expand their campaign on nutrition and the environment. Through momentum of the International Youth Day 2023, it's time for the youth to be aware of green skills and sustainability. It has been 1 year, and Health Heroes Indonesia will keep fighting for a better nutrition and a sustainable world.
Health Heroes Indonesia!
Work that we can see happening with our young people, and just, reinforcing the fact that young people actually know about nutrition. They know what is good for them. They're demanding better from their communities. They have an understanding of how programs and policies should support them. So kudos to all of you. And as Keso said in her presentation earlier, this is a transformative generation. It's not a generation at risk. And we need to honor that by supporting them to grow into the policy makers of tomorrow, by listening and amplifying their voices. And now I would like to urge you to continue posting your comments, your questions, any information you have on best practices from your countries in the chat. We've gotten to that time where we have, a few minutes for a few questions. And I will start with those that I can see in the chat. We have a comment from David about the associations between skipping breakfast and obesity. And maybe I would like to ask Jody to probably say something about this, just to give us more information on the connection or the causal connection between skipping breakfast and obesity. Jody?
Thanks, David, for this important question. There are some known reasons for why adolescents skip breakfast, but these reasons don't appear to be consistent across studies and really vary by age, by gender, by context. Yes, it is true, adolescent girls sometimes are reported for skipping breakfast to control their weight. Adolescents also report skipping breakfast because they don't feel hungry in the morning or they don't have enough time to eat food. Or food security challenges as well. But the main reasons we see reported for skipping breakfast are usually not feeling hungry, not having time, and a lack of appetite. Other reasons for breakfast skipping are not well understood, particularly those that are modifiable. So alongside assessing nutrition anthropometric outcomes, what we're doing here around breakfast skipping, I think there's definitely a need to understand the reasons for breakfast skipping, specifically among this population of adolescents residing in low and middle income countries, as these are really complex relationships, as you alluded to. I think this knowledge would help us develop appropriate social and behavior change programs and integrate breakfast into school meal programs. Thanks.
Thank you, Jody, for that response. We have another question from Malawi. How do we ensure that adolescent nutrition is prioritized? As mostly what we have seen in the past is that, a lot of the focus by government and partners is on children under 5. And as I invite Marion to respond to this question, Marion, maybe you could also take a few minutes to tell us about the poll on anemia that we ran a little earlier. Over to you, Marion.
Thanks very much, Lucy. And Ndikalo from Malawi, thanks so much for this question. I think it's something that's top of mind for all of us. You're very right that often we see a focus on under 5s and then under 2 and that 1,000 days windows in pregnant women because of those nutritional needs. But I think there's also increasing recognition that adolescence is another opportunity for growth and development, and adolescents have unmet nutritional needs that are not currently being met by health systems. I think part of the issue also that we see is often decision makers don't have access to the full story about adolescent nutrition. They often don't have data to be able to make decisions. But I think we know there's evidence-based actions that can be done right now. I think forums like this, the Global Forum for Adolescents, drawing attention to the needs of adolescents, nutrition as a part of that. Nutrition for growth, for well-being, for future economic opportunities, and for current well-being and participation of adolescents in society and school are all critical elements. I think it's it's not just about the effective actions, it's also about investments and accountability. I think we also need commitments and then tracking of those commitments and greater investments in adolescent nutrition. We've often seen, investments in adolescents can have up to a 10-time return over the life of an adolescent. And I think this is an amazing group to work with. Also, the energy of adolescents, they are also very much advocates for their own health and nutrition. I think we've seen that with the eloquence that the youth have spoke with today. And I think we all need to support and make sure adolescents have voice for raising these issues and hold governments, donors, and partners accountable to ensuring that we are investing in adolescent nutrition. And I think this today, hopefully there's energy coming out of today, and this is something that we keep pushing forward. And,
Thanks, Marion. You want to add something? Please go ahead.
I just wanted to mention, I think we've seen today here, there was in the poll, we saw very few people, know of their own anemia status. No one's taken weekly iron folic acid we've seen in the chat. So we know there's many interventions that are effective and are not reaching adolescents. And even just adolescents having information about their own health and well-being, I think is a starting point, understanding their growth, their development, and the potential to benefit from improved nutrition. Thanks, Lucy.
Thank you, Marion. And we have another question relating to how governments can get involved in adolescent nutrition. And I'd like to invite Mickey, as he also tells us very briefly how governments can engage when it comes to the homegrown school meals coalition as one of the ways to, of course, ensure that we are providing a safety net for adolescents. Over to you, Mickey.
Thank you, Lucy. Just to mention first that there is increasing shift in priority beyond the first 1,000. Now we are talking about the first 8,000 days of life, which is really giving priority to younger people as far as nutrition is concerned. Now, how the national governments are getting involved with the homegrown school feeding program, we will see that homegrown school feeding is another kind of a paradigm shift in the safety net program, which is more transformative. This is where national governments are prioritizing the local food systems, how younger people can get connected to what is being produced within their local communities and so on. And so we are seeing this increasing interest in shifting away from the conventional school feeding program that depends on food donations to what is being produced locally. So the deeper interest in this is not just because national government want children to feed, it's also because they want to see the smallholder farmers who initially did not have the opportunity to market their food commodities, they now have a steady, profitable market as a result of the school feeding program. And so we see national government taking interest because it is going beyond education, it's going beyond nutrition to including boosting agricultural systems and improving the local economies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mickey. One final question, and I think we have a few other people asking this same question. How do we engage governments to make sure that they're taking into account adolescent nutrition? Is there anyone on the floor who might want to respond to this question? How do we engage the government to ensure that they are actually taking into account adolescent nutrition in their plans and funding as well?
Yeah, Lucy, let me just come back again to say national government, just by signing up the declaration for the Global School Meal Coalition, is a step towards indicating their interest in adolescent nutrition. We can see that even in national policies, the orientation in the way governments formulate their policies is taking into consideration the aspect of school health and nutrition. But what is even more important is the upcoming Global School Meal Summit, which is trying to see how national government don't only end at signing up those declarations, but committing to them to see that they actually move from just the declarations to the action on the ground to see that something is happening. And so if you ask me, I would say a lot is happening and a lot will continue to happen for the better interests of the adolescents.
Thank you, Mickey, and thank you to all of you, our speakers and our audience for today. I think that's all we have time for. We would like to now just acknowledge, everyone who has taken time to be with us. We sincerely hope that we have made a strong case for the importance of adolescent health and nutrition and the linkage between that and school and education. Our greatest hope is that we will be able to see more investments in school-based programs that can help ensure that adolescents can get the most out of their education and meet their potential. For the adolescents listening to us, and for all of you who are doing great work in advocacy or engaging your communities in whichever way, or your governments, please keep it up. Engage with your communities, get involved in shaping these programs and policies at country level. We wish you all an enriching experience throughout the remainder of the conference. And if you'd like to know more about any of our work, please feel free to reach out. We will also be posting a lot of the conversations we've had today, so stay tuned in the platform for more information. Bye for now.
I mean, those young champions representing nutrition internationally, I mean, very, very vocal. And what a discussion around what it means to be a real man in your community. I mean, I personally hear discussions like that all the time within my social groups and other social groups. So it's definitely one to sort of mull over.
Definitely De Graft. And more great sessions to choose from this afternoon. Most of our governments have committed to healthcare for everyone, universal healthcare. But what is the reality for young people trying to access healthcare in these times of workforce shortages? We have a session coming up called From Silos to Systems, Bridging Adolescents into the Healthcare Agenda. Another great session to look forward to, with an incredible title, is about empowering young people in matters of sexuality education. It's called Ask Us What We Need, Youth-Led Approaches to Redefining Sexuality Education.
Now, we have had a lot of fantastic music in this show so far. That Leonis the Genius number is, it's firmly in my head, just running round and round and round. And it's such a great way to do advocacy, which is why we're proud to present the winners of the Art for Wellbeing Music Awards. Check this out.
my piece addresses that. It addresses a mental health issue, and it also gives semi-solutions to how people can help reduce the issues that come with mental health. And I feel like it's really relevant to the young people to listen to. And I would also encourage them to listen to other contestant species, because they were also addressing well-being issues that were not mental. And I feel like if some of the people close to me or some of the people in my circle could listen to that, those well-being issues being addressed by other contestants could help improve them.
Oh God, our demons, thoughts we can't escape. It mentally eats us and lead to distress, depression, anxiety, become our friends, preying on traumas that we can't erase. Let us talk to each other, let's encourage mental health. Let us join our forces and put end to suicides. I'm really getting tired not being in control of me, of my thoughts, of my health, of everything I love. I just need my mental health. Ndine pfungwa dzandinoda kuti dzitame, dzikadzoka inini handirare, dzikadzoka inini handifare, dzikadzoka inini handirare. Ndine pfungwa dzandinoda kuti dzitame, dzikadzoka inini handirare, dzikadzoka inini handifare.
The clues to what I crave.
My entry truly speaks my heart, as I wanted to convey that our well-being does not solely lie in material, but it is embracing things in life that may look simple to us. So I think my message would have resonated with young adolescents who are in the phase of truly understanding life and figuring out their springs of well-being. While music has been something I deeply cherish, I'm glad that I've incorporated music to deliver something really strong. Finally, a massive thank you goes out to all the organizers, to my beloved school, my supporters, and to those who loved my piece of art.
In a world of complexities, back then I would have thought the clues to what I crave lie in materials, but then turns out that it was compiled with blocks of life that are meant to be much more than anything to say. Ooh, I'm proud of myself, my resilience. Ooh, your hands get me out of the deepest trench with all that I've learned. So what's kept me safe for all the nourishment that has made me grow? Well, that's what I've been needing all this time, all this time.
Through my song, I aspire to inspire anyone who listens to it, irrespective of their location, to find strength within themselves, believe in their abilities, and remain motivated to persevere. Also, I would like to mention that one of my teenager friends told me that when she was listening to my song, she was sad, but the song uplifted her and made her feel herself more powerful. I sincerely hope that my music resonates with people from every corner of the world, reminding them to prioritize their well-being and offering encouragement during challenging times.
Find the way you are. No one can obstruct you. Find a show that's yours. Go ahead and break all walls. Don't listen to your guilty advisors. No more, your brain is much more nice, ready to realize what's yours. Feel the sound of chaos. Change your
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is John Klein. I'm the president of the International Association for Adolescent Health and the treasurer and a member of the executive committee for the International Pediatric Association. And it is my pleasure to welcome you to this session on Track A, Good Health, from Silos to Systems, Strengthening Adolescent Health as part of the Universal Healthcare Agenda. Today's session, as several of the previous sessions have mentioned, is about what can we do to have better health services for adolescents and young adults. We will explore the challenges that adolescents face in getting access to comprehensive, respectful care, and why this is an important gap in the UHC movement, and the challenges that healthcare providers face in providing care to adolescents, including how workforce shortages impact the delivery of services. We'll also feature some examples where youth advocacy and accountability and commitments from healthcare professional associations have been able to help ensure that adolescent needs and rights are integrated into the health system. I'd like to introduce my co-moderator, Yahan Zhu, from the International Federation of Medical Students, who will tell us a little more about how the session will run. Over to you, Yahan.
Thank you, John. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the session. My name is Yahan, pronounced Shekhar. I'm currently a third-year medical student based in Sydney, Australia. I am the liaison officer for sexual and reproductive health and rights issues at the International Federation of Medical Student Associations. So during this session, we try to bring everyone closer together through this session, even though everyone is joining from different locations. Which shouldn't be very hard because we share the same goal of integrating adolescent health into the health agenda. We try to make this session as interactive as possible, so please do not hesitate to send through your questions and comments in the chat. We have our chat moderator who will be monitoring the chat during the session, and it's a fantastic opportunity to engage with our other participants. On top of that, we also set up a couple of polls, which will be an opportunity for you to share with us what your opinions on the topics relevant to our discussions today are. So the first poll question coming up is, what do you think is the biggest health issue when it comes to adolescents? So some of the options we have here are sexual and reproductive health and rights, non-communicable diseases, mental health, violence and injuries. And if there are any other answers you guys would like to suggest, please feel free to type that in the chat. The poll will close after our first segment, and we will then look at the results together shortly afterwards. So now, without further ado, I'll pass it back to John to introduce our first speaker of the session.
Great. Thank you, Yahan. And you should be seeing the poll for the first interactive question now. So please go ahead and put in your answers because we'll be sharing them with the group soon. They should be visible to you as they're recorded. So in the first section today, we are going to talk from the young people's perspective on setting the stage for what we need for health services and sharing some of the data that's come in from the What Young People Want survey. Let me start by introducing Katja Sick, who is a leader with the International Youth Health Organization, to help us set the stage. Katja, over to you.
Passing the floor. So as it was already mentioned, a vital but very often overlooked aspect is the power of youth voices and youth perspectives, especially when it comes to universal health coverage, because it might be a topic that is not very close to young people's hearts, or at least they don't know how much it affects them. And adolescent health is a multifaceted issue that requires multidimensional solutions, yet all too often young people are left on the sidelines of decision-making processes, even though we're not just 1.8, but 1.9 billion strong. The voices are being stifled, the perspectives are disregarded, and sometimes even the basic human rights are erased, especially in the sense of universal health coverage. So it is high time that we change this narrative and recognize that young people have a fundamental right to participate in shaping policies and programs that directly affect their lives, especially ones concerning their health and well-being. So it is crucial that we look at UHC, but also from the human rights perspective, not just concerning healthcare, but also some of the basics like clean and healthy environments, access to education, clean water, and much more. And all of these are actually directly impacting the 6 building blocks of UHC. Youth voices do bring unique insights and lived experiences to the table. So not only do young people have firsthand knowledge of the barriers and gaps concerning universal health coverage, but they also possess innovative ideas and creative solutions to overcome these obstacles. So these perspectives can help us identify and tackle the root causes of health disparities, leading to more equitable and accessible healthcare for all adolescents. Furthermore, engaging youth fosters a sense of ownership and accountability, so they can become advocates for their own health and the health of their peers. This does not only benefit individuals, but also contributes to building strong and resilient healthcare systems, as well as communities that value health. So to achieve genuine youth involvement, we must create safe spaces where young people can voice their concerns without fear of judgment or dismissal. We need to invest in youth-led organizations and initiatives that provide platforms for meaningful participation. So governments, civil society, and other stakeholders should actively seek out youth perspectives, listen, and integrate these perspectives into decision-making processes to adequately address the needs. So in conclusion, we cannot achieve comprehensive universal health coverage without amplifying youth voices. We're not just passive recipients of healthcare, but active agents of change. So we need to commit that in order to create a healthier, more equitable, and prosperous future for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katja. Our next speaker is Aditi Sivakumar. She's a medical student, an advocate, highly accomplished in many different areas, but she also is the co-chair for youth, but the co-chair for the entire Partnership for Maternal Child Health, Partnership for Women's, Children, and Adolescents Health. And it's a pleasure to welcome her to share some of what we've learned from what young people want. Aditi, over to you.
Thank you so much, John. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone today. My name is Aditi Sivakumar. I am the board vice chair under 30 for PMNCH, and I'm so excited to be here with you all to talk about the Global Forum for Adolescents, the 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign, and how we at PMNCH are working to address the unmet needs of adolescents. So the What Young People Want initiative was launched by PMNCH in early 2023. And it is the world's largest survey of youth opinion used to drive in national policy, investment, and action. And the What Young People Want initiative takes into account meaningful adolescent and youth engagement by providing a robust platform for youth to share their opinions with the highest level of decision-making processes. Through this initiative, we essentially asked adolescents from the ages of 10 to 24 one simple question: to improve my well-being, I want, and we allowed them to fill in the blanks. And I'm so proud to say that today we have over 1 million adolescents who have participated in this initiative from continent to continent across the globe, and we are still actively trying to amplify youth voices. The responses were then categorized into 1 of 5 domains for adolescent well-being, and the domain good health and optimum nutrition had the second highest number of responses at 13.6%. So an overview of the most frequent words for each domain is also available on word clouds, which can be seen on the 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign website. And for good health and optimum nutrition, the main words included health, education, nutrition, access, and sexual health. And we also have direct quotes from adolescents across the globe who've participated in this campaign. For example, we have a 20-year-old man from Indonesia who said there's a need to increase the quality of healthcare. And we have a 15-year-old woman from Liberia who said sexual and reproductive health education and service is important to her. In 2021 alone, 4,500 adolescents and youth passed away every single day due to health-related concerns. For example, 1 in 6 children or adolescents experience early pregnancy and childbirth. There are over 115,000 road traffic injuries resulting in death every single year. We have over 1.8 billion adolescents worldwide, and in some countries, adolescents make up a quarter of the population. However, globally, there are more than 1.5 million adolescent deaths every single year. And while a majority of these deaths are preventable or treatable, adolescents face numerous barriers in terms of accessing healthcare. Progress towards universal health coverage requires keeping young people healthy, and adolescence represents a critical window of opportunity for effective prevention and treatment that can last the life course. Delivering universal health coverage requires addressing priority areas, including improving service delivery, laws and policies, increasing financing, and strengthening governance. And I'm looking forward to working with you all to ensure universal health coverage for adolescents. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditi, for your insights into the needs of youth and the actions needed to address this important issue. We also have here the results of the poll that we've done earlier. The results is what's rapidly changing. So at the moment, we have the highest is mental health, it's 43%, and sexual reproductive health and rights was 42%, which was also mentioned by Aditi. So the greatest number of audience commenting on mental health issues and the urgency to address also highlight the need of the actions we need to implement. We can also see that the results match very well. And so now please allow me to introduce our next pair of speakers, Patrick and Melis. So Patrick too is a Council of International Neonatal Nursing board member, currently working as a neonatal nurse in newborn unit Kenyatta Hospital in Kenya. He represents COIN in PMNCH under the youth constituency. He is a registered nurse with a higher national diploma in neonatal nursing. He is currently at Aga Khan University for Bachelor of Science in Nursing. And another speaker would be Melis. Melis is an associate professor of pediatrics and adolescent medicine specialist at the HSTP University. She's a co-chair of the IAH Emerging Professional Network and a member of IAH Education Committee. She's the assistant program coordinator of the third-year medical students and serves as a member of Pediatrics Residency Education Board at HSTP University Faculty of Medicine. So Patrick and Melis, all over to you.
Thank you so much, Jan. My name is Patrick. As you have heard, my name is Patrick Tor. I'm a nurse working in Kenya. I'm also a COIN board member. COIN stands for Council of International Neonatal Nurses. I represent nurses globally. I promote sharing of knowledge and quality care. I champion healthy working environments and embrace teamwork and collaboration while providing care. I'm also a member of International Council of Nurses. So nurses play a very key role in providing care among healthcare, especially to the adolescents. So over a long period of time, adolescents have been neglected, and actually an estimated 1.2 million adolescents die each and every year, largely due to attributable to preventable causes. And this can be reverted if the healthcare system is streamlined. So this includes providing adolescent-friendly services, subsidizing the cost of services, and increasing also the workforce. So as young nurses, we play the key role in the healthcare system, and we promote the care of adolescents through various ways. So we offer preventive care services, we offer health education services, and these healthcare education services are geared towards providing key health messages to adolescents, such as sexual reproductive health services, mental health issues, drugs and substance abuse, counseling and psychological abuse, sexual health and reproductive services, advocacy for the adolescent rights, and also as nurses, we also take lead as leaders and management in our facilities. So why is this very important to us? It is very important to us because we need health-specific training to be given to the nurses to be able to meet the universal healthcare services provided to these adolescents. So very few nurses have been trained in adolescent health, and this one affects the output pertaining to the care given to the adolescents. So there is need to incorporate more trainings to meet the needs of demands of the adolescents. And just to mention a few, we need to create awareness of the available online courses that we can be used, communication and counseling skills that also can be utilized by nurses. These platforms will equip and enable the nurses handle adolescent health specific related issues as we prioritize the rolling out of universal healthcare services. So young professionals have a very special role between adolescents and the young people and the healthcare professionals. So we form a link between the other healthcare professionals. We actually become the first front workers to be met by these adolescents. So we offer those friendly services. We also, most adolescents prefer to talk to their family friends, to their family members and friends as the frontline people before they come to the health facilities. So when they come to the health facilities, the first people they meet are us as nurses. So we need to continue encouraging that linkage so that our adolescents get the services. So as I wind up, the government should support adolescents' activities. They should train nurses, especially in adolescent-specific activities that are geared towards preventing these diseases and that are attributable to the deaths that our adolescents are having. And also, we need to strengthen the universal health care. Thank you so much.
Passing over to Melis.
Thank you so much, Jahan. I'm honored to address you of the International Association for Adolescent Health, representing not only our organization, but also the collective commitment of the PMNCH, Healthcare Professional Associations constituency. Together, we are dedicated to advocating for the fundamental principle of including all adolescents and leaving no one behind. But to achieve this goal, there is an urgent need for a healthcare workforce that is well equipped and trained across disciplines and according to globally accepted guidelines, so that we can deliver effective, safe, and respectful care to adolescents and their families. However, there is a significant global shortage of accessible adolescent-friendly services, particularly in regions with high youth populations. Similarly, the delivery of high-quality, sustainable, culturally tailored, and competency-based adolescent health training is limited and often concentrated in high-income countries. The change will start by investing in the proper training and professional development of emerging professionals. They are now on the front lines of healthcare and soon to be global and national leaders in adolescent health. And investing in their training not only empowers our current healthcare workforce, but also it's a crucial investment in the future of adolescent health. For all our adolescents to thrive, be nurtured, heard, and protected, we need high quality, easily accessible, up-to-date, holistic, and free healthcare services everywhere. We need these services to address the unique healthcare needs of adolescents by integrating their perspectives and insights into the system. We need these services to be equipped with an adequately trained workforce who prioritize not only their physical health, but also their mental and social health and well-being. And we need mental health to be an integral component of this care system. We need stigmatization and barriers to mental health services to be dismantled so adolescents feel safe and encouraged to seek help when needed. The need for this change and progress is pressing and immediate. We strive for a world where every adolescent's well-being is at the forefront. Together, we can create a brighter, healthier future for adolescents everywhere. Thank you for your dedication and support to this vital cause.
Thank you, Patrick and Melis, for addressing the access of care for adolescents and why should it matter to young professionals. At the International Federation of Medical Student Associations, we hold a very strong emphasis on promoting adolescent health through self-care and digital interventions to complement the health services we already deliver in order to achieve UHC, including building their healthy habits and also taking care of their mental health. So now we're going from problems to solutions. And it is my almost pleasure to introduce Kelly and Ruth, who will share with us some examples of youth-led processes that are contributing toward integrating adolescent services into health systems. So Kelly is the lead ASRH advisor at Save the Children, and Ruth is our youth and gender specialist at Copper Rose, Zambia. Over to you, Kelly and Ruth.
Great. Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here with you all today. To achieve what young people want, as Aditi so nicely presented, we can't just do what we've always done. We can't just focus on an adolescent room or an adolescent-friendly corner here and there. Instead, as we've heard from our other panelists, we must work to ensure that all aspects of the health system, from the health workforce to the health information systems to the places where services are delivered, meet the needs and rights of adolescents. Only then will we achieve universal health coverage. I'm pleased to introduce and present to you my colleague, Ruth Lataba. Ruth is working with us, together with us, on the USAID Momentum Country and Global Leadership Project, and she's going to share how adolescents in Zambia are leading a process of assessment and accountability to advance adolescent responsive health systems for all adolescents. Ruth, over to you.
Thank you, Kali. So to start with, Zambia has prioritized adolescent health as part of achieving the SDGs. So this is included in the adolescent health strategic plan, as well as the national health plan, which puts forward the adolescent responsive health systems pathway to attain a universal health coverage. However, gaps remain in the ability of the health system to provide comprehensive health services to adolescents. So Koparo Zambia, a youth-led organization in Zambia, under the Momentum Country and Global Leadership Project, led a participatory process in Northern Province as well as Central Province to assess how the health system is currently meeting the needs of adolescents. So we used an adolescent health and gender responsive health system assessment tool, which was developed by WHO and looks at 6 health building blocks plus the community building block. So this process was facilitated by young people, and it was done in such a way that we called stakeholders to be a part of this assessment. Stakeholders such as the neighborhood health committees, the district health management officers, as well as the healthcare providers themselves and the members of the communities. We also had workshops with adolescents and the peer educators that are found at the youth-friendly spaces. So after the assessment was done, the districts, as well as the district management officers, as well as the adolescents, developed action plans to identify the identified gaps. So in terms of the selected gaps and proposed actions, some healthcare providers deny adolescents certain services on grounds of age and other characteristics. So the proposed action was to enhance capacity of health workers in the delivery of comprehensive quality services for adolescents, as well as strengthening adolescent considerations in the mentorship approaches. We also noted through the assessment that most vulnerable groups of adolescents, for example, those living with disabilities, are not able to access services. And so the proposed action was integrate adolescent health in existing health service outreach activities, as well as accommodation for diverse adolescents. We also noted that adolescents do not participate in the established social accountability mechanisms. Here in Zambia, we call them the INDABAs. So the proposed action was engage adolescents in social accountability processes, engage adolescents in the key decision-making spaces where they're able to speak and share what their needs are. So what then is our next step? As a country, but also as Momentum, we want to provide technical assistance and capacity strengthening to the districts in line with their prioritized actions as a way of strengthening a responsive as a way of strengthening the responsiveness of the health system and accelerating action on adolescents as part of the universal health coverage. We want to ensure that the health system is responding to the needs of adolescents. The adolescents themselves are involved in the planning process, are involved in the service delivery processes and all other processes that the ministry has, because we do not want the ministry to plan for adolescents without them. The adolescents know what their needs are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Ruth. And I note that there are some videos that have been posted by our colleagues at Save the Children from some of the working countries that provide some more detail about some of their activities beyond what we had time for in the session today. So we're now going to shift gears a little bit and go from hearing from young people about their needs and hearing from some of the examples of in-country solutions to hearing what some of the healthcare provider organizations have been thinking about and doing when it comes to addressing the needs of young people when it comes to healthcare services. And we've also asked some of our global stakeholders, the UN agencies, WHO and UNICEF, to share some comments about what they do to try to address these needs on an ongoing basis. The first comment there comes from Dr. Naveen Thakur, who is the president of the International Pediatric Association. And over to you, Naveen, for a discussion of healthcare professionals' commitments.
Thanks, John. Hello, everyone. I'm truly delighted to be here and talk about our joint healthcare professional commitment to adolescent well-being. First, let me start by giving assurance to you, adolescent and young people, that we are listening to you. We are committed to act on your ask. I have taken note on comments and questions made also during other sessions during the forum, and we will work on them. When I say we, here I am speaking for other healthcare professional associations as well, bringing together the voice and commitment of millions of healthcare professionals across the globe. As PMNCH Healthcare Professional Association constituency, we consider prioritization of adolescent health and well-being critically important for young people across the life course. It means that investing in adolescent health and well-being affects adolescent present health, their future adult health, and their children's health and well-being. Therefore, it is so critical also to achieve improved outcomes for maternal, newborn, and child health, as well as sexual and reproductive health and rights. The HCPA constituency and its member organizations such as COIN, FIGO, ICN, IAAH, and IPA, and representing doctors, nurses, midwives are joining together to commit to the improving adolescent health and well-being by initiating and strengthening collaboration by our member National Healthcare Professional Association to prioritize and work together to improve adolescent health and well-being. Second, ensuring respectful care, including confidentiality and anonymity, respectful treatment. Advocating for capacity building and ongoing training opportunities across different disciplines to ensure a strong and effective task force of healthcare professionals across discipline able to provide adolescent appropriate services. Investing in early leadership, including mentorship program. And finally, advocating to ensure universal access to sexual reproductive healthcare services. My dear adolescent and young people, we are open to your advice on how we can best ensure healthcare is tailored to your needs. Let us work together to ensure every adolescent can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naveen. Our next speaker is Joanna Lai from UNICEF. Joanna is the lead for adolescent and mental health for the technical side at UNICEF and Health at headquarters. Joanna, over to you.
Thank you so much, John. And it's so important that we get to hear what young people are saying today and that we're seeing such strong efforts that they're leading. As Dr. Naveen has reinforced, we are really listening to what young people around the world are saying, and we hear you. At UNICEF, health and well-being of adolescents is at the heart of our mandate to ensure the rights of all children, which includes adolescents. And so our commitment to adolescent health and well-being is integrated across all 5 goal areas of our strategic plan. That's focused on advancing policy, action, also programming that's across systems and across sectors that, yes, address the risks, but also boost the protective factors that are impacting health and well-being outcomes of adolescents. And what this means is we are focused on and committed to partnering first and foremost with adolescents themselves, also their caregivers and their communities, to proactively empower them and work with them to care for their own health and their own well-being. That also means that we're working to invest and strengthen systems and workforces across primary healthcare, education, social protection systems that will help us better meet the health and well-being needs of adolescents in a gender-responsive way. And also that is focusing our advocacy and our policy efforts on also the social, commercial, environmental factors that are placing health and well-being of adolescents at risk. So these are some of the commitments that we look forward to continue working with partners and also young people around the world to continue advancing on.
Great, thank you so much, Joanna. Next, we have Valentina Baltag, who is at the World Health Organization in maternal, child, adolescent health and nutrition, discussing their focus on young people.
The universal health coverage goals cannot be achieved without investing in adolescents. This is why the World Health Organization works tirelessly to ensure that adolescents are visible in the UHC agenda. The latest example is the political declaration of the UN High-Level Meeting on Universal Health Coverage 2023 that calls, among others, to include a focus on youth to ensure that no one is left behind. There are no better solutions to ensure universal health coverage for adolescents than by investing in adolescent responsive health systems. To this end, the Global Accelerated Action for the Health of Adolescents Global Guidance, the AHA guidance, is a key resource. Everyone has a role to play in translating the AHA recommendations into concrete actions in countries, be it through advocacy and activism or capacity building or service provision. We, the AHA UN partnership, stand ready to support you in your efforts and to ensure that adolescent health and well-being are visible in health and well-being agendas of governments and at the global level.
In addition to the maternal, child health and adolescent piece of WHO, there's the global coordinating mechanism for non-communicable diseases. And the prevention of non-communicable diseases, as well as access to care, is a critical component of how we think about what adolescents need when it comes to staying healthy and being able to thrive. So we have Yvonne Aravaligan from the Global Coordinating Mechanism standing in for Guy Phones, the director of the GCM, because of his travel disarrangement and lack of internet access. Thank you so much for being here, Yvonne, and over to you.
Thank you very much, John, for the introduction. So I'm Yvonne. I'm with the WHO's Global Coordination Mechanism on Non-Communicable Disease. And this is a statement that we've prepared with our very close partner, NCD Child. So our view is that global commitments around adolescent health and non-communicable disease require strong youth participation and empowerment. And this approach views adolescents as co-creators, designers, and implementers, rather than simply recipients or stakeholders. An important consideration here is the meaningful engagement of young people who live with non-communicable disease, mental health conditions, and neurological conditions to shape the relevant agendas. So at the GCM, we've been committed to adolescent health and well-being since the inception of the platform in 2015, over a range of activities, including a community of practice for young people, NCD Voices in the Decade of Action, where we raise young voices, and the NCD Lab thematic area on the next generation. And the NCD Lab is a WHO platform that supports promising grassroots innovations to achieve scale through knowledge collaboration, capacity building, and strategic partnerships. And our thematic area on NCDs and the next generation is co-chaired by the NCD Child, and it promotes and advances the participation of young people in the prevention and control of NCDs, introducing novel innovations and youth-driven strategies to address the commercial drivers of poor health. And we're very happy to have one of these innovations represented at the Global Forum for Adolescents just yesterday at a session, again, kind of reiterating WHO's commitment to featuring some of these works and shaping global policy and practices from a youth-driven perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yvonne, for sharing that. And then our last speaker in this section is Natalie Ainsworth, and she's speaking on behalf of the Young Health Programs at AstraZeneca. She's their Global Community Investment Manager, and this is a commitment that the Young Health Program has made to supporting positive youth development in a variety of ways globally. Natalie.
I'm Natalie Ainsworth, Global Community Investment Manager at AstraZeneca. Thank you to PMNCH for inviting me to participate in today's session, and welcome everyone to the Global Forum for Adolescents. AstraZeneca's Young Health Programme is our flagship community investment programme with a unique focus on young people aged 10 to 24 living in vulnerable environments and under-resourced settings around the world. The YHP aims to prevent the most common non-communicable diseases such as cancer, diabetes, heart disease, and respiratory disease. A holistic and integrated programme, it combines community programmes, research and advocacy, and supports the development of young leaders. It's part of our sustainability commitment to accelerate delivery of sustainable healthcare and use our capabilities to strengthen health systems and improve equitable access. One of the core objectives of the Young Health Programme is to improve health systems, including access to and quality of youth-friendly services so they meet the specific health needs of young people. Through scorecarding, a youth-led tool, young people assess the quality of the health services available to them. By doing this, young people are able to identify their own specific needs and come up with recommendations that enhance equitable access to quality youth-friendly health services. Scorecarding has helped to identify tangible improvements and opportunities to design and implement adolescent-friendly health interventions. Examples of this include recommendations for more and better youth-appropriate health education materials, more youth-friendly facility opening times, or more youth-friendly non-communicable disease screening programs. The findings of scorecarding are also used to target local government stakeholders and decision makers to ensure that young people in all their diversities and of all backgrounds have access to affordable, quality, non-discriminatory care. Through these activities, the Young Health Programme aims to reduce healthcare inequality by improving access to and quality of health services for young people. Thank you.
And we appreciate that commitment and the support that the Young Health Programme brings to helping organize some of this work in countries. So we have now time for our second interactive poll, and the question should be coming up on your screens, on a scale from 1 to 5, are the current health systems in your country adolescent responsive and adolescent inclusive, with 1 being that they're completely unresponsive, and 5 being that they're very responsive and inclusive when it comes to the health services that you can get access to in your country. So that poll is now open, and we'll be closing it after about a minute, so that we can have a little bit of discussion about the results. And if I can bring Jahan and I both into the screen now, we'll have a little bit of discussion about some of the questions that have been posted in the chat. But first, let's bring Jahan in as well for some comments.
Thank you, John. Yeah, so while everyone is voting on our second poll, I also want to take a minute to share some very key insights that we found on the issue of adolescent health. So earlier on, a key paper we drafted that surveyed over 355 medical students worldwide found that the problem don't just exist in the lack of access and coverage, but begins systematically as early as medical school. So 56% of our respondents felt that there was inadequate coverage of adolescent health in their curricula, compared to 6% feeling the same about adult health topics. So in the first poll, we saw that mental health and sexual and reproductive health and rights were the largest issues perceived to be affecting adolescent health. And in our survey, our students similarly expressed difficulties in these areas. Respondents expressed large difficulties in identifying signs and symptoms of trauma, bullying, behavioral addiction, self-harm in adolescents. And furthermore, 90% of medical students expressed difficulties on supporting adolescents on the topic of coming out. Over 70% had trouble with topics like gender expression and creating safe spaces. And over 60% had trouble with topics like safer sexual activity and sexting and online sexual activities. In fact, even our final year medical students only expressed an overall 3.3 out of 5 in their confidence in addressing adolescent health issues. So I think that's a very significant thing to bring our attention to, that the inadequacy of inclusion of adolescent health is also rooted in this disregard shown by many medical schools in including adolescent health in their curriculum. And I think now we should have the results for the poll. So the greatest number of people chose 2 on the scale of 1 to 5 of how youth responsive and youth inclusive do they think their country's healthcare systems are. And what do you think, John?
Well, I think I would like to know which countries are scoring in the 4 and 5 range, because it looks like we have a long way to go to bring the quality of care and the responsiveness of care up to where we'd like it to be for young people. One of the questions in the chat that came up is, how do we access adolescents and youth that are at greatest risk and don't access health systems? And there were some related questions about outreach and communication. And I'm going to ask our tech people to bring both Melis and Katja onto the screen with Jahan and I. And you know, I think to kick off a little discussion about that issue of access, I think we've got, you know, most people in the world, including most young people, will only see one frontline healthcare worker in their life. And so we have an issue in reaching every community and every young person and making sure that the healthcare worker at that front line has the skills and knowledge to be able to address prevention and treatment as it's needed and get access to different levels of care. But Melis and Katja, we'd love to hear your thoughts as young professionals about this issue of communication and reaching everyone with services. Let's go to Melis first, up to a minute.
Thank you so much, John. This is a great question, and I don't think it has only one answer. It's a very, very complicated way to achieve this, but we should prioritize the youth that are most vulnerable and very hard to reach to. And for that, I think the first step should be all the governmental policies and funding and resources to prioritize the vulnerable youth that don't have any access to healthcare or resources within the healthcare. So this should be the first step. And what I have in my mind is that we also have schools, and schools are a very, very strong places to invest in, because health promoting schools can help with the empowerment of the youth, with health education in topics like mental health, sexual and reproductive health, as discussed by many of the panelists of this session. And finally, again, as discussed, digital healthcare seems to be one of the future goals for youth that have access to internet, if not to healthcare access. But unfortunately, the youth that don't have any access to healthcare systems mostly don't have any access to digital healthcare as well. But for the ones who are in school and for the ones who have access to digital healthcare, I think integrating the digital healthcare systems within our healthcare systems is one of the other steps to achieve this goal.
Great, thank you, Melis. Let's go over to Katja for less than 1 minute, if you can, because Patrick and Ruth also want to make quick comments on communication, if we have time.
Yes, of course. Well, I think that sometimes we overthink in terms of how to access adolescents and youth, because we can access them through other adolescents and youth, because youth is especially well connected. And we are also very good at peer-to-peer education and community-based learning, shared learning, and so on. And these can be great tools that you can use, especially if you then also have, from the other side, the support of governmental policies and the stakeholders, the decision makers that are actually providing you with the necessary platforms to actually support this integration of youth at risk and integrating them better into healthcare systems. And the last thing I want to also mention is that youth play a big role in sharing different aspects of health literacy. And this is something that is a big part that our education also needs to focus on, because with good education and better health literacy skills, we're also able to bring this disadvantaged youth to the table, have them, have their voices gain strength and really be integrated into the healthcare systems according to their needs.
Patrick, I can give you 30 seconds. We're rapidly running out of our time.
Thank you so much. Another way we can ensure there is communication, there is access to the healthcare, is through use of community health volunteers. So the community health volunteers can be used to actually help these vulnerable populations within the community, as they are found within the grassroots. So they can be the ones who forms a link between these adolescents who doesn't know where to go if they have problems. So they can just use these community health volunteers to show them navigate the healthcare systems and also the social systems. So this one will also help in reducing isolations and ensure that there's optimal use of and seeking of healthcare. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, Ruth, we're going to run out of time because we have a sharp ending on the platform. Jahan, you have about a half a minute for our closing comments, and then we'll end. And I think I want to thank everybody now, all the speakers. I don't know if you know that there are more than 5,000 people logged in to the session over the last 2 days, and it's really a very exciting opportunity to share these messages. And it's a place where we really want accountability for the commitments that are being made. So I'm so glad we had folks here from the different agencies that we're all listening carefully to what young people want and moving forward to address young people's needs. Yahan, over to you for the closing comments.
Thank you, John, and biggest thank you to all our speakers. So as John has already said, so at the moment, the biggest thing is execution. So at FMSA, we strongly warn against the pitfall of tokenism, and rather all stakeholders should ensure the voices brought on are actually heard, acknowledged, and incorporated. We strongly advocate for accountability and also feedback system. And yeah, again, thank you everyone for joining today, and best of luck.
Hello, everyone. Another excellent session just gone on universal healthcare. And it's great to hear from the young activists and organizations as well.
Definitely, Degra. I think it's always important to think around how these high-level commitments can really advance the health and well-being of young people and adolescents. The same for the sexuality education session. What always sticks out for me is the number of young people who are demanding information and knowledge about their health and their rights. And now for a session called Embracing Sexual and Gender Diversity in Sexual and Reproductive Health, LGBTQI+, Adolescents and Young People in the Way. And another called Periods Are Bloody Important, Learning from Menstrual Health Interventions. Both of these, as you'll see, lead into the core elements of sexuality education.
Absolutely. And now we have a message from the amazing Eglantina Zing. Now, she is the founder of Go Leodoras. So her story is coming up. And there's also a short skit by a comedian who is huge in Nigeria and beyond. Now, her name is Tauma, and she made this ahead of the forum. Enjoy.
Hi everyone, I'm Eglantina Zing here, and I'm super honored to be joining you today at the Global Forum for Adolescents. I will share with you a little story. Perhaps it's something that inspires you, motivates you, or make you just as me, that I'm just a troublemaker, a trailblazer, a person that is super hard to make her sit down and just watch things happen. I will like change, and I'm sure that we can all ask. And our biggest mission in this life is to ask each other, how can we contribute to making this world a better place? So my story goes, I grew up in the Venezuelan Amazon, and my father is an explorer. I have no tattoos, but a bunch of scars from a jaguar, a crocodile, piranhas. And yes, it sounds like magic realism, but it was my reality. In my little camp, there was a soccer ball. My neighbors were persons that did not speak my same language, were not dressed the same way, and we had very different traditions. But through that soccer ball, we forged these really strong bonds of friendship, of collaboration, and solidarity, that until the day I took those with me. At a very young age, that soccer ball taught me that we have much more things in common than what divides us. So I went off years later to the United States and started a career in entertainment, in MTV, Project Runway, and a bunch of other shows that are music and fashion oriented. And yet I was still one of that generation of, well, because you were a woman, you will get to, no, you cannot do that. No, you're a woman, you cannot play soccer. No, you're a woman, you cannot wear a short skirt. No, you're a woman, that's not your role. No, you just go play gymnastics, you just stay at home. Limiting us. There are stereotypes and the societal rules that they don't define us, but they do limit us. And that's why, since I cannot sit around and just watch things happen and comfort myself to the status quo, I found the Goleadoras Foundation. With its unique mission is to make this generation of girls the generation of yes. That through sports, a great catalyst to bring us together, to forge character through discipline, through sorority and teamwork, this new generation, they will never get to hear a no because they're women or because they are girls. So I invite you all today and every day to join us at Goleadoras. And as we say there, together we change the game. It's about time. We're in this together. Happy International Girls' Day.
Young people from the marginalized groups and key populations are the most at risk of HIV infection. Now, imagine a world where no one is left behind. U-Tests offer a unique solution to make that exact thing happen.
J'avais peur de fréquenter des centres de santé de mon quartier, de peur de me faire juger ou soit que mes résultats soient divulgués par des personnes qui ont de mauvaises intentions. Et là, par le biais d'un agent communautaire U-Test, il m'a permis de connaître un centre de santé où j'avais la possibilité de me sentir à l'aise, où je ne serais pas jugé.
U-Test leverages mobile technology and artificial intelligence to mobilize young people through social media platforms, Facebook, WhatsApp, and LinkedIn to geolocalized health services which are friendly to them. Let's support U-Test Scale Up now.
女士们、先生们，大家晚上好！您现在收看的是凡恩 Ananda 首届国际交流线上论坛之青少年健康，很开心能够在我们的直播间与您相遇，不论您此时此刻在世界上的哪一个地方。
In Geneva, getting your voices heard, and that's why I'm curious.
Hi, I am Saidu, courtesy of Youth Partnership for Peace and Development. I am serving as one of the mobilizers for the 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign. I join hands with Global Forum for Adolescents in making the clarion call for governments and partners to invest into the lives of young people.
Hello everybody, how are you doing? My name is Mrs. Engineer Alaja Professor Doctorate Afokaduroke. Today I am here to tell you something. First of all, I would like to thank everybody, hundreds and thousands of young people out there mobilizing to demand for better health and well-being from the hands of our world leaders. I say thank you very much for the work that you are doing. Now it's remaining you. If you open your mouth and say something, it's you I come to tell now. You are sitting down there, your mates are there, mobilizing to demand for better health. What are you doing? Go now and go and register for the Global Forum for Adolescents. Follow 1.8 billion and register for it. Only food, the full horror. You are not doing anything. What do you want to say? Will you go and register?
Muchas cosas han pasado, estamos en decadencia, porque la juventud no hace presencia, porque se ha notado mucho nuestra ausencia, pero gracias a nosotros se acaba la ultraviolencia. Así que silencio. Ya. El silencio no es algo por lo que podamos optar, por eso tenemos derecho a votar, porque no podemos quedarnos en silencio, ya que las palabras tienen valor y no precio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the session Embarrassing Sexual and Gender Diversity in Sexual and Reproductive Health, specifically for LGBTIQA plus adolescents and youth. I'm Sarah Imran. I'm a transgender activist. I'm working for the sexual and reproductive health and rights of transgender and other sexual and gender minorities. And we will begin with the session with the introducing a story that revolves around queer activism in Africa by 28 African human rights defender.
Speak Your Love, Tanzania. At age 23, after a decade of calling Twalib my best friend, I decided to tell him the truth. I couldn't let my love go unspoken anymore. In the middle of 2020, with much of the world still in COVID lockdown, we rented a house together in Dar es Salaam. We even shared a bed. He was always talking about his girlfriends, but I found him irresistible. As a Muslim, he was very religious, and I found it difficult to tell him how I felt. I thought he was bisexual, but I didn't want to ask. One evening, while we were lounging at home, I started a conversation about homosexuality. As soon as I mentioned the word, he sat up and said through clenched teeth, "Homosexuality is a sin." My heart was burning for him, but he was homophobic, so I suppressed my attraction. One morning, while alone, I wanted to send him a text message, telling him how I felt. Afternoon came, I didn't send it. Evening came, and I did nothing. Then a sudden courage came over me. I texted him, "Hey brother, I have been hiding this for a long time, but I think I'm bisexual and I really love you. I want you to be my boyfriend." I sent it. My heart was pounding. Twalib came back that evening. I was so anxious. I watched him closely to see if he could reveal his feelings about my message, but he didn't show any emotion. He never texted me back. Silence sat between us that night. In the morning, I watched him grab his bags and walk away. I didn't see or hear from him the rest of that year. I felt so stupid for being rejected and ignored, but I missed him so much. My nights were sleepless. The time only made things worse. Even in my bouts of depression and suicidal thoughts, flashes of how I met Twalib entered my mind. I met him in early 2010 when I was at secondary school in southern highlands of Tanzania. In class one day, my eyes fell upon this tall, handsome guy. We connected instantly. Within a few weeks, we became best friends, but deep down I knew what I wanted. I was so sad when he turned me down. I knew I couldn't continue wallowing in pain and sadness, so I got help. I reached out to Dr. Michael Brady, a UK national medical advisor for LGBTQI health, who I met while president of my college's sexual health club, and poured out my heart to him. I told him I felt worthless and undeserving of love. He sent me an affirming message. "Innocent, you are valid the way you are. True love and true friends will always stay." Dr. Brady's message gave me hope. That hope yielded fruit a few months later when I met Melvin. At first, I was self-conscious about telling him I found him attractive, worried I might be appropriate for our working relationship at the sexual health club. So I was pleasantly surprised when Melvin walked up to me one day with a big smile. "If a man told you he finds you attractive and tries to seduce you, what will you do?" he asked, grinning. "What?" I responded, not believing my ears. Melvin repeated the question. My smile grew, even wider than his. "I would appreciate the seduction and love. If I found the person attractive, I would date him." "Well, I find you very attractive," he laughed. "I hope you feel the same way." Instantly, I wrapped my arms around him and confessed that I did. Melvin reassured me that there is no way to let love go unspoken. Our relationship inspired me to do something for other queer boys who feel rejected and unworthy, the way Twalib made me feel. I used my leadership skills to become a youth mentor and started traveling to southern Tanzania to lead trainings at sexual health club events. In early 2021, I became program director at a youth-led organization that works to advance young people's sexual health and rights. I now use this platform to support LGBTQI rights. Through my advocacy work and personal experiences, I have learned that no matter the disappointments we face, hope will prevail. We must protect this hope and enjoy its fruits so we can inspire hope in others.
Hey, so hi everyone. Gonna give a brief introduction on about me. I'm Rayan Monkey. I go by she, her, they pronouns. I'm a writer, content creator, and a diversity and inclusion specialist. I live here in Mumbai. I have a decade of experience in photography and filmmaking, and that's mainly where I want to be focusing things right now. I was raised in a conservative Muslim family in Dubai, a place with almost zero queer representation whatsoever. And as such, I struggle with accepting my own transgender identity and accepting it, uh, influenced by very misinformed, stereotypical, and often transphobic representation that I found in mainstream media. So today, I kind of use all of these skills I have of photography, filmmaking, and as a diversity and inclusion specialist to try and create representation in film, TV, and online that I didn't have growing up. And I'm going to pass it to Sarah to give an introduction on herself and then take it forward.
Thank you, Ryan. So basically, like, I'm also like coming from a conservative family and uh, dealing with the gender identity and expression component. It was all, of course, very tough. And we this session is we have couple of speakers as well as to listen from them with different aspects of LGBTIQ adolescents' health and well-being. So moving toward first, we have Melina. She pronounced as she and her. She's a social justice activist, chair of the Youth Leadership Council at the Global Fund for Children, as well as chancellor scholar at Vanderbilt University. Um, so welcome, Melina. And meanwhile, we'll be opening up a quiz poll for the audience to fill it out. So
Hey,
while the
Melina, honest?
Oh, yes.
welcome,
Yeah,
Melina.
thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really glad to be here at the Global Forum for Adolescents. Just like Sarah mentioned, I am a human rights activist. I was born and raised in Moldova. I'm currently in the United States pursuing a bachelor's degree at Vanderbilt University. But I'm still, I think, very connected to my home country and the region that I come from, Eastern Europe, and I will be talking today about that as well, and sort of covering the views of Eastern European society on LGBTQIA individuals and the challenges that arise from those very problematic and unwelcoming views. I have about, I think, 3 years of that's the fourth year right now, actually, of experience with activism. It started when I was 16 years old, and I founded Feminisme D, which is my country's first youth-led feminist organization. We've done a lot of interesting work so far. We've reached about 2,000 young people directly through programming related to sexual and reproductive health and feminism. We've created different resources and hosted conferences. And yeah, as Sarah mentioned as well, I'm a board member at the Global Fund for Children and chair of the Youth Leadership Council at the Global Fund for Children. I'm also a member of the Global Advisory Group for the HR 75 initiative at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and Women Against Violence Europe ambassador. So I'm really excited to sort of be bringing that experience today into the session.
Thank you so much for the brief introduction. Melina, I have a question for you. What are the biggest challenges facing the mental health and emotional well-being of LGBTIQ adolescent and youth today, in your perspective?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I was born and raised in Moldova, and I think Moldova is very similar to in terms of like the challenges faced by LGBTQI individuals. It's quite similar to Eastern Europe. So I would like to bring in that region and the Eastern European context into conversation. And across the region, there's a very frightening rise in depression and in mental illness among LGBTQIA individuals. And children and youth that are part of this community are really the most at risk. And the challenges are really varied from physical attacks to online harassment to the fact that there are a lot of legislative setbacks and hatred and disinformation, both in society and also online. So the culture generally in Eastern Europe is very conservative. It's very heteronormative, and the sort of binary views of gender and sexuality are very deeply entrenched into the Eastern European society. And there is unfortunately a very big movement from the far right groups that leverage the notion of family values and traditional gender norms and the excuse of protecting children to try and portray the movement for equal rights as a danger to society and try to paint LGBTQIA individuals as mentally ill. And if we could get the next slide up. Yeah, so as we can see, these are just some examples of the countries in Eastern Europe, but yes, we can see here above 50% of the general population of Albania, Macedonia believe that homosexuality is a sickness or it is imposed by the West. And that's a narrative that is very heavily and widely used throughout the region that actually LGBTQIA people in the country don't exist, but it's the West that is trying to push this like homosexuality onto people who would otherwise be straight, which is obviously absurd and not true at all. Because LGBT people have always been in the region. And yeah. Oh, sorry, Sarah, did you wanna?
Carry on.
Oh, of course, thank you. Yeah, and Moldova, the country where I'm from, it's one of the most homophobic countries in Europe. So 2/3 of Moldovan society, according to the latest and biggest study that was made by the NGO that we have, that is because there's only one NGO that is focusing specifically on like LGBTQIA rights. 2/3 of Moldovan society believe that LGBT people do not belong in the country. They should be kicked out of the country. and only 1%, and that is a very scary statistic, only 1% would be ready to accept an LGBTQ person as a family member. So there is a very high intolerance towards LGBT individuals, unfortunately. And these negative attitudes in society that are really everywhere in schools and media and in the family, combined with the lack of access to sexual and reproductive health and to mental health services, they have really immeasurable negative consequences for LGBTQI children and young people. So these young people often find themselves in a very difficult situation where they face a lot of prejudice and discrimination and all this in the years where they're searching for their identity and they're really becoming adults and individuals. And so the lack of acceptance in their communities really takes a very severe toll on their mental health. So that is why LGBTQIA youth across the world, but also in the region, face very high rates of depression, disproportionately high rates of suicide. They feel isolated, rejected, unsupported, and this emotional burden that they carry often results in longer-term issues like self-esteem issues or resorting to self-harm behaviors or substance abuse as they are sort of trying to cope with the stressors and these challenges. And yeah, as I mentioned, there's a legislative setback as well, which is that there's an increase right now in so political parties and different actors trying to go against LGBT human rights. And those rights are very, very scarce in the first place because many Eastern European countries, Moldova as well, like Moldova, Ukraine, Romania, just off the top of my head, they're neighboring countries of where I'm from, there are no equal rights. So same-sex marriage is not legalized, adoption for LGBT couples is not legalized, and there's almost no protection for LGBTQIA young people and LGBTQIA community in general. And even if those rights exist of supposedly the country should ensure non-discrimination, they're really not respected. And this, we could see that in other countries too, the sort of rise of anti-rights movement, which is the LGBT-free zones in Poland, as they call them, the bans on sexual and reproductive health information in Hungary.
Yeah.
So these are just some of these.
Thank you so much, Melina, for the very detailed answer. Just quickly, a second question. If you can just tell us, three ways in which digital technologies, the internet and the social media platforms could provide access to essential mental health care and provide emotional support to LGBTIQ adolescent and youth? Three ways,
Yeah, of
maybe.
course. Yeah. I know that a lot of people talk about the negative impacts of social media, and I know that there's some truth to that. But I think for LGBTQIA youth, especially, social media and digital technology, including social media, can be very helpful. One of these ways is that through digital technology, through access to the internet, LGBTQI people and young people gain access to a lot of informational resources. So it makes it easier for them to explore their identities in a more safe environment. Another way is that they go to the internet and social media as a place to connect with other LGBTQI individuals or with allies of the community, and they find this like safe haven on online platforms. And that's particularly important in countries that are really aggressively targeting, criminalizing LGBTQI identities. I know that studies have also found that many LGBTQIA youth perceive their online friendships as more supportive than their in-person friends and families. So that's really, that shows just how important it is, digital technologies as a way to sort of cope, in a positive way to cope with these various challenges that I've talked about earlier. And also, third One is that through social media and just integrating LGBTQ culture in the online presence, it really helps to dispel stereotypes and stigma around LGBTQIA individuals. And it can also be used very effectively to raise awareness about the problems that the LGBTQI community faces, what it is that they're fighting for, and dispel again those narratives that a lot of far-right groups are trying to build, that the LGBTQI community wants to corrupt people and wants to turn people into just essentially that is the narrative that's being used, that LGBTQI people are trying to turn other people gay, which is again very absurd. So by really using social media as a tool for change and talking about what are the actual problems and what are the concrete steps of what the community wants, that really helps mobilize their peers to sort of lead that critical social change.
Yeah, thank you so much. Like for really, like social media can be a platform to help raise awareness and the things. And next we will move to Ryan. Take over for the next speaker.
Hi everybody. Thank you so much, Melena. That was really insightful. So I'm just going to tell you all really quickly what the topic is that we are talking on, and then move into introducing who our speaker is and hand it over to them. So the topic is identifying family planning and reproductive health needs of LGBTQI youth by including them in sexual and reproductive health and rights and SBC programs. And our speaker is Kevin, who's also known as Kevin Squash. And they are a 25-year-old queer identifying person who goes by he, him pronouns. So Kevin is passionate about working with LGBTQIA youth in his country, located within the continent of Africa, with a special focus on issues related to sexual and reproductive health and mental health. In the year 2022, Kevin was among 15 young and alive fellows, where he received sexual health leadership training in 3 tracks of service delivery, advocacy, and social entrepreneurship. After the fellowship, Kevin has reached more than 200 youth with information on issues related to LGBTQIA plus issues related to LGBTQIA plus rights, sexual health and mental health support. He was among youth speakers in the first local youth summit on health and development, where he addressed mental health needs of LGBTQI youth in his country. Thank you so much for joining us, and Kevin, handing it to you. Just to drive this discussion, we have a question for you. So the first one is, do you think FPRH needs of LGBTQIA plus youth have been addressed in FP programs?
Well, hi everyone. Thank you so much. If we could go to the next slide, please. So if I was asked today if the LGBTQI youth needs have been addressed in my country in family planning and reproductive health programs, well, the answer is no. And that's strongly because, first of all, the LGBTQI community is strictly not recognized in my country. And with my understanding, it's really impossible to identify or to be able to brainstorm solutions on something that is not recognized, something that it is considered a foreign trend. And if it's more, it's criminalized and it is punishable by law. So that makes it even impossible to even try to find solutions. And another strong point I would say is the fact that the LGBTQI is still a foreign subject in my community. And it's surprisingly enough, it's not even for the heterosexuals, even for people in the community. There's a huge there's a huge rate of misinformations. There's scarcity of education and the right information primarily regarding sexuality. And that really makes it really challenging because you have people who are in the community, they do not know how to identify themselves, they do not know how to term themselves or how to term how they feel or like how their body responds. So this makes this a challenge. I feel like localization of the subject is imperative and it's paramount, let's say, if we want to address issues of the people in the community in family planning and reproductive health. If we could go to the next slide, please. Last year I had an amazing opportunity to be one of the Young and Alive fellows. So Young and Alive Fellowship is a leadership program funded by the Amplify Change and implemented by Young and Alive in the country. The program aimed at building the capacity of young people in the country to become active advocates of adolescents and youth and young people's sexual and reproductive health and rights, including family planning. So the fellowship covered 3 leadership tracks, which are service delivery, advocacy, and social entrepreneurship. Actually, this was my first, I was 23 to 24, and this was my first ever program that incorporated people in the community in subjects of reproductive health and family planning. And you can see how alarming this issue is in my country. And I experienced, there are so many amazing things I experienced, but in highlights, first of all, I would say for the first time ever, I was at an environment where I experienced a full inclusion and balance within the LGBTQI community, in enlightenment of the fact that the LGBTQI community is not homogeneous. So people were identified according to how they're identifying themselves within the communities. There were lesbians, there were asexuals, there were gay, like the whole spectrum. So this was an amazing opportunity. And also the platform gave the stage, like the program gave platform to the people in the community to speak on their issues, as opposed to have other people speaking for them, which is really, really common to heteronormative countries like my country. So the people in the communities, we were able to vocalize our issues concerning family planning and access to health services in general, and brainstorming practical steps into achieving the family planning and reproductive health awareness goal. And last but not least, I experienced a great deal of compassion, empathy, and confidentiality. I know this can sound like, oh, but these things are actually like, I don't know, what is the most, I don't know how to compare it. Maybe what is the most valuable thing that you can think of? Well, here in my country, confidentiality, it's really, really, you don't find it. Okay, you might go to the hospital, you want wanting a service, a professional service, and the next thing you know, the whole hospital have your information. The nurses are frowning upon you, you know. So it's really uncomfortable, and that's why it's been hard even for people to go out and seek professional help, because of the stigma and discrimination and segregation, and because of bullying, actually. So yeah, if we could go to the next slide, please. So the following are briefly my recommendations. And first one would be to integrate mental health programs with family planning and reproductive health programs focused on youth. Because people come to these programs, but most people in the community come with unhealed traumas. So I prefer that we should provide mental health intervention even before reaching the family planning and reproductive health programs or stage, because I believe that mental capacity and mental well-being is really foundational when it comes to someone's well-being and reasoning in general. And also to involve LGBTQI in leadership programs, hence the Young and Alive program. in things involving our community, people in the community, we were able to take the stage and to lead on identifying and vocalizing our issues. Also involving or partner with youth of different LGBTQI identities to understand their family planning and reproductive health needs and experiences and integrate these into family planning and reproductive health social behavioral change programs. So there is, as I said, there's a scarcity of education and the right information. And in my country, in my community, the only people that are considered are gays, meaning that gay males, the males who practice same-sex intercourse. They do not know that it's a whole spectrum. There are people who identify differently within the communities. So I suggest that we get to balance and to include everyone according to their needs within the community. And also leverage insight and guidelines to integrate needs of LGBTQI youth in family planning and reproductive health. Social behavioral change programs document forthcoming through breakthrough action project. So
Kevin, sorry, just so that we have time for the last session also. But thank you so much. That was really insightful. Did you have anything more you think that was key that you would like to add? You still have some time, and then we can pass it to Sarah.
Oh, okay. Just to finalize, many thanks for these few minutes of listening to me. Please take the recommendations with you in making the necessary actions. This is my first international engagement as a youth speaker. I would prefer to travel and talk to you all in person sometimes. Please invite me, and always happy to share insights around the area, family planning, reproductive health, mental health, and human rights from my own lived experiences. My contacts can be shared by the organizers of these sessions. Lastly, many thanks to the organizers, and I'm taking the mic back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was really insightful, and also just to say that there was so much from your what you shared with us that I could relate to even here. So, Sarah, if you want to take us in with the next speaker.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we have our next speaker, John Daniel. Um, he pronounced he and him, and he's a law student as well as member of Pro Familia Youth Network. So welcome, John Daniel, and if you can give your brief introduction.
Bueno, un saludo muy especial a todas las personas que nos acompañan desde
greetings to everybody that follow us. Great embrace from the Colombian family. It was a pleasure to be invited.
The youth network.
Bueno, desde el año 1965, Pro Familia Colombia.
Well, since in 1965, Pro Familia Colombia, that is leader in terms of public policies, scientific innovation, and materials for sexual and reproductive health in our country. Among the strategies, we have this the pro-family agent that is a protagonist in promoting public policies and the constitutional agenda of our country. In 1990, the National Program for the Youth was created, and with that, a sexual health program. From them, it emerges a strategy for youth empowerment. In Pro Familia, we recognize the violences that exist for different reasons, for being a woman or for having more difficulty to access health services, or because we are LGBTQA+ people. And there we find common points to work, push, and lead in our territories. And this is the strategy that worked for us in Pro Familia Youth, seeking for changes in our territories to cover the whole country and also impacts the rest of Latin America and the Caribbean, because we have high taxes, high rates of violence against LGBTQIA plus people. And the best way is talk directly to people. We have a strategy to go to educational institutions, talking to youth, inviting them to be part, and especially informing their sexual and reproductive rights. We also have a strategy that is focused in preventing child abuse and child violence, because families should protect and empower children and adolescents.
Thank you so much. I have a next question for you. Like, what have been the advances, and challenges in Latin America in terms of sexual and reproductive rights, specifically for the LGBTIQ community?
Nuestra región es completamente diversa. Está
Well,
llena de
it is a fully diverse region. There are many manifestations of diversity in our culture, traditions, but we are a very diverse society on one hand, but extremely violent in the other hand, especially against LGBTQA+. Colombia is considered an advanced country. Not long ago, we are considered criminals and persecuted for being LGBTQ. And this, because it is said, you have to behave as a man or you have to behave as a woman. Then they are sent to a psychologist or to a religious center to be corrected in between quotes, because we are LGBTQ. This is the so-called conversion therapy. We are also exposed to chronic physical violence, family exclusion, loss of jobs, lack of access to education. This means not being able to exercise our human rights, and sexual reproductive rights are related to sexuality. So we have suffer violence to be, if we suffer violence to be LGBTQA+, we are suffering violence to human rights. There's a question, who is more than 35 years old? But if we have, and we are trans, probably we were not here, because trans people usually die before 35. So life expectation for these people in Latin America and the Caribbean is 35 years of age. They don't get into the adulthood. So youth should take part in this change with strategies. With Pro Familia, we are achieving this change by implementing this network to empower youth and make them stakeholders in each of our countries, as in Pro Familia Colombia. And these proposals have to be promoted and supported by all national governments and local governments and international community.
Valuable insight and reflection on the barriers that LGBTQ adolescent and youth encounter in accessing sexual and reproductive health and rights. And we will move forward towards Ryan for the key messages and takeaways and call to action.
So yeah, so from everybody's speak, from whatever everybody had shared, there were some things that I could relate to very heavily, and I thought that maybe I'll just speak about those. One was this thing that Juan just now said, which is about trans people's life expectancy is 35. And this is something that when I was coming up, I only came out at the age of 30. And when I was looking this up in India and our statistics here and the life expectancy, it was a huge factor. I'm like, I already lost all those other years, and I've come to that I've come to this point where, I'm getting to a point where that was something that affected my mental health for really long. This threat of violence that a few of us shared, and then this, are we criminal? Are we not criminal? Almost all of you shared in this session something or the other about either living in a state that is still highly criminalized or living in a state that just got legal, which is something like, I think for Juan and for me and even for Sarah for a little while and then went back. But we all live in this, which is very unique in Sarah's case because like the Khwaja Sira were considered legal for a while, for a good amount of time, and then went illegal. And we live in this duality of being legal and illegal, and it has a huge effect on our mental health. So one thing from everybody we could see is the need for a lot more support with our mental health and sexual health. Something that I think we all agree on, and we need a lot more support on programs like the one that Kevin mentioned about the Young and Health programs. We need things like that happening a lot more for sure. Young and Alive program. We need a lot more of those happening. So thank you, and passing it back to Sarah. Or actually, Julia. Yeah.
Hello, Global Forum for Adolescents. My name is Julia Fan, and I work at Women Deliver, where I lead our work with adolescents and youth. And I'm excited to share with you all today a tool that I think will be really valuable for you in your work called Equitable Youth Engagement and Co-Leadership. Now, as we just heard from our incredible speakers, having adolescents and youth at the center of policies, programs, and initiatives is critical to ensuring that the outcomes of that program or policy are accomplished, but also that the program or policy really addresses the needs of adolescents and youth. So we developed this guide along with adolescents, youth, and other partners working with adolescents and youth earlier this year through a co-created approach. And I will jump right into what that approach is, given I'm short on time. So this idea of equitable youth engagement and co-leadership is really meant to be a new way that we in our field can engage with adolescents and youth. That really is a transformative and intentional process by which power and decision-making is transferred to adolescents and youth alongside traditional power holders. This includes the power to create agendas, convene collective action and coalitions, and write new policies and programs, as well as research initiatives. Now, this approach wouldn't be possible without these three pillars that underline equitable youth engagement and co-leadership, and that's what really makes it equitable as well. So first is the need for technical and capacity support, not only for adolescents and youth to ensure that they have the skills they need to thrive, but also for adult allies working with adolescents and youth, maybe for the first time in an initiative. We all have something to grow and learn in this partnership. Second, adolescents and youth need to be adequately and fairly compensated for their work, just as any other expert or leader or advocate would be. And third, we need to ensure an enabling and inclusive environment for adolescents and youth in these kinds of co-leadership and co-creator roles. So this includes ensuring robust safeguarding for adolescents and youth's mental, physical, and emotional health. It includes ensuring information is shared in a timely and youth-friendly way, and also includes ensuring that this process is in place and integrated at the outset of an initiative that's being designed. So the idea of having young people and adolescents in co-leadership roles needs to be created from the very outset of an initiative. So I'll leave it here with that. Please check out the resource which will be shared on the platform after today's session. Thank you so much. Of an initiative. So I'll leave it here with that. Please check out the resource which will be shared on the platform after today's session. Thank you so much.
Greetings. My name is Danette Wilkins, and I use she, her, and they, them pronouns. I'm a program officer for sexual and reproductive health with Breakthrough Action, which is an 8-year cooperative agreement funded by the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID, to lead its social and behavior change programming around the world. Breakthrough Action is a partnership led by the Johns Hopkins Center for Communication Programs in collaboration with Save the Children, Think Place, Ideas 42, Canberra Collective, International Center for Research on Women, and VIAMO. For the first time, Breakthrough Action is working to identify and document what can and should be done to advance the inclusion of sexual and gender minority individuals in youth-focused family planning and reproductive health programming. In doing this work, we conducted a series of assessment activities, including a desk review, an online survey, a concurrent session at Women Delivered 2023, and most recently, a virtual learning series. Throughout all these assessment activities, we solicited the inputs and feedback of advocates, programmers, researchers, and others from around the world. Importantly, we've also worked closely with our partner, Young and Alive Initiative, to be able to not only design and implement the virtual learning series, but also to develop the Insights for Action brief, which documents all the lessons that we've learned along the way. We are in the process of finalizing this brief, and we look forward to sharing it with you all soon. This brief will be most useful to programmers who are focused on designing and implementing family planning and reproductive health programming with youth. However, it'll also be of interest and of use to others, like researchers and advocates, who want to be able to create more space, to be able to develop and implement programming that's more affirming and inclusive of sexual and gender minority youth. This Insights for Action brief will include a number of actions that can be taken by individuals, organizations, and programs to be able to further inclusion. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to connecting with you all at a later date once this Insights for Action brief is ready to be shared. Wishing you well.
Ser parte de la red jóvenes, conocer mis derechos sexuales y mis derechos reproductivos, empoderar a otros jóvenes para que vivan de forma segura e informada su sexualidad. Recordemos que la vida es una y es un carnaval.
Yo soy muy barranquillero. Ser parte de la red jóvenes, vivir plenamente mi sexualidad. Saber que puedo impactar positivamente en otros jóvenes.
Give freedom for my sexuality, where I can find other youth, that because those who live are those who use. The youth network is a safe space for the defense and the sexual and reproductive rights made by youth using creativity, power, difference, empathy, and love to empower other youth in leading to this important transformation. I'm aware of my body. When do I when I respect the diversity? When do I have a reproductive right? When I take and I use this space to share and learn with others, fostering autonomy and comprehensive sexual education. Hello, everyone. We believe and promote safe environment when we promote safe information through art and culture.
Thank you so much, everyone, for attending and participating in this session. And a special thanks to our speakers for their valuable feedback and interventions and insights. And I hope that all of you have gained something new to like resonate from your own country to the different cultures. And thank you so much, everyone, for attending this session today.
So we have just heard from some courageous people standing up against the anti-rights movements, which are pushing back progress on gender equality around the world. And you know what? It sounded like pretty impressive stuff.
No, very impressive. I thought the menstrual health session was really good too. And I love the use of technology to really empower our young people. And that app, Oki, seems amazing and seems to be very useful in safeguarding young people's privacy and how that increases confidence. But we have a couple more sessions coming up. One is called A Better Way, Transforming the HIV Response for Adolescents and Young People. The other is Making the Future Disability Inclusive, bringing stakeholders together to change the future today.
Of course. And now is your chance to catch Michelle Namankeng, an amazing youth novelist from South Africa. She is in the top 10 of those youngest authors, which is incredible, as well as more news from our 1.8 reporters.
Unite! Unite! Rise! Rise! Lead! Lead!
Dear world leaders, we are tired of the empty words and promises that were long due are now running over time. This is our future that you are dealing with. We are the tomorrow, the affected, and not going to watch you throw away and lose it. Dear world leaders, don't you hear our cries and pleas for help? We come together from countries far and wide so that all our problems can share a chance to be in the light. You have made our homes the shadow for far too long, and now it is time for us to echo our song. Dear world leaders, we are the younger generation, brave and bold. We will be there for you. We will do everything for you. We will listen to you. But that is only what we have been told. We deserve peace after a lifetime of war. After all the petitions, letters, protests, and policies, none of the solutions to our altercations are ever guaranteed. Enough is enough. We won't back down. We will soar above the crowd. Remaining silent will be a disappointment for those before us who fought loud and proud. We will no longer be shamed for the things that make us who we are. Dear world leaders, you are not helping us, don't you see? We still hunger and thirst for our basic needs, and you turn a blind eye to those who bleed. Poverty is a monster in which the earth is its home. It spreads and attacks with evident ways, and you just let it roam. We twist and turn in all the pain and torture. How many more tears have to drop before there is none of us left? We still need our closure. Dear world leaders, we are tired, not of fighting, but of this game. You keep rewriting chapters and skipping our pages. We don't deserve to experience this at our young age. We cannot sit and watch as our childhood is slowly being taken away from us, losing its grip and holding on to its last breath. But the hands of injustice and unfairness keep pushing it down, making it fall again and again. Enough of the leaders. Now I say, dear young people, I tell you now, the rain will not be here forever. The sun will come out. We will sing together, running in circles and connecting as one, just like the old days. Your voices are going to be heard. You won't remain the silhouettes that people in the lights trample on. Your story will change. Our tears will stop falling. They will stop all the mocking. We will walk down those streets without pounding hearts of fear, without the stalking. We will get that education that we have called for without piercing looks from others. We will grow. No more being shut behind doors where unspeakable things emerge. No more feeling terrified of staying with someone who makes your stomach and head throb with pain. No more keeping silence about menstrual health just because people cannot behave mature enough for their age. Dear world leaders, we won't live under the title of those people who only talk nonsense. Under the title they do not know what they want or where they are heading, or it's only getting worse because you keep wearing a short skirt. Weather is getting out of hand with hot and cold having no limits, with wildfires and disasters making places one huge pit. We are ready to wake up. It is our time now. We will rise and shine like the break of dawn. And through all that hard work and perseverance, that will be a gift to us all. Thank you, and my name is Michelle Nkamange.
Hi, welcome to Aki, a period tracker app for girls like you. My name is Ari. Use Aki to get to know you by tracking what's going on with your body and mood every month, and learn about periods in fun ways. Create an account and choose an Aki friend like me to accompany you. This is your monthly menstruation cycle. Each shape is a day of the month. And this number is your personal countdown. It shows how many days until your next period, or how many days left of your current period. Track your mood, period flow, body, and activities with emojis on the daily cards. See your whole month at a glance. And check out the Aki menstruation and puberty information to learn new things about your body and health. And don't forget to send me some love. Welcome, friend, to Aki. For girls, by girls, period.
Hi guys, I'm Skaina Benscore and I'm here for 1.8 News. Today we're here at the House of Lords to speak to the powerful people who make decisions about your life, your health and your well-being. And we are here to get your voices heard today.
Thank you, Lord Collins, for hosting us and for your leadership on the well-being of adolescents. PMNCH is convening the 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign, a global youth-led effort to mobilize, increase better actions for adolescent well-being.
Young people have a real sense of kind of lack of trust with people who are making decisions for their life. What could you tell us today, and what could you tell young people out there today that's really going to reassure them that you guys are really making the right decisions for their health and their well-being, and the things that really affect them in life today?
Thank you. So Save the Children has just recently released something called the Adolescent Health and Nutrition Index, and the purpose behind this piece of work is to really identify how far our country is going really to support adolescents and young people. So we've looked at health and nutrition indicators and gender indicators across 75 low and middle income countries, and also looked at what are the policy and financing provisions in these countries. So if you're a young person out there and you're keen to advocate for yourself, please join our index, go online and look at it and find out what is your government doing in your country to support you to meet your health and nutrition needs. And hopefully you can also provide feedback to us.
Unite! Unite! Rise! Rise! Lead! Lead! Young people, this is our time.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. Thank you so much for making the time to join in on this session today. And our session title is A Better Way, Transforming the HIV Response for Adolescents and Young People. My name is Ngosa Kulula. I am a passionate sexual reproductive health rights advocate from Zambia, and I'm a member of the Education Pass Initiative as well. And I will be co-moderating this session with my friend Deborah today. Deborah, I invite you to introduce yourself.
Wow, thank you, Ngosa. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone from wherever you are joining us from. I am Letitia Deborah Akumu. I come from Uganda. I am a passionate advocate for HIV and sexual reproductive health for adolescent girls and young women. Over the years, I've transpired to develop programs and implement programs that respond to the needs of the young women. Thank you. Back to you, Ngosa.
Thank you so much for that amazing introduction, Deborah. We're so happy to have you and happy to be co-chairing this session with you. We would also like to get to know you, get to know your names and where you're joining us from. So please feel free to just write your name and your country in the chat box, and let's keep it interactive, youthful, and engaging. And just looking forward to an interesting session that we've put together for you today. We have an interesting lineup, and I'm just excited to be delivering this session alongside Deborah. So this session will focus on addressing the diverse unmet health and well-being needs of young people affected by HIV in sub-Saharan Africa. The session will be in two parts. Firstly, we will hear testimonials from 6 youth leaders in the HIV movement, highlighting adolescents' concerns, innovative solutions, and ongoing challenges. In the second part, we'll be joined by a multi-sectoral panel facilitated by myself and Deborah. And in our discussion, we'll address financial and systematic barriers hindering adolescents from accessing essential services and how we can foster collaboration so we can remove obstacles to vital resources and support. And while great strides have been made towards ending AIDS, we are still not where we need to be to end AIDS by 2030. Every 3 minutes, an adolescent girl or young woman aged 15 to 24 years acquired HIV in 2024 in sub-Saharan Africa. Key populations, which are also disproportionately affected by HIV, continue to be marginalized in the HIV response. And so while the picture may seem bleak, there are adolescents and youths like myself and yourself who are tirelessly advocating for the health and well-being of young people. And you're about to hear from 6 of them now. But just a quick reminder before we get into the video, I would request that if you have any questions that come up as we go through the session, please feel free to leave them in the chat, and we have colleagues who will be answering your questions and they'll provide feedback to each and every one of you. Deborah, over to you.
Please do not forget to register in the chat. We want to know whom we have in the room. And thank you so much to our online audience for joining. We are about to hear from 6 young people from across Africa. We have Uganda, Kenya, Ivory Coast, and Nigeria, plus Zimbabwe. In the video that is about to play, they will share some concerning issues that are affecting young people within their countries. We shall also specify the gaps, as well as understand what the barriers are towards the health and well-being of young people in Africa. And I will request the audience, the online audience, to give us feedback after the videos have been played. So watch carefully, listen carefully, and enjoy.
My name is Nyazu Zaif, a youth coordinator at St. Francis Healthcare Services, Njeru, Jinja, Uganda. My role is to ensure young people have access to quality, affordable, and non-discriminatory holistic services. A recent observation in my work is increasing cases of organ failure, that is liver and kidney, and opportunistic infections among young people. A more concerning observation is that clinics, most especially in rural areas where I come from, do not have the necessary equipment to run and monitor these tests. When facilities do have them, they are not affordable to young people. The Ministry of Health guidelines strongly recommends administration of these tests to people on DTG. However, that's not the reality we are seeing on ground. And as a result, we are losing lives to causes that can be prevented. Therefore, as new drugs are being recommended for HIV treatment, I am calling for investments to be made so as young people can have access to healthy care services and routine tests such as the renal and the liver tests. Thank you.
Je m'appelle Noura Fatine Touré, j'ai 22 ans. Je vis dans la ville d'Abidjan, en Côte d'Ivoire. Je suis militante pour la promotion de l'éducation complète à la sexualité des adolescents et jeunes. Aujourd'hui, les adolescents et jeunes de ma communauté ont des priorités et des besoins variés. Nous avons soif d'éducation complète à la sexualité, de services de santé adaptés à nos besoins. Nous voulons éliminer la stigmatisation et garantir l'accès équitable à des services de qualité. Et nous voulons avoir notre mot à dire lors des prises de décision concernant notre bien-être. Pour répondre à ces besoins, nous avons travaillé d'arrache-pied en mettant en place des programmes d'éducation complète à la sexualité afin que chaque jeune puisse acquérir des connaissances et des compétences essentielles. Nous avons également mobilisé notre communauté autour du processus de l'engagement de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre pour des adolescents et jeunes éduqués, en bonne santé et épanouis, proclamé par nos ministres à Brazzaville. D'ailleurs, nous avons présenté l'engagement aux institutions de mon pays. L'éducation sauve des vies et doit être une priorité. C'est pourquoi nous appelons nos dirigeants à respecter leur engagement pris à Brazzaville.
My name is Faith, a peer educator from Chieza organization in Zimbabwe. A concerning issue in my community is child marriages. In Waterfall, Zimbabwe, for every 5 girls, 3 of them suffer child marriages. The girls are usually from poor families with loss of esteem, loss of worth, and not in school. As a result, being married becomes an avenue to a better future, or so they think. Child marriages threatens girls' well-being as they are more likely to experience gender-based violence and put them at an increased risk to acquire HIV. Grassroots organizations like Chieza have holistic supports in place to reach to girls at greatest risk and challenges the inequalities that allows human rights violation to thrive. Therefore, I urge you to increase sustainable funding for community-led organizations to empower them to continue implementing programs aimed at addressing pressing social issues, such as child marriages, so we can continue towards ending AIDS in 2030. Thank you.
Bonjour, je suis Tara Nikema, présidente de l'ONG Women Leader et je travaille avec les jeunes adolescents sur les questions de santé sexuelle et reproductive en Côte d'Ivoire. Alors en tant que jeune activiste en Côte d'Ivoire sur les questions de santé sexuelle et reproductive, nous rencontrons plusieurs défis sur la santé des jeunes adolescents en Côte d'Ivoire. Alors, il s'agit de la précarité menstruelle. Aujourd'hui, nous avons 68% de femmes en âge de procréer dans les zones rurales qui ne bénéficient pas de serviettes périodiques. Et il y a également un manque de formation et d'information sur les jeunes, sur les questions de santé, et un manque de moyens de contraception et le harcèlement sexuel que vivent les jeunes filles dans les communautés. Alors, avec mon ONG, nous avons distribué des serviettes périodiques, des moyens de contraception dans 8 zones rurales de la Côte d'Ivoire et pu prendre également en charge plus de 20 cas de viol et de harcèlement. Alors, ce que je pourrais demander au gouvernement comme plaidoyer, c'est de mettre en place des espaces sûrs et fonctionnels pour les jeunes où ils pourront bénéficier de formation et d'information, où ils pourront également bénéficier de moyens de contraception. Et en deuxième lieu, de mettre en place des cellules de VBG, surtout fonctionnelles dans les mairies pour la dénonciation des cas de violences basées sur le genre, et également de distribuer des kits de dignité pour les jeunes filles. Merci.
Hi everyone, my name is Roy Lokeyo, all the way from Nairobi, Kenya. And in every city there are voices unseen and stories unheard. For the LGBTIQA community, these punitive policies become chains, limiting freedoms and potentials. These policies further restrict access to HIV services, making health a privilege and not a right. Policies that marginalize, discriminate, and punish on the basis of identity further perpetuate cycles of violence, homelessness, and health disparities. For the LGBTIQA community, restrictions to basic rights such as access to restrooms impose daily struggles. Discriminatory hiring practices have seen many unemployed, if not homeless. If we are to end AIDS in 2030, we need to ensure that the LGBTIQA community is not left behind. I am calling on investors for the protection of the LGBTIQA community and non-discriminatory access to health services and employment. Thank you.
My name is Agboti Victoria Ugoma. I am 17 years old. I live at Afikpo North, Ebonyi State, Nigeria. I am a peer educator and an advocate for school health program for adolescents. At 15, I did not have accurate and factual information on sexual and reproductive health. My life skills were not built, so I did not have refusal skills to say no and mean no. I was pressurized to have sex. The first time I did, I got pregnant and dropped out of school. Principal of my school, through the intervention of the school health project, took me back to school to write my exams. And after having the baby, I am reintegrated back to school. Our teachers, who were also trained, have taught us accurate and factual information on sexual and reproductive health. The school health program has empowered me with life skills, and as a peer educator, I am committed to training other adolescents.
Wow, very powerful voices from the young people across Africa. Do not forget to check the speakers section so that you can know more about the young people that we have just had and listened from. They had very powerful issues concerning the health and well-being of young people. I will share my taking notes from the videos that we just watched. And we're going to have an opportunity for us to share one or two words from what we've just watched and what we think about is happening with the health of young people in Africa. There is a Metimeter link that has been shared in the chat. So kindly please go to the chat and type one, any word that you feel like could describe how you feel or how your experience has been after watching the videos. I think we need to make sure that we need to ensure that adolescents have access to correct and appropriate non-judgmental sexuality education so that they can be knowledgeable about and where to access services from, especially sexual reproductive health services and HIV services in general. We also need to eliminate the legal and the poor legislative constraints and financial barriers that limit access to adolescents' health as we ensure equitable, accessible, available, affordable, and in whole general access to universal health coverage for young people in all their different diversities. At this point, I request our online audience to click on the Metimeter link. Please kindly just share any word, two words of what you've really got from the videos as I just shared mine. It could be one sentence, it could be one word. And please do not forget to register in the chat as well. Thank you.
Yeah, Deborah, I'm excited to hear what everyone's key takeaway is. Looking forward to the responses. That was a very powerful video.
You're right, Ngosa. I am also very excited to see and read what the young people are sharing with us, because I am very, very well, encouraged that we have a lot of young people from the diverse settings within Africa and, across the globe joining us online. And I am just eager to read what they have shared with us, what they have learned, what they have understood from the videos, but also they might also be willing to share, what happens in their countries concerning adolescents' health. So please feel free to share what you feel, what you've got from the videos, but also you might be willing to share your experience as a young person. So we are very, very much excited. Please do not forget as well to register in the chat. We want to know whom are we having, where are you from? Please do not forget to put your country as you're registering. Viva young people, so let's do this and boom it. As the young people are, trying to send in their responses, allow me thank our online audience for joining us in big numbers. We are really, really so much humbled to have you people here, our panelists and my co-moderator, Ngosa. Thank you so much for joining the call. It is such an exciting experience for us to have you all on this call. It is so, so fantastic and wonderful. I will read the young people's responses at this point. Someone is saying it pained them. Power of peers. This is so fantastic. Youth voices to be at the center of our programming. This is so wonderful. Empowered and enlightened. Strength and resilience. We must be serious about ending AIDS in 2030, and that means no discrimination, equal access for all. Youth leaders should be at the center. These are very powerful responses. Youth have expertise. This is so fantastic. I'm seeing young people taking on the lead. Fatopol, okay, this is, I think, a language I can't read at the moment. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the young people. Thank you so much, everyone in the room that has responded to the Metimeter. It is so fantastic. I am aware more responses are still coming in, and we are eager to read them, and we are recording everything. So we have everything on document. Just feel free to share more as you feel free to share more. I think one of the outstanding responses that has really, taken my thoughts is youth have the expertise. It is very, very key for us to recognize young people as expertise in everything they do. I am very, very much happy that young people are now starting to advocate for, not thinking about them as beneficiaries of programs, but also, programmers and, developers of these programs. It makes it much more better and encouraging for young people to join the programs when they see that young people have created the programs. That is why we stick on the saying that says, nothing for us without us. Everything has to be about us young people. And the fact that there needs to be a recognition on our diversity and gender needs is also very, very vital. So I am happy that the young people are bringing out, issues like we must be serious about ending AIDS in 2030. And this means no discrimination and equal access for all. So we need these programs to be responsive to our needs in our diversities, the strength and the resilience that young people have showed out. Young people have come out and spoken about their HIV status, about the issues they're facing, menstrual health management, access to health services is a challenge. So the resilience that we are bringing out is very, very key and fundamental. Youth leadership at the center. This is also another wonderful one. It is so fantastic that young people want to take on the lead of the different programs that are being implemented in their countries and also being recognized beyond being beneficiaries. Pained. It is so painful. The experiences of young people, what we go through is so much painful. We have gone through sexual assault. We have gone through stigma and discrimination. We have gone through drug outstock. We have gone through, sexual commodity outstock. We have gone through a lot of things, and it is very, very painful. So I hear someone who says it is painful, but we are working towards progressing. And I am sure by 2030, we shall have, reached our agenda and worked towards it. The power of peers. Peers have very, very strong power, and they have helped and supported a lot of people to respond to their health issues. So I would want to end here and say thank you to everyone that has, taken part in the, I'll call it a challenge to send in a response. It was so fantastic. I'll hand over to my colleague, Ngosa.
Thank you so much for facilitating the video and the Mentimeter, Deborah. It was so enlightening to hear everything that youth have to say about the fight against HIV, speaking from their lived experiences. And indeed, the experts of youth-led change are young people who are on the ground leading change. And it was just amazing to hear from them. We are now moving on to hear from our panel, who will be responding to concerns shared by young people and the kind of investments needed to be put in place to promote young people's health and well-being. Allow me to introduce our amazing panel of duty bearers. We are joined by Dr. Owen Muburungi, who is a Director, AIDS and TB Unit from the Ministry of Health and Child Care, Zimbabwe. Dr. Owen, you're welcome. Allow me to also introduce Dilani, who is the Global Team Leader, Safe and Healthy Learning Environments from UNESCO. Welcome. We also have Hilda Achayo, who is the Community and Social Support Manager from Reach Out Mbuya Community Health Initiative, Uganda. You are welcome and thank you for joining us. And last but not least, allow me to also introduce Tia Palermo, who is President at Policy Research Solutions. Welcome, Tia. Thank you all so much for making the time to join us today, and we look forward to this discussion. So to kick off our discussion, we will start with you, Tia. We just heard how punitive laws and policies result in poor health outcomes for marginalized communities. How then can we create a more conducive policy environment for multi-sectoral responses that address the social determinants of HIV for youth, especially for traditionally marginalized gender groups?
Thank you for that question. We need to take a holistic approach in terms of advocacy, policymaking, and healthcare. Structural factors like poverty and economic insecurity affect adolescents' risks of HIV infection and adherence to treatment among people living with HIV and AIDS. For example, the DREAMS partnership, which aims to reduce rates of HIV among adolescent girls and young women in high-burden countries, includes comprehensive economic strengthening as a core element in its package of services. In addition, the UN AIDS Strategy 2021 to 2026 now includes social protection under multiple results areas. Social protection is defined as the set of policies and programs aimed at preventing or protecting all people against poverty, vulnerability, and social exclusion throughout their life cycle, with a particular emphasis on vulnerable groups. A common type of social protection program in Africa is a cash transfer. A holistic approach to the HIV response recognizes that economic security and health are mutually reinforcing. Adolescents can only reach their full potential when policies and interventions address these together. Economic insecurity can increase adolescents' risk of HIV by creating an environment in which adolescents may have to drop out of school, engage in risky behaviors, or stay in relationships where gender-based violence is occurring, all of which increase their risk of HIV. With colleagues at UNICEF, the National Institute for Medical Research in Tanzania, and Policy Research Solutions, we recently synthesized the evidence from multi-sectoral interventions targeting adolescents with both economic strengthening and health or life skill components. We found these interventions were effective at improving economic security, HIV prevention knowledge, gender-based violence, and mental health. Results were split in terms of HIV risk, where half of interventions found protective effects and half found no change. In terms of advocacy, we need to communicate clearly with policymakers that efforts to address HIV cannot be siloed. Ministries of Health and Ministries of Social Welfare or Community Development need to work together at national and local levels to invest in adolescents, including through initiatives to link social protection programming with the health sector. Zambia has made significant progress in the area of health sector linkages, and in Tanzania, there is a bill now being considered in Parliament which would allow national cash transfer participants to enroll in the Community Health Fund with a premium fee waiver. Advocacy efforts for multi-sectoral HIV programming for adolescents can emphasize both the benefits of multi-sectoral holistic approaches, but also their cost effectiveness and opportunities for cost sharing across sectors. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response, Tia. I like that you bring out the effectiveness and the economic benefit that a multi-sectoral approach has. And I hope this is something that we can still put out and recommend further. You've highlighted countries that have been able to integrate and link social protection with the health sector and the benefit that it has had so far in the fight against HIV and AIDS. So thank you so much for that response, and I'm eager to hear from other panelists as well. So I will go to you, Hilda. So Hilda, through your organization, Reach Out Mbuya, it supports adolescents' economic empowerment and healthcare needs. Community-led organizations like yours play an important role in mobilizing resources and responding to community needs. Yet we continue to see power imbalances and hegemony of funding where community-led organizations are not adequately catered for. What does sustainable financing of grassroots youth-facing NGOs like yours look like? Over to you, Hilda.
Thank you so much. And like you have rightly put it, the community-led grassroots organization have a key role to play in terms of meeting the needs and the demands of the young people. Like you heard from their responses, they have high expectation and this need to be financed. And as a grassroots organization, we are in a very competitive development space where you have to be able to look for the funding in the general space with the other actors. And so we have to position ourselves and be relevant in order to tap this financing so that we have sustained financing for all our programming. And what does that take as a grassroots organization? First of all, you have to ensure that you are a recognized institution, you're legally registered, because no donor would want to associate with someone who is not legally registered. So you have to position yourself and have a strong system and strong human resource so that you're able to sustain the little funding that you get as a grassroots organization. As a grassroots organization, you also have to diversify your funding sources. You don't put your eggs in one basket. Ensure that you have varied funding from various sources. And also you have to be able to use the resources that are given to you properly. And you also explore possibilities of having flexible funding. That can be done. You can either have a social enterprise, membership fee. You can also invest in bonds if you can, but you have to have some level of flexible funding that can sustain you in the event that there is any kind of drought. The other thing is that usually people are supported as a result of their work. And as grassroots organization, we need to invest in documenting our successes and be able to ensure that we are visible in the space. There we can easily be identified and have continued funding. So we have to be really visible, take advantage of the space, whether it's through your website or X or any other platform that we use to ensure that you are known out there. We also have to build a very strong relationship. We have to build relationship among the networks we work, the CSOs, the government. And of course, this is built from where you stand strong. You should know your niche as an organization and be able to work in consortia with other partners, other organizations, for you to be able to tap the funding that is sustainable. So we also have to take advantage of the current funding trends. Most donors these days are talking localization, and we really want to work with the grassroots organization. Therefore, we have to position ourselves in order to tap into that funding space for the local organizations. Like we rightly put it, while we are working with the young people, we have to work with them in order to sustain this funding. Like they said, they are skilled and they have the talent. And so if they are part of your program, then it's much easier for you to also market what they are engaged in. It's a competitive space, so you have to be visible, you have to be legally registered, you have to always look out for the leads to see where the opportunities are. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Hilda. And I think I really like the fact that you highlighted the flexible funding that we have to look out for to ensure that we have unrestricted source for us to do more and have more impact in terms of our programming and the work that we're doing in our communities. And I believe a lot of young people out there who are leading community-led organizations have learned so much from the feedback that you have provided. I will now move on to Mary. And so, Mary, evidence shows that there are multiple social and economic benefits to young people, especially girls, when they complete secondary school. So how can we better utilize schools and educational institutions to play a better role in the transformative HIV response for youth?
Thanks, Ngosa. Really great to be here and to have this opportunity to share some ideas. Well, you just answered your first question in terms of what we can do to make sure that schools are playing this appropriate role in the transformative HIV response. And one of the first answers is the one you just provided about keeping young people, bringing young people to schools and keeping them there, especially girls and young women. We know that that has a huge protective effect. And we need to ensure that schools are able to do everything they can to make that happen. We heard in one of the videos about a girl who had fallen pregnant, but was able to have her baby and come back to school. That's a very important policy aspect. Other things that happen in schools beyond the classroom, like school feeding, appropriate extracurricular activities. There's a number of things that schools do to ensure that they're meeting the needs just beyond just the education needs of the children that attend. Schools also need to make sure that the climate that's established in the school acknowledges that HIV is not over, that it's a prevention issue every single day for young people, and that many young people are living with HIV. And without saying we should normalize what is an incredibly difficult situation, we need to ensure that it acknowledges that this is the reality for most people living with HIV and also coping with what it takes to stay negative, which isn't always easy. Another aspect of what happens in schools is around school health services. And we need to make sure that school health personnel, they know about HIV, they can talk about it, they're comfortable talking with adolescents about issues around HIV and sexuality, that they know about sexual and reproductive health, and that they're well hooked in so they can refer young people to healthcare services when they need them. And the other, of course, very important things that schools do is through education itself. And UNESCO has been working for a long time on comprehensive sexuality education, trying to ensure that the recommendations that we provide are comprehensive in that they address a whole range of issues around sexuality, not just biology, not just reproduction, but issues around gender, the social construction of gender, power relations, the issue of personal safety, communication skills. We also heard from in one of the videos about the importance of communication and refusal skills when one wants to refuse, because these are all around social and sexual and reproductive rights. And we know from the evidence, and we also heard from Tia about the studies they've been doing, that there are programs that work. We know what works. We have evidence to prove that sexuality education brings enormous benefits. So those are the two things through education and in schools themselves that we're recommending that schools do to ensure that they're doing their job as part of the transformative HIV response. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for that really insightful response, Mary Queen. I like that you highlighted how education is a strategic entry point, the benefits that keeping girls and young people in school has in ending AIDS, as we look at ending AIDS by 2030, from the protective factor to also the comprehensive sexuality education that they access within that space. And I hope, like you've said, we know what works. I hope we can make the most out of the platforms and spaces that exist to harness our fight against HIV. So thank you very much for that. I'm excited to hear from the other panelists as well. So I'll now hand over to Deborah to take it over from here.
Thank you so much, Ngosa. That was a very, very powerful session from the half of the panelists that we have. Thank you so much to our panelists. As our panelists have shared a lot around the programs that are being implemented, the second chance for young people to go back in school, the school health programs, sexuality education frameworks, and other programs that are being implemented, but also the financial barrier constraints around community-based organizations. Since the beginning of the HIV epidemic in the 80s, there has been a great evolution of prevention options like PrEP, available to curb the transmission of HIV. However, just because it is available does not mean it is accessible to everyone. To you, Dr. Owen, how do we ensure the latest medical and technological advancements in HIV treatment better cater to the needs of marginalized groups quickly and dignified with access to multiple prevention methods? Did we lose Dr. Owen?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Thank you so much. And sorry, I have some connectivity problems, but I'm hoping that you'll be able to hear what I have to say. This is a very important and relevant question. The most important thing is to start by saying that we need to make sure that we address the structural and systematic barriers that hinder access to services, specifically the sexual and reproductive health services for young people. We know that in a lot of times, young people are treated as subordinates. They are usually chaperoned when they seek health services, and they don't have the power to go and seek health services on their own. So we need to start by deconstructing and making sure that the legislative agenda and the structural issues are dealt with. In most cases, young people do not have the economic power to go and seek health services. They have to go and ask a parent or a guardian, again, to be able to do that. So our systems should be child and youth friendly to make sure that our young people can access these services. The second bit is, of course, to create the awareness and the necessary information that is disseminated among us young people so that they can know what is available and where they can get it. And we know that today, the young people are probably the most ones that use the technology, the cell phones, WhatsApp, and all those things. And it has the power using that to reach the most of the remote areas in our population and also those that are disadvantaged, specifically our key populations and people with disabilities. So we need to utilize those so that our young people can get into that. We can also use mobile health services and telemedicine to make sure that they can actually consult or they can get information from service providers that can give them the necessary and the important information on where and how to get those services. The critical issue is, of course, making sure that whatever we're doing, we also take cognizance of the young people. They have the capacity, they have the expertise, and the leadership to provide all this. So PLA...
Dr. Owen, I'm sorry to interrupt, but has you wrap it up? Thank you.
Okay. So we use peer-led interventions using the young people to make sure that they come up with programs that are specific, tailor-made for themselves so that they can access services for our adolescent girls, young women, men or sex men, and sex workers. We also can differentiate our services to make sure that the marginalized and those that do not usually have access can be treated and be provided with the services. So in short, all I'm saying is that involving and making sure that the young persons are at the center of whatever we do in terms of the research, the provision of HIV prevention activities like PrEP and others is core to what we need to be doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Owen. Dr. Owen sums up everything on making sure that young people have to be at the center of their programs in their different diversities. This question goes to all our speakers. Youth leadership is very, very key to getting more young people to information and access to services. How can youth leadership programs be integrated into the broader HIV response? Just 6 seconds to every speaker. I'll start with you, Tia. Thank you.
Thank you. Youth leaders can advocate for expanded social protection coverage and benefits to invest in young people, including in their health, education, and economic opportunities, to ensure that they can fully participate in society. This investment has benefits for national economic growth, especially for countries that are still undergoing the demographic transition, when the proportion of working age adults in the population grows, and adolescents will be key to this one-time opportunity for economic growth. Adolescents who transition to adulthood with better health, including reduced HIV risk or increased adherence to treatment, And more educational attainment or vocational skills will be better able to take advantage of job opportunities, be more productive at them, and propel countries to poverty reduction and accelerated economic growth. It's not just about health, but rather how health, economic security, and national economic growth are intertwined. We can't have one without the other, and youth leaders are key to making this change. One example of facilitating youth leaders' voices in policymaking is UNICEF's We Deserve Better initiative. This focuses on elevating the voices of women and girls to participate in participatory policymaking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tia. I will have Mary, just 1 second, just 1 minute, sorry.
Thanks, Deborah. I would say that just as we're hearing from youth organizations about nothing for us without us, I think the UN system, my agency, other donor organizations, we need to move beyond tokenism and ticking off the community mobilization box by putting a young person in a seat at a meeting and really move beyond move towards meaningful engagement. And that's not just representing and participating in a big international meeting. That's engaging young people in the early stages of research, of policy design, of needs assessments from the beginning, and recognizing that this isn't free, that young people do have the expertise to participate with their skills and can make a contribution. And just like any other service that we need or procure, we need to find ways to fund that in stable ways so we can take best advantage of the skills and knowledge that young people and youth organizations bring to the table.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our panelists. It has been such a wonderful panel. Recognizing the need to make sure that we have a better way to transforming the HIV response for adolescents and young people. I'll give it back to Ngosa.
Thank you so much, Deborah. Thank you so much to our amazing panelists. It has been such an insightful discussion. And I think it just further cements why we need to meaningfully engage young people in issues that affect them. And we need to continuously invest in the leadership of young people as agents of change, but also as people with their own agency in ending AIDS in 2030. So while at the same time, we also have to hold governments and other world leaders accountable to prioritizing our health and well-being. I'd just like to remind the audience to make use of the resources section to access reports and publications and some of the materials that have been referenced in this conversation, just so we can, be more informed when it comes to ending HIV by 2030. I'd like just to give my deepest gratitude to the duty bearers, our panelists. Thank you all so much for an insightful discussion. Thank you so much for the effort that you have put into making this session as informative and as interesting as it has been. I would like to also give my deepest gratitude to the young people on the pre-recorded videos. Thank you so much for putting out the demands. Thank you so much for putting out the needs of young people and adolescents and for being the voice of the voiceless. Thank you so much. And last but not least, allow me to thank the audience, the lovely audience, the participants. Thank you so much for your interaction through the chat box, through the Mentimeter. It has been amazing interacting with you all. And I hope we can still keep on interacting and carry on these conversations to make the impact that we need to make to end HIV by 2030. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Deborah, for facilitating this session as well. Thank you all so much to the technical team as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Some incredibly thought-provoking questions raised in that session on HIV just now. And again, some inspirational young people. Thank you all for your insights.
Of course, hearing the experiences of young people living with disabilities was really powerful as well. And it's definitely a reminder to decision makers that within the commitments they've already made, they need to ensure that they emphasize inclusion and empowerment of people living with disabilities.
Now, we'll be kicking off our final plenary shortly. But meanwhile, we have the pleasure to announce the final Art for Wellbeing Awards, this time in the film category.
Keep watching to find out who won.
айгүй чухал ажилтай. Чи маргааш дүүгээ дагуулад эрт унтчих юм бол энэ маргааш чамайг дахиад таниндаа дагуулж явах шүү. За энэ. Чухал ажил гэж юу вэ? Чухал ажиллаа дараа хэлье заа юу. Ээж би өнөөдөр их чухал ажилтай шүү. Эрт унцгаа шүү. Ямар ажил? Нүгөө? Аа.
Social well-being revolves around building and maintaining healthy relationships. It's about finding, belonging, and creating meaningful connections. Purpose and meaning provides a compass for an adolescent's life. It's about finding one's passions, setting goals, and pursuing them with determination. Emotional well-being is when an adolescent learns to navigate their emotions, express themselves authentically, and seek support when needed. Adolescent well-being is a mosaic of physical health, meaningful relationships, purpose, emotional growth. It's a journey of self-discovery, resilience, and personal development.
It feels so great. I am happy because I participated in this competition. Thanks for your support. I entered this competition because it helps young women value themselves. This piece of art helps young women overcome period stigma. This competition has built my characters and has also encouraged other people that they can share their fears with other people. Thank you. In a world of dolls and playful games, a girl of 10, innocent she claims. But change arrives, unwelcome guests. Her journey to adolescence put to the test. Why so soon? She wonders, eyes unsure. Yearning for days that felt so pure, But nature call cannot be denied. Up she walks, with fear besides. Through shadows she dances, young and bold, embracing a story yet unfold. She'll stumble and learn as she finds her way, growing through adolescence day by day. So let her be. This girl is in between. A future unseen is like springtime seen.
Hey T, have we ever talked about the time when Sis here thought that she had the secret formula for surviving high school?
Oh, come on. I was just trying to figure things out. But yes, I had my own survival kit completed by an oversized backpack, oversized clothes, I mean, and a bit of cheesy jokes on top. Which are not funny. And why are you laughing?
They are funny now. It's funny just remembering all that.
It reminds me of this time we had a crush on this boy in school. God, I used to do the most. I joined all the activities you can think of in school. I barely had time for myself. Talk about overdoing and being in love.
And you guys, do you remember my epic attempts at rebellion?
What happened?
I dyed my hair each and every color of the rainbow. Do you remember that? Green,
yellow, orange.
And I wore outrageous outfits and I walked around feeling like I was the coolest rebel in town.
No, you weren't. You were just looking like a clown.
I stopped sewing myself. I know.
And then my mom's face when she saw you with that green hair.
Oh God, she was like,
who is this? Is this the daughter I raised? She was cool. Well, anyway.
T, don't be afraid to embrace your quirks and have fun along the way. It's all part of the adventure.
Cheers to T unlocking her teenage face.
And to T rocking her teenage ears.
Cheers!
Wow, such creativity. I love it. Huge congratulations to Leilani. We'll be watching out for your newest blockbusters in a few years.
Absolutely, Danielle. Now for a change of scene as we approach plenary 3, which is called From Commitments to Action. But first, we go to another amazing group of young people to hear a special message from young indigenous leaders in the Brazilian Amazon. Hola, Brazil!
Olá, Fórum Global para Adolescentes. Nós da juventude Nossa mãe terra grita.
Todos devemos adaptar-nos para enfrentar um grande problema que o mundo vive. Nesse momento, secas na Amazônia que nunca vimos antes. Há muito tempo que soamos e o alarme sobre esta crise. O nosso objetivo como jovens e adolescentes indígenas é mostrar a nossa convivência do bem-estar e saúde, com muita estrutura e recursos. Obrigado, Fórum Global para Adolescentes. Estamos com você na luta pela igualdade e convidamos a você ao nosso lado estar conosco.
Wow, that was quite something. Thank you so much to the Paitev Surui young people. That was a critical message straight from the Amazon rainforest to participants in over 100 countries at this forum today. We are truly uniting, rising, and leading for change.
Definitely, Danielle. So with all this mobilization for what young people want and the many consultations that have happened so far, from UN town halls to the BMJ Adolescent Wellbeing Series, congratulations, Danielle, on your feature towards that. A great deal of energy has also gone into figuring out the next steps in this journey that we are all on together.
So we're proud to present you with a snappy preview of the AAA, the Agenda for Action for Adolescents. Let's get that conversation started. Check it out.
A huge thank you to all our youth leaders featured in that video for having some fun with words in ways that have been long and seriously thought out and collaborative in process. Now, to guide us through the AAA in more detail, we're joined by my good friend and comrade, Gareth Jones, who is on screen. And Gareth, welcome. And we're so glad that you could join us. If you could tell us a bit more about how the AAA came about.
Here with you all online at the Global Forum for Adolescents. So as stated, I really would like to share the intense process that myself and my colleagues have been through the past couple of weeks, but in reality a process that's been going on a lot longer than that. With the able co-leadership of youth leaders Sahil Tanon and Masiko Matembu, and of course Dr. John Klein, who worked with us, and the support of many of our colleagues from PMNCH partners, we've distilled data that has come from you, the adolescents and youth of the world, into the Agenda for Action for Adolescents, and we're really excited to be able to share that with you today. And I really do wish to emphasize the process has been one of the most engaging and intense drafting and consultation processes I've been through. This is a process that's been over a year in the making, first conceptualized last year while we worked on the 1.8 billion campaign. In the run-up to the forum, we all felt the pressure and immense responsibility to take the mind-boggling 1.2 million responses from the What Young People Want chatbot, events and campaigns, the evidence generated by academics and researchers, into an actionable and achievable political agenda that's global in nature, but that will support action in all countries worldwide. We also took great care to ensure that the agenda reflected the interconnectedness of the adolescent well-being domains that we have seen is so important in our lives. And when I first got asked to lead on the drafting process, I took the opportunity with excitement, but also some apprehension. How would it be possible for me with 3 others, just about covering every time zone you can think of, about as far apart as possible, from America to India? How could we draft this piece that is representative of the needs of adolescents? And actually, I think the short answer to that is that we can't. But we had a secret weapon. And in fact, we had 1.2 million secret weapons. We took our cue from all of you who engaged with us and really championed what you told us you want through the What Young People Want chatbot and campaign. That's why I'm really excited that we get to launch this today and share it with you. And actually, I don't think we get to share it with you. I feel more that we're handing it back to its rightful owners. I think the most important thing about this agenda and the GFA is that it's all been under the able leadership of adolescents and youth from the very beginning. Everything in the agenda that we will be presenting to you today has come directly from the work you've all done in mobilizing for the 1.8 billion campaign, and it's really come from the 1.8 billion young people for change.
Wow, thank you so much, Gareth. You know, we're here at the Global Forum for Adolescents, young people tuning in from over 100 countries across the world. If you could sum up in maybe one quick statement, what would be your big, overarching key takeaway for young people?
This is a tricky one. I feel like I might have to take a little bit more time. But I think really the thing is taking this forward and making it actionable. So I think we really need to make sure that it's owned by all stakeholders, and it's critical that this is integrated into other agendas that we're all working towards achieving, and make sure that it gets the attention it deserves rather than being isolated somewhere after the GFA. I think the past 2 days have really shown how important adolescent well-being is. And for those of us working on it, we've always stressed that the GFA is a key milestone and not actually the end. So now is the time for action. And I cannot stress how critical that it is that this agenda is taken up by all stakeholders and integrated into other ongoing processes. So for example, next year, we're going to have the Summit of the Future. We'll continue to have voluntary national reviews and the universal periodic reviews. So the commitments that countries have already made and that will be showcased later only really serve to accelerate implementation of all of these agendas. Everything works together. And we're really committed to working together with you all on this, from data generation to advocacy to accountability. And I also would like just to take this opportunity to recognize the immediate need for action and accountability as we move this agenda forward, honoring the voices and diverse needs of 1.8 billion young people globally, particularly those living in war. These cannot just be words on a document or empty commitments when lives are on the line. And in particular, I'd like to highlight that we stand in solidarity with the young people of Palestine, almost half of whom are under 18, whose health, rights, safety, well-being and agency matter and are currently being violated in some of the most horrific ways imaginable. This agenda only works if we all act together for all adolescents and youth. I think there isn't a clearer demonstration after the past 2 days of the need for all of us to take urgent action to create a better world for adolescents and young people. And I hope that everyone has been inspired in taking this forward and taking action in your communities.
Wow, thank you so much, Gareth. I believe we're now moving over to a very special message, and it's so great to hear from you. I know we have a message from the esteemed chair of PMNCH. She is the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, a global leader and tireless advocate. Over to you, the Right Honourable Helen Clark.
Greetings to all our colleagues, supporters and friends, including especially the thousands of young people who are taking part in this first ever Global Forum for Adolescents. I know from long experience that deep and lasting change doesn't happen unless the voices of those who most want it and need it are heard. So, to improve adolescent health and well-being, the voices of today's young leaders have to be heeded and must drive change. I'm thrilled that in the lead up to this Global Forum, we've heard the voices too of thousands of adolescent girls from more than 40 countries who took part in the town hall discussions which UN Women hosted. My thanks go to dedicated researchers who've contributed to 15 technical papers, 8 multi-stakeholder consultations, and the British Medical Journal's series of papers on adolescent well-being. So now it's time to move forward with the action agenda for adolescents. And let's focus on the A for action. Today, we are calling for action by governments and all other stakeholders, action which can protect adolescents in all their diversity, ensuring equity and equality. This is the time for political commitment to new policies, to more resources, increased funding overall. We will need more data to drive those commitments and a new indicator on adolescent well-being to track progress as we work towards the Sustainable Development Goals target date of 2030. Those SDGs won't be achieved without improving the prospects for young people. Throughout the 1.8 billion consultations of the past year, young people have been calling for the resources and the policies and the programs which would meet their needs. They've been so clear about what they want: equal opportunities, youth-friendly spaces, better education, job skills. All young people, everywhere, must have a fair chance to contribute to their own countries and to the world, and above all, to pursue their dreams. I invite everyone participating in this global forum to promote the action agenda for adolescents within your own networks. And let's put strong accountability mechanisms in place to make sure that our joint efforts bring real change for the better. Let's pay serious attention to the 1.8 billion, the biggest youth generation in human history. The Global Forum for Adolescents is just the beginning of a very important conversation. Let's keep that going to ensure that together we create a better world for this generation and for generations to come. Now, it's back to our hosts who have some exciting announcements.
Thank you so much to the Right Honourable Helen Clark. Now we come to a pivotal moment. As we have seen just now in the Agenda for Action for Adolescents, it's critical to have resources and political commitment in order to move forward together.
Indeed, Danielle. Now, we're both happy to tell you that we have the latest news on the commitments made by governments. So let's go to Brian Wong, our good friend and 1.8 billion reporter at the UNGA in New York. Over to you, Brian.
Hello, I am Brian Wong, and today I'm reporting for 1.8 News at the United Nations General Assembly in New York City. Today we've got very important announcements on the floor. Take a listen to this.
En colaboración con la campaña 1.8 billones de jóvenes en el cambio, nuestro objetivo es contribuir con el empoderamiento del grupo demográfico con mayor potencial para transformar nuestro mundo, invertir en la salud, la educación, la igualdad de género, el empoderamiento de los adolescentes y la juventud. No solo contribuye a su propio bienestar, tiene implicaciones de gran alcance para el desarrollo sostenible de toda la población.
I'm delighted to announce that my country has developed a national commitment on adolescents' well-being, a blueprint that aligns seamlessly with the SDGs. This commitment is the result of extensive consultations with the diverse stakeholders, including the very adolescents whose lives it seeks to enhance.
I'm here today to tell you that this is, quite frankly, a key priority for Canada. In fact, attention to the needs of adolescent girls in particular is at the core of Canada's feminist international assistance policy. Through this 10-year commitment to global health and rights, this is what we're doing. We're championing the rights of women and girls around the world by providing an average of $1.4 billion a year to make that happen.
Excellencies, the government of Liberia recognizes the importance of providing resources and opportunities for all adolescents and young people to reach their full potential as individuals and citizens. We know that health, education, productive, and fully engaged young people can help break the cycle of intergenerational poverty and are more resilient in their face of individual and societal challenges.
Malawi is making the following commitment. In the good health and well-being domain, Malawi government commits to increase government's allocation for family planning 2030 from the current Malawi currency 570 million to 1 billion.
Tengo el agrado de compartir que México ha suscrito los compromisos de esta campaña basada en 5 ejes prioritarios: salud y nutrición, conexión, valores positivos y contribución a la sociedad, seguridad y entorno de apoyo, aprendizaje y competencias, educación, habilidades y empleabilidad, así como agencia y resiliencia.
Supporting a youth agenda means supporting an agenda of sustainable development, because working for you, the 1.8 billion is also working for the future. So the green transition, the digital transition, the social inclusion, the gender equality, and also decent opportunities for jobs and education is also part of our job.
Young people must be actively engaged. And as governments and your village, it is our responsibility to do that by actively listening. Make the SDGs cool, make gender equality cool, make getting healthcare to every person cool. And it is going to be your generation that does it. And we are here to support that.
We cannot talk about youth and betterment of life, education, connection, advocacy without digitalization. So we are committing ourselves for meaningful connectivity to everyone, especially girls.
We believe that we need the vision, engagement, and participation of all young people to build a greener, inclusive, fair, and just future. We recognize children and adolescents as key drivers of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. We therefore took concrete measures to better support their well-being and to empower and engage youth inside the European Union and globally.
Of course, we're really pleased to see these governments take bold actions for adolescents and young people. This is absolutely critical to see that these promises are indeed kept. We'll certainly be keeping you up to date on this at 1.8 News, so stay tuned. But for now, thanks for watching.
And since these commitments, even more governments are stepping up to the plate. Here are 2 more just in.
We commit to improving adolescents' well-being and accelerate the achievement of related SDG priorities for adolescents and young people as a smart investment in the future of our societies, economies, and the planet.
I am so pleased to share an overview of our exciting new work for improved adolescent health and well-being with all of you. I hope that this meeting will inspire all of us to mobilize our resources to help young people around the globe thrive, be well, and make a successful transition to adulthood. Thank you.
Wow, and we have further breaking news with 7 more commitments. Check this out.
And it's not just governments making commitments. Look at these commitments just in from partners.
Hello to everyone at the Global Forum for Adolescents. My name is Stefan German, CEO of Fondation Botnar, and I'm delighted to make our commitment today. Fondation Botnar aims to promote safe cities for young people, both in the physical as well as in the digital space. We further aim to promote the mental well-being of young people, and the focus of our $45 million commitment is within that space. I'm as well delighted that together with 10 other foundations at the Clinton Global Initiative, we were able to mobilize a combined $150 million in support of young people and adolescents' well-being all around the world. This important new contribution of private philanthropy, we hope to make a collective effort to prioritize the investments into young people's lives all around the world.
Wow, isn't that incredible? And there's even more commitments still coming in.
Greetings, adolescent and friends. I am Naveen Thakkar, President of International Pediatric Association. representing over 1 million pediatricians in over 150 countries. We are delighted to commit to first, ensure explicit focus on adolescents and their particular needs of all our activities in early, middle, and late adolescence. Second, strengthen partnership at all levels to prioritize comprehensive programming for adolescent well-being. We have started with convenings in more than 15 countries and intend to cover all 150 countries in our network, working hand in hand with other health professionals and partners. We are set to deliver. Thank you.
Plan International, we were very instrumental in creating the International Day of the Girl, which is now in its 12th year. As the chief executive, I'm very happy that my role at the time of the Global Forum for Adolescents is being taken over by Amelie, who is 16 years old from the United Kingdom. So over to you, Amelie, to talk to us about the plan's commitment and your perspectives on the sexual reproductive health and rights.
Thank you, Stephen. Plan International's global commitment is to raise the voices and demands of adolescent girls through providing engagement with UN and other key international platforms. Plan will expand and deepen its transformative programming and influencing work on comprehensive sexuality education, prioritizing inclusive, age and gender responsive sexual and reproductive health services, and a sex-positive approach. Plan International also commits to designing and implementing a new training package to advance sexual and reproductive health and rights in contexts affected by the rollback of rights and shrinking of civil society space, and this will be piloted in 5 key countries. I am personally committed to be here discussing these issues because I believe every young person has a right to education to improve their understanding of their sexual and reproductive health, to ensure they stay safe, and to ensure they understand their rights.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Maliha Khan, and I'm the President and CEO of Women Deliver. I'm delighted to announce our commitment to advance the health and rights of adolescent girls, the Emerging Leaders Program. This is an evolution of Women Deliver's pioneering and award-winning Young Leaders Program, which has been in place for over a decade and has 1,000 Young Leader alumni across the world. We're making 3 shifts in this program based on the feedback that we've received from the Young Leader alumni, as well as based on our own transformation. First, the program will focus on the health and rights of adolescent girls. Second, we will have a thematic and regional focus to our emerging leader cadres so that they're able to achieve collective action and enhance their impact. And lastly, we'll make even more flexible multi-year trust-based funding available because we know that that's a demand for advocates across the world. We look forward to working with adolescent girls, young leaders, and other partners out that are present here today. Thank you very much.
That was a lot of commitments from governments and partners from all over the world. So impressive. And has often been said over these past 2 days, this is just the start. So now we've seen our action agenda, we've seen the commitments with even more to come, but how are we going to make sure commitments are delivered? How do we ensure that we move forward together to achieve our agenda for action? Well, I'd like to welcome journalist Anuba Bhosle from India to guide us through that discussion with a panel of key leaders. Of course, we know that they'll be focused on making sure that accountability mechanisms are in place and that promises are kept. Over to you, Anuba, for a final but very important session on accountability.
Thank you so much, Danielle, and all the fellow hosts. And thank you for underlining the final part. Yes, this is the final conversation of plenary 3 and the day. So absolutely no pressure on any one of us and the panelists. I think safe to say by now, the absolute moral, economic, political, human imperative for investing in adolescents and their well-being should be so very, very clear to us. As Danielle and everybody else mentioned, we now have tangible commitments in front of us. We have 14 of them coming from diverse regions. They're aligning with the agenda for action for adolescents and those 7 action plans. In fact, there are 4 explicit financial commitments as well that have come forward. So in a sense, safe to say that there is a robust blueprint in front of us. But the question is it enough? How are we going to make sure that we move from commitment to action, A for action, as Helen Clark said? How do we keep everybody, including ourselves, accountable? Let me introduce and take all of these questions to our stellar panel. They're going to delve into some of these questions, as well as perhaps outline what key next steps could be. The panel is going to be there, already there on your screens. There's Evelyn, the adolescent champion from Bolivia. Safe to say she's bringing the average age down of this panel by a couple of years. Andrew Jack is here with us. He's the global education editor for the Financial Times. Parajita Gogoi, the executive director of the Center for Catalyzing Change, joining us from India, and Gitinji Gitahi, who serves as the global chief executive officer of AMREF Health Africa, as well as the co-chair of PMNCH Strategic Advocacy Committee. Good evening, good morning. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us on this panel. I'm going to start with that overarching question. You've all possibly looked through, or at least partially looked through, the commitments that have been made by governments and other stakeholders. My sort of overarching question to all of you: what do you actually make of them? What stands out for you? I'm going to start first with Evelyn. Evelyn, what do you make of them as a young person? Do they speak to you in both letter and spirit? Go ahead, Evelyn.
Bueno, askiro kikpanay tapachani istirinaka ka kamaraki ka Foro Mundial Apasnak, ¿no? Lo que acabo de decirles.
What I just said is Aymara, my indigenous language here in Bolivia. I just said good morning to every one of you, is starting with a question on how to guarantee that youth can do a follow-up, and how can adolescents and youth do this follow-up and guarantee access is only by political activism vis-a-vis governments, taking part as youth, to be included in the decision-making spaces, providing skill training. I'm sorry, I just forgot the word. With more budget to have support for this work. And there we also include one of the SDGs, SDG 4, about education, with the advancements in ODS of SDG 4. Sometimes this is not taken into consideration. We also have to consider that what happened during the pandemics, internal and external conflicts of countries, and instead of having patriarchal cultures that are usually the cause for more than 100 billion adolescents are running into the risk of lagging behind. And we also find a number of 130 million children that are still not in school. These are some data we can mention, but we as young leaders, we suggest the support of our families and government so we can have more opportunity to develop positively the present and the future, fighting the heterocentrism and patriarchy in education, to have a regional impact, a global impact, and with that, taking into consideration the quality of education. We need a better performance to advance to work the numbers that are registered in the reports for each of each state. Just to mention some of the countries where we had setbacks and the indicators we had. For instance, Venezuela or Colombia, in Argentina, Bolivia, Jamaica, and many other countries that had no advances or setbacks. So what we propose from the youth that guarantee that all children and adolescents finish their primary and secondary school, and that education should be public and free of charge for all the population, without excluding anyone, and with a commitment of government, having a better budget and mechanisms for accountability, as we just said. Thank you.
Fair enough, Evelyn. I think you've made a passionate plea there, not just to governments and stakeholders. Andrew, if I can throw it to you. Some of the commitments that we've studied seem to be a step in the right direction, but you believe they're moving the needle substantially.
To me. Yes, and hello, everyone. So yes, briefly, I'd just say, obviously, it's great to hear these commitments from governments, but also from agencies, from philanthropic organizations and so on around money, but also targets and priorities. As someone who's long written about health and now increasingly is focused on that other pillar of what you might call human or social capital, i.e. education, I think the two are really tightly linked, and it's incredibly important that we focus on education both to prepare people for economic empowerment and opportunities while embedding it with mental health support and social support that we know schools have needed. And incidentally, that's something that the Financial Times, my media organization, is committed to, both through our access to resources for students through our Free Schools program and a current series that we call Thriving Cities, that's very much about putting young people, particularly in middle and lower income countries, at the center alongside technology, both as creators as well as beneficiaries of opportunities for the future. I think amongst the pledges, obviously, there's a huge number and variety, but the two things I would say is really important, this focus on continuing including tertiary education and a priority for vocational training to really ensure a focus that allows people to then go on to maximize their opportunities in work, as well as more generally in civic participation and society. What seems to be a little bit less of a focus in a number of the pledges that we see today and so far is less priority on mental health and well-being or on social support, which I think are also fundamental. They're ones that we've seen growing demand and recognition of, particularly coming out of the pandemic. So I think that's an area to focus on going forwards.
Prajita?
Thank you, Anuva, and so great to be here, talking about how we can take some of these commitments to action. But I first want to talk about how great it is to see the What Young People Want campaign reach this stage of being a global campaign with over 1.2 million voices. Way back in 2019, we had implemented a smaller version of the campaign in India, What Young People Want, where we listened to about 100,000 voices, and we carried the asks from people who could actually make a difference. And today it gives us so much pleasure to be part of this magnificent global campaign. I was listening in the previous sessions. It's painted on such a white canvas, like it should be. It has vibrant colors, vital voices, and most importantly, the commitments are coming through. And Anuba, you rightly pointed out that there is huge, not huge, some amount of alignment between what the young people have asked for and what the commitments have been made. And for me, this alignment is a sign that commitment makers have understood what young people are asking for And this alignment is a sign that we are ready to move to action, which should be the next logical step. The second aspect that I want to touch upon today is, I've seen in the commitments and in the asks the term, the use of whole of government planning. And I'm happy to note that most of the alignments, most of the commitments have talked about this whole of government approach. Now, for those of us who work directly in the field, it's really obvious and imperative that when it comes to the well-being of young people, various government departments, bodies, multiple stakeholders need to work together, and not just work together, but work together cohesively. Almost all local, national, global declarations and commitments, any field, health, you see, you will hear the three words: strengthening intersectoral collaboration. But when we analyze, this particular kind of collaboration is a bit elusive, and therefore my call to action is to really find working models of the whole of government approach, find working models of intersectoral collaboration. There have been some which have been tested, some which has been scaled up. So I think we need to really look at some of these and make the whole of government approach a reality. My third point is that we have to be more robust and explicit about some of our commitments and action. Andrew talked about a few. I want to talk about two: preventive stigma and discrimination. Young people have asked for prevention of stigma and discrimination against young people in all their diversity, irrespective of identity and background, through legal protection. Young people have asked for comprehensive sexuality education, and I think for this kind of issues, we need to have more detailed, more robust commitments, because these might be difficult issues on the face of it, might be difficult issues in reality, but these are very, very vital and very important for young people's well-being. So we really need to look into this, make detailed plans. And lastly, I hope we'll have some time to talk about it. We need to act on the blueprint for action and accountability, and we need to figure out how do we support countries and regions and states and global entity to advance adolescent well-being. Thank you.
Thanks, Aprajita. Gitinji?
Yeah, I know time is running out, so I just want to very quickly summarize, and probably I'll just jump in here and first say that it is heartening to see governments taking up the action agenda for adolescents and making national commitment, because global change only happens when action happens at country level. It's national and subnational action that actually creates change. The next point I want to make is that these commitments that the governments are making, they need to see them as promissory notes. They are making a promise to adolescents to ensure that these promises are actioned. And let me say at this point that governments will fail or succeed based on how they invest in their adolescents. This is true for every single government, because this is where hope really delivers a fully functional life in the future, or a non-functional life in the future. And if we don't invest in adolescents, then we are going to have insecurity and also health insecurity. We are going to actually have unstable population. So it's very important that we meet our commitments. The next thing I want to say is that these commitments, we must then look at how do we actually make sure they are action. And I know that's what we're supposed to come to next, but I just want to comment here because I know there will be very little time. I've seen in the commitments, governments have committed money. Let me just say that love is shown in budgets. So when I see financial commitments, I know that those can be tracked. I see that there are other commitments that are similar to what we've said in the past. I think it is up to us to take the pen of our paper and actually get to the field and implement these by codifying our promises in legislature, in policy, back at home, with full accountability through meaningful youth engagement, as stated in the agenda for the Summit of the Future next year. So that when we are measuring the SDG targets, these commitments are part of that target, and they are part of the voluntary national reports. But these national reports, not only voluntary, but also inclusive, including the adolescents at home to say, have these promises actually been met, or are they just empty words? I think that's the point I wanted to contribute. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Gitinji. I think you brought us really to a good point to talk about the next steps. And I like what you said, that these commitments are actually promises that you've made for adolescents, and your perhaps future is going to be marked in whether these promises are kept or not. Evelyn, I'll have to start stitching this panel a little bit together, but I want to raise that question with you. As a young person, how are you thinking about making sure that your representatives, governments, or other stakeholders are going to be accountable? How are you going to mobilize yourselves together as youth groups, as youth champions, as youth leaders, to make sure that there are clear accountability, that these promises that have been made actually translate into the actions that you want? Evelyn.
Bueno, el rol que debemos ahora cumplir como jóvenes y
Well,
adolescentes, pues
what we can do as adolescent and youth is taking part in decision-making spaces, in political areas, so decision makers provide empowering for youth so they can take part in boards that exist in each country to guarantee this accountability and a good structuration with our capacity to participation, including in the government. In Mexico, there is a consulting board of the youth. Since 9-year-old up to 24-year-old. In Bolivia, I'm part of a group of young leaders that can work jointly with the government to support the process of free education and support in full attention, health attention for adolescents. So work in the national and in the regional, we are still lacking because we are the future. We are the present and the future of each country. And we also have to work and dedicate great effort with the commitments of the government and start to produce an agenda for the action of youth and adolescents. Thank you.
Andrew, I'm taking a thread from what Evelyn said, as also from what Aparajita said, that there is a lot of resonance when it comes to Action Plan 4, that is that whole of government approach, that you're going to have intersectoral collaborations. And Evelyn spoke about sort of youth leadership. It also reflects in some of the commitments that have been made of promoting this co-leadership with adolescents. And I'm wondering if, as next steps, we also need to think about how are we going to make that co-leadership cohesive? How are we going to make sure that there is space and culture? This is a seat at the table, but this is also actionable in that sense.
Potentially actionable. I mean, I agree. I think it's very important to bring together lots of different players and government agencies and so on. The problem is, of course, the more you have involved, the greater the potential for each of them to shift the responsibility to others rather than owning it themselves. And I think also with my skeptical journalist hat on, you so often see these sorts of great pledges, but as I think Gitinji was saying earlier, are they then backed up by legislation, by budgets, by targets, by a capacity then to track action and to hold those who make these commitments to account? Because very often you get existing money reallocated, repackaged, pledged for new things, or earlier targets now freshened up for the sake of these sorts of new initiatives. So I think it's incredibly important to be able to provide the data to track the legislation, the policies, the outcomes, and to mobilize civil society and at the local level ways to engage the media and think tanks and so on to regularly look at these commitments and to track them and to hold the politicians and the policymakers to account.
Prajita, how do we keep the pressure on and make all of these stakeholders accountable?
I absolutely agree with Andrew. Commitments are normally painted on a large canvas, old milk in a new bottle. But I think what we need to do is these commitments need to be broken down. Specific messages need to be curated for specific stakeholders who can make a specific task happen, make a policy, pass a law, allocate budget, legal reform, etc. So we really need to break down the commitments. So how does these commitments translate for a young girl in a village who is at the risk of dropping out of school or being married off? How do these commitments translate for a young boy who needs counseling but do not know where to go? How does it break down for a first generation learner who does not know how to set career goals? So I think it is our responsibility as a community to break down the commitments, look at the messages and the asks on the what's and the hows, reach the right people who can translate the commitment to the context, and then of course, ask for accountability. And my last point really is that, accountability is the key word. We have to hold ourselves accountable to turning these commitments into action on the ground. And honestly speaking, if you look at the solutions that people have spoken about in the last 2 days, not many of them were discovered last night. Many of the solutions have been tested, they've been implemented by some stakeholder somewhere, be it preventing early marriages, improving education, making mental health information and services acceptable, running comprehensive sexuality education in schools. As a collective, I think we know we know what works. So we really need to figure out how to implement. Beyond commitments, we need to procure and implement, get expertise, bandwidths, budgets, innovative ways of working to implement these solutions. And part of implementing the solution is also knowing how to let go. We need to get rid of dumb strategies that do not work anymore. We know what works and we know what doesn't work. So let's not invest in things that do not work, but really look very critically at what works.
I'm tempted to ask you what are the dumb strategies that don't work, but there is a limited amount of time, so I'll take it to Gitinji. Gitinji, how do we make sure that this doesn't really stay at the level of an announcement, that this isn't tokenistic? I know you kept us accountable to time, but Gitinji, perhaps here is a moment to sort of lay out some of those frameworks that could be accountability mechanisms going forward.
Let me take this moment to speak to the thousands of young people who are on this call and the thousands others that are going to be reached by the ones on this call and the thousands and millions others that we are going to be reaching. PMNCH has done a good job with all our partners to actually collate these 1.2 million views and put them together into the action agenda for adolescents that has led to the government commitment. But you know what? PMNCH and its partners will not change your day-to-day life in your country if you don't actually take action and take the promissory note that has been given by your government today, tomorrow, in the past. We have a lot of these commitments, as has been said, in the UHC declaration. We are now making new commitments, for adolescent health. It is up to each one of you, not those of us here on the panel. Each one of you is listening to take the promissory note, go back to your country and ask yourself, how do we create a youth-led accountability framework that is going to work with parliamentarians? We are going to break down the promissory note or the commitment to actionable agenda. Some of them will go to policy. You'll have to advocate and work with your ministries to take those to policy. Some of them will have to go to parliament, to parliamentarians, and others will require your continuous voice to ensure they're actually championed and they become action. This is what you must do from here. We will talk, we'll support you at an international level, but each one of you must go to your country and create a youth-led accountability movement on the promises and commitments given by your governments today.
Very well summed up, Gitinji. You brought us really to the end, and I think I will have to hand it over. But the reiteration that's coming from all our panelists is very, very clear. There is perhaps no better time than now to have more conversations, to pull up our sleeves, go back and really commit to youth-led frameworks, youth leadership to advance their rights, advance their voices. Plus, push the AAA agenda and make it mainstay, make it mainstream, make it everyday, make it normal conversations. With that, I'm handing it back to you, Daniel, with a big thank you to all our panelists joining us from different parts of the world.
Well, it's been quite a couple of days and such an impressive variety of people from so many parts of the world sharing their knowledge and experience, sharing their stories. I mean, for me particularly, it's just really blown my mind hearing all the different youth experiences from all around the world. I mean, it's opened my eyes in particular. I can imagine for loads of our people at home watching, they've just heard so much about adolescents from all around the world, which I think has been quite powerful. What about yourself, Danielle?
You know, for me, I think what really stood out was this idea of community and this idea of each of the 1.8 billion of us coming together and looking at our specific communities and saying, what can I do here? And then when all of our work comes together, the impact that that type of collaboration could really make.
Leva, I'm going to throw the same question to you.
Yeah, that's a big question, De Graft. I definitely concur with all Danielle has said. What I'm taking away from these past 2 intense yet inspiring days is that in addition to the commitments that have been presented, there are really exciting opportunities for meaningful adolescent and youth engagement and leadership on the horizon. 2 big ones to keep sight of are the 30th anniversary of the International Conference on Population and Development, ICPD, which will really take stock of existing policy and programming commitments and progress made for all adolescents and youth everywhere. The second one you've heard of from Gitinji and Gareth, the UN Summit of the Future coming up in 2024. This will set the basis for the next global development agenda after the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. It is critical that this largest generation of young people in human history, all 1.8 billion of us, have a massive say in the discussions and negotiations which will shape our collective future. Let's all find out more on these important political processes and how you can get and stay involved in the 1.8 billion movement for change. Meanwhile, follow the 1.8 billion hashtag and keep in touch on all social media platforms.
And also a massive thank you to both of you guys as well. And as we say our goodbyes, we would like to welcome Helga Fogstad, Executive Director of PMNCH, who will join us for some closing words. Hey, Helga.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you to the hosts. They will say now goodbye to you. And thank you. And so this has been an amazing 2 days. And now, dear PMNCH partners, of change, it seems to me we have come to the end of our amazing global forum for adolescents. But in fact, it's just the beginning. A beginning which starts with 4 years ago with a dream. We dreamed about young people, heads of states, partners, rallying together in huge numbers, raising our voices high for adolescent well-being, calling with the same voice for clear evidence, data, financing, and action. We dreamed of a massive campaign to change how the world thinks about adolescents, putting their well-being at the center of our future. Well-being is not merely absence of disease, it is overall mental, physical, and emotional health. And we have taken this discussion together with WHO, UNICEF, and other UN and academic partners. We have developed an adolescent well-being framework. And how to monitor it is important, as we know only too well. If what does not get counted does not count. Along the way, we have heard from 1.2 million young people about what they want and what is important to them. Their voices have been included in the Agenda for Action for Adolescents. We have forged new partnerships with more than 120 partners in education, infrastructure, and social policy. We have taken the 1.8 billion campaign to more than 130 events in countries, in communities, and reaching communities that we rarely hear from. We have created a global movement owned by those communities, owned by the young people. We have been very international in shifting the usual power dynamics, focusing on young people, events that have been organized in Yemen, Iraq, DRC, South Sudan, and the Gambia. Speakers at the Global Forum for Adolescents have joined us from Syria, Jamaica, Peru, Hong Kong, Afghanistan, and Chile. And we have avoided adding to the climate crisis by truly being virtual. This has been a virtual forum, and we have created a safe space for adolescents and youth to speak at the global forum, with more than 55% of speakers being young people. The 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign has taken flight. Thousands of young people and partners have joined together this global forum. Nearly 10,000 of you have joined us here. As PMNCH, we pledge to do our part to keep the action moving. We are behind you every single step of the way. We won't stop because you won't stop. Thanks for being here, and onwards and upwards for even more success in the 1.8 billion campaign.
Unite, rise, lead. Young people, this is our time. Dreams ignite, we stand as one, younger shining bright, united in spirit, we make a change. For 1.8 billion strong, our voices rearrange. With hope in our eyes, we'll break these walls together. We'll rise, we'll answer the call, bound by our purpose. A love beyond compare, justice, our right. Hand in hand, the world will witness the change we have planned. With unity and love, we will overcome. For 1.8 billion young hearts, we are one.